it's not even close. That penalty on Branch is unacceptable. The language in that rule is forcible contact with the helmet, and there was no driving force with the helmet. You know, they have to understand that the defender's coming down, and Branch still led with shoulder, and the contact was on the side of the helmet, which, in my opinion, is incidental. Yes, I get it that rule's in place for severity and the hits that obviously nobody wants, but there's a reason that was not made on the field. There's a reason those officials did not make the choice to disqualify Branch, because it didn't stand out. Those types of penalties at those levels of sports just jump out at you. You see it, and you know right off the bat that's a disqualification, and that wasn't the case here. I think the NFL literally just stood up and said, we're going to err on the side of safety here and just disqualify Branch and use it as a statement. So it was absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the penalty. I have an issue with the ejection, and I think that's where a lot of people are at this morning. Dan Campbell addressing the team. We love doing this every Monday. Here's him in the locker room after a win.
Love it.
Love it every single time. By the way, Zadarius Smith has posted on his Instagram, week 10, ... and it's a photo of him in a blue shirt, looking ahead to week 10. Trade expected. We'll see if it actually happens. Trade expected any minute now.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this guy has been in the news. Jason Kelsey smashed a Penn State's fan's phone after the fan insulted his brother Travis on Saturday. So Jason was outside the stadium before the game when a fan went up to him and called Travis a homophobic slur for dating Taylor Swift. Well, Jason responded, turned around, grabbed the guy's phone, and just smashed it to the ground. Now, videos of the incident are now circulating online. Here's one from Twitter. Hard to tell what exactly went on there, but you could hear the guy say something, yell at him, made the comment, and he reacted. And as far as I can tell, he hasn't responded to the incident yet. I haven't seen anything.
I'm sure there'll be.
I'm sure
there'll be something.
He will, yes, because then there was also a video of him calling the fan the same slur that was called towards Travis, which I understand he was upset, he was angry, he was reacting.
Sure, yeah,
but,
I think we can all understand his reaction. Other than no, he's not. You are.
Yeah. That yes. That maybe he didn't handle that properly, but I understand he was very, very upset.
Well, what a loser to come up to somebody like that. I mean, that's the real story here. What a loser.
I know.
The NFL has decided to suspend him from the Packers-Lions game.
Yes.
Okay.
Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid was involved in an altercation with a newspaper columnist in the locker room after the Sixers lost to the Memphis Grizzlies on Saturday night. So Embiid shoved and I guess shouted at this guy, Marcus Hayes. He's a columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer. And it was all because of this article that was written before the season that questioned his professionalism and his effort to stay in shape. After the incident went down, the NBA, a spokesperson said that they are aware of the incident and they are beginning an investigation.
The article also had something about a dead relative as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
His brother.
Right.
The point he was making is that Embiid hasn't been locked in. The focus isn't there. He didn't need to invoke dead relatives to make that point.
I agree.
Embiid also doesn't need to get physical with the columnist who does show his face in the locker room. I mean, that's at least something you can say for the guy. He showed up in the locker room and was willing to talk through it.
Mm-hmm. There's a new survey from the CDC that's found, I guess you could say shocking, but also unfortunately not so shocking data surrounding teens and screens. So about 50% of American teens, this is between the ages of 12 and 17, spend at least 4 hours daily in front of screens, which it's a lot. But it's not actually that surprising when you know almost every teen has a phone right in front of them. Not only a phone, but they've got computers, they've got TVs, they've got all sorts of screens. And they say that as screen time rises among these adolescents, researchers are finding a connection between extended screen use and mental health concerns. Not shocking there either. The study found that nearly 27% of teens who reported 4 or more hours of daily screen time also reported experiencing anxiety in the past 2 weeks. And there's a big difference. In comparison, only 12.3% of teens with less screen exposure experienced similar symptoms. There's also reports of elevated depression rates among teens who are using their screens more and more often.
I'm curious as to how much computer screen time plays into this, because a lot of kids are on their screens at school, which is not a bad thing.
I would imagine it's the doom scrolling. It's the not when you're getting like work done or being productive, but when you're just letting all the negative things of the world weigh you down. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
We all fall into
Okay,
that.
so this story I really hadn't heard about, and I makes me feel kind of unconnected. But do you guys know about Peanut, the internet famous squirrel? Yeah, I didn't even know who Peanut was. Well, Peanut was euthanized 2 days after being seized from his New York home, and now fans are outraged. Peanut was known for his cowboy hat, his waffle-loving antics, and gained like a huge social media following, over 500,000 followers. Well, apparently after some anonymous complaints, officials from the State Department of Environmental Conservation took Peanut and actually a raccoon named Fred from their home, and both animals were euthanized. Backlash, right? The news sparked backlash. Even Elon Musk weighed in on the whole thing on Twitter, or on X, excuse me. And he said the government should leave people and their animals alone. Peanut's owner is devastated, wants answers, and is like setting up a fund.
Well, both those animals are dangerous, or can be dangerous, right? The whole rabies issue. I mean, isn't that part of why we have certain rules about animals that can be pets and can't be? I'm not saying they should have been euthanized. I also wonder, could they even be released back into the wild after already being acclimated to being, a house pet?
The owner says no. I mean, he rescued Peanut because he saw Peanut's mom be smushed by a car. So he took this little baby squirrel in and said he was trying to like feed the squirrel, and then he released it to the wild, right? Like put it out in the backyard and said, "Go, Peanut, go, be free." And he said the next day Peanut returned and was like sitting at the porch, and half his tail was gone. Like he couldn't survive out there. So the guy took him in, and he started this. He's got like a whole sanctuary to help animals, and people are mad.
Yeah, I saw some of that over the weekend. I was not familiar with Peanut until this weekend. All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, John's got the 14-3 Lions bus. We've talked a lot about it. Coming up next, why I'm still not getting on. It's 97.1. Also, a hell of a throw by Jared Goff.
Oh, yeah. Back shoulder. Perfect.
Perfectly executed on a 4th down. Got to have it early in the game. They're not gambles when you convert them like that. They made it look easy. Lions go into Lambeau in the weather. I don't know if you heard it was supposed to rain. And they handled business. Green Bay's the team that dropped a bunch of passes. Green Bay's the team that missed a field goal, couldn't execute the center quarterback exchange multiple times. Green Bay's the team that had the critical turnover. Detroit, clean, simple. And for Amon-Ra St. Brown, he had a simple message. Green Bay sucks, and he backed it up. Open phone lines, 248-539-9797. John has had a simple message going all the way back to April, I think May, when the schedule came
release.
out. And you said proudly, boldly, that this was a 14-win football team. To a lot of shock, Tom quickly stepping in saying also that he thought this team would win 14 football games. And as we sit here today, they're 7-1, and you have been begging people to jump on board and enjoy the 14-3 ride.
And I'm not shocked at all. So many people are getting on the 14-3 bus. And some even apologetic that they didn't jump on earlier. Now, I understand 14-3, bit of a stretch. It's very unique that you would win 14 games in one 17-game season. But as I looked at the schedule, and some of it was the expectations that I had for this team. I had no idea they were going to lose Aiden Hutchinson. That was a big blow to the thought of going 14-3. But since then, 3-0. And I do believe a trade is imminent. Now, they're not bringing in Myles Garrett. They're not bringing in Max Crosby, somebody that would be on the same plane as Aiden Hutchinson. Anybody that they bring in is going to be a step down, maybe even 2 or 3 steps down from Aiden Hutchinson.
They'll be a role player. Complementary piece is what Campbell told us. Yeah.
But the bus is leaving the building. And I want to know from you or from others why you're not getting on the 14-3 bus. Because as I was told on Friday, they're going to lose. And I believe that they will lose 2 more games. I don't know which ones those are. I'm still left wondering as to what, when, how. But at this point, don't tell me that you just can't win on any given Sunday. That you can't go in there in the rain at Lambeau on the road. That there's just too much stacked against this team for them to win. And you even asked. I can't believe I can't say that word. Asked the question of, how could this team possibly be 14-3? How could this team not lose a game? And I want to know from you, what is the resistance of getting it? Is it just simply history says they can't do it?
No, it's not history, John.
History, you know what? You're right. Not just NFL history, Lions history says they can't do it.
I'm not going to burden this team with the history of Lions football. I'm not going to do that.
Be afraid of greatness. I said it when we went through the schedule and I came up with 14-3. And I thought, oh my goodness, how could I possibly have just done that? I went through the schedule. They've only got 3 losses. Don't be afraid of greatness. I don't think Dan Campbell is. I don't think Kirby Joseph is. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff, Aleem McNeil. They're not afraid of greatness, the opportunity of putting themselves out there every single week, knowing that, they could lose a game. This is the chance, Jim. Get on the bus. There is no quarterback in the NFL that is playing better or more consistently than Jared Goff. Same with the wide receiver. How about the running backs, the 1-2 punch of Montgomery and Gibbs, Laporta, the defense, the best tandem safeties in the NFL. How could you not get on the bus?
John, I am not getting on the 14-3 bus. Because I'm speeding by in the 15-2 express lane, baby.
Oh.
John, I can't get on the 14-3 bus because this team's not losing more than one game the rest of the way. How could you possibly expect this team to lose when nothing phases them? Injuries, weather, suspensions, ejections, it doesn't matter. Nothing phases the 15-2 bound Detroit Lions. So you ask me, I ask you. Are you getting on the 15-2 bus, which is speeding past your slow, methodical 14-win nonsense? Tom, you are also invited. Detroit, you are invited. 15-2.
Such a tool.
He's stealing our thunder.
He's trying to.
Yesterday's game made him go from 12-5 to 15-2.
What a dork. It is an election year. Go ahead. Flip-flop all you want.
John, I really thought that was a problematic spot for the Lions, and we detailed it on Friday, right? You don't have Aiden. It's going to come back to haunt you. No, it's not. It's raining turnovers. Goff. No, it's not. You lose Brian Branch at All-Pro. Doesn't matter. No, it's not. Nothing's going to haunt this team. Nothing phases them.
I was willing to let him, even though we were going to let him come on last week and he didn't, and we were going to give him another chance, which I don't even know if it was deserved. But we're welcoming, and we want all of Detroit to enjoy this because it's just such an unbelievable ride. This is the one thing I didn't see coming, and it kind of makes me not want to let him on.
Well, I'm letting you guys on the 15-win bus.
You can't steal our bit.
Yeah. Do
He's
whatever you
stealing our
want.
bit, isn't he?
Detroit, how big a believer are you? 248-539-9797. Do you believe as much as John or as much as me?
I think
the real believer.
I think Craig Hargrave's one of the more fair people in life that I know. I'm going to let him make the decision here. Can he pull this move?
He can do whatever he wants.
You could one-up me and go to 16-1 if you'd like.
Sure, that's an option.
It is the only option left.
Maybe they'll review week 2 and they can still go 17-0.
It is stealing their bit. It is completely fair, though.
Sure.
I told you in the overreactions are going to be favored every single game. I laid some clues for you. I loved how worked up you were getting, thinking I was going to be like, no, 12 wins still. John, I in all seriousness, they just keep winning games that they otherwise had no business winning, and there is something special about this football team.
Yeah, there is. You caught me off guard on this one. You really did.
I loved how all excited you were getting.
I was trying to sell you on a 14-3.
And I'm already looking back in the rearview mirror going, 14, that's it?
Well, I mean, if you're on the 14-3 bus, you are allowed to arrive early.
Okay.
So 14-3 or better. And so, yeah, I mean, it's same bus.
Okay.
Same bus. We're going to the same place.
Where are you guys at? And again, a huge part of this is the deadline tomorrow. Zadarius Smith believed to be traded. He's already hinting at it on Instagram, and maybe it's not enough for some people. Maybe you feel like Jordan Love had plays that he left out there. Wherever you're at, we want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
When I needed a new furnace at AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment and the best prices. The biggest difference is their customer service. It's also the 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered. And not just me. It travels with the home. So when we do sell our home, they're going to also have the what's left of that 5-year warranty. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. They also offer same-day service. How about that for fast? You want more information? You can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
On the road, double-digit win. Clean football, prepared for the moment. Dan Campbell football. Lions 7-1 on the fast track to 15-2. Or, if you're not a believer, 14-3. 248-539-9797. John, we got phone calls. I know you have some thoughts as well.
Yeah, I have now been turned into the logical one at 14-3. It's amazing. I literally did not see that one coming. I thought maybe you'd inch up to 13-4.
But then I would do I need to see the pass rusher they add.
Right. That's why the bus is leaving today.
And listen, I think they will add a pass rusher in Zadarius Smith. They may add 2 of them. I think Brad is working this. And I do think he's built a team that is going to be favored every single game the rest of the way. And at 15-2, I guess I can hand out 1 loss. But I don't see how this team loses, John. Every bit of adversity they face, they overcome it.
They do. They have. And this is now, I'm now the tortoise and the hare.
Some people are.
I'm staying the course, being consistent to 14 wins.
Ticket texters, some of which have said, well played, Costa. Others have said, now I've jinxed them, so I can't win. If I believe in them, I'm a jinx. If I dog them, I'm a hater.
So just to back up the whole jinx thing real quick, I know there's more text that you want to get to.
Yeah.
You've been to how many Wings games?
Oh, I told him this off air. We can do this briefly.
No,
I've been to 3 Red Wing games, and they've lost all of them by 3 or more goals.
And you had tickets for Saturday night.
It was included in our season ticket package.
And the Wings won.
Yes.
But did you go?
So,
answer the yes or no question. Did you go?
My wife took her dad, who's a big hockey fan, and I was not there, John.
So the answer is no.
Okay.
And they won.
Ticket texters say, John, are you really sure this team's going to lose 3 games? Who are these 3 losses?
I said I'm not sure where they come from.
Texter says, Cookies, you aren't getting on the bus because we aren't slowing down to let you on. You missed the station. No, I've sped past the station. Texter says, I'm waiting for the 16-1 bus.
Oh, yeah.
This one says, Cookies got me fired up on a Monday morning, 15-2 train. Costa may have had the greatest moment on the morning show in years. Let's go, Detroit. Let's go, Jim. This one says, I'm on the 15-2 bus. 15-2 bus ticket, please. The broke boys are on the 14-3 slow bus now. Someone wants us to call Rieger and get his take.
Yeah, Rieger was at 10 wins, right?
Boy, he's been
meager 10 wins.
He's on the side of the road now.
Yeah.
He really needs a lift.
We left him.
This one says, Cookies made me LOL at that little slappy rant. LFG, Jeff and Petoskey.
Yeah, a little slappy rant.
Some people have called it a yuppie one-upsmanship. It is all of those things.
It's
Jim,
your generation.
Can you hit the breaking news sounder, please?
Yes, 1 second. Hang on. It's a couple pages
I'm
over.
sorry.
3 callers ahead of us.
Live radio. No, it's not Zadarius Smith. But I did reach out to one Jeff Rieger, and he is already awake this morning. Well, they even lose 2 more games. But yes, you and John were correct. That fateful morning show, LOL. They might be 15-2. That's the official response.
From one Jeff Rieger.
Notarized and everything. Let's get to the phones. Keith and Ypsilanti. Good morning. Lions victory Monday, 97-1. What's up?
How y'all doing this morning, bud?
Good.
All right, so look, I'm 42 years old in human years. I'm 84 in Lions years.
Yep.
All right?
Yeah.
We not losing no more games to next year sometime. Stop putting that out there. Who going to beat us? Nobody can beat us. Nobody. So at the end of the day, we're going undefeated. Not undefeated, but, we're not losing to next season. If we lose next season.
This is a hell of a run.
Just to be clear, Keith, you have them finishing the year 16-1, winning every playoff game, and then maybe next year,
17-0.
Next year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm saying that with full pride. And y'all should be saying it, too. Come on now. Stop playing with everybody.
I'm not playing. I love this.
I know, because every week y'all keep going up. First it was this buzz, now it's 16-1, 15. Come on, man. We're not losing no games.
Oh, no. I was at 14-3 in April. I'm at 14-3 in November.
I understand that, but next week you're going to be
Why is he so negative, Keith?
I'm not. I'm positive.
No, you're not. I'm saying, why do you think John's so negative? Why do you think he's only got him winning 14 right now?
Good luck.
Because you're not a real Lions fan.
That's what I've been saying. Keith, I've been saying that.
You're not a real Lions fan.
You and me are the real believers, Keith.
Oh.
Yes, no disrespect to him or anybody else that feel the 14-3, but come on, man, it's our time.
A little disrespect. It's okay just to throw a little dirt over there. I mean, if you really believed, you'd be with Keith and I. Jeff in Birmingham, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, so I'm big on not wanting to jinx anything. So I'm really hesitant to say we're going to go 15-2 or 16-1. Even 14-3 is a bit of a stretch. I go 13-4. That's one thing.
Okay.
And my losses are, I think we could lose we'll split with Minnesota and Green Bay, the remaining two, and we could lose to either Buffalo or San Francisco. But that's not why I called, really. I'm big on resisting all the gloom and doom about losing Hutch. Hutch, who I love, I'm a Michigan man, I love him. He's great. Obviously, teams need a serious pass rusher like that, and we don't have it. But here's some stats that I just did this morning. These are crude stats, okay? But with Hutch, opposing quarterbacks completed 64% of their passes for an average of 265.6 yards per game. After Hutch, and by the way, I know Hutch was lost in the middle of the Dallas game, but I'm saying that
you're just moving from
with Hutch.
Yeah, that's fine. What's the numbers? The last three, you got them?
After Hutch, 64% completion percentage, 266 yards for opposing quarterbacks. Same thing. So, and by the way, points scored against the Lions with Hutch, 18.2. After Hutch, 19.
So those numbers are maybe eye-opening to some. I think some of this is explained by the Lions have had to blitz more to create the same results, and the concern that we've expressed, because it is a big deal to lose Hutch. I don't want that to – come on, guys. Yeah. It's a big deal to lose Hutch. When you play better, more mobile quarterbacks and you have to blitz to get home, that is the Achilles heel. Now, it's incumbent on Brad Holmes to do something about it, and the rumors are he will.
Yeah, we'll most likely hear today. We will probably most likely hear at 10:05.
Of course, right? As we exit the studio and Doug and Gator get set for their show. 248-539-9797. We got more phone calls to get. Basking in another Lions win, another convincing Lions win.
You are basking. You are certainly basking.
And I'd like to do...
You have a glow.
Thank you, John. I'd like to take a look back and cash some receipts from 2 years ago. We'll do that next. 97.1.
Yeah, you guys talking about the rumor that Detroit will make a trade with Cleveland to bring in three-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Zadarius Smith that could be completed today. I was listening into our cousin station 92.3 The Fan a little bit earlier. The boys over there were kind of trying to think that maybe they could be using it as a bargaining chip, but eventually Zadarius probably gone is the exact words that they used for that one. Still nothing yet, but they're holding out hope. But yeah, if you can get something for a team that's two and forever, then
listening over there,
terrific.
Yeah,
well, they're all buddies of mine.
That's your hometown, yeah. So I think it's on the speed dial.
Exactly. So I think and Myles Garrett yesterday was basically like, we don't pay attention to any of that. Yeah, I'm sure they do, but you're not going to get Myles Garrett, but Zadarius Smith probably going to be happening at some point today. The Lions asserted themselves as the owners of the NFC North, beating the Packers on the road 24-14 with 0 turnovers in the elements of Lambeau Field. Touchdowns for Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and a pick six for Kirby Joseph, who is now tied for the NFL lead in interceptions with 6 total. Jared Goff also loved the major presence of fans in blue on the road as they were chanting his name yet again. At 7-1, Detroit has a full game lead in the division over Minnesota and a game and a half over Green Bay. Elsewhere in the division, the Bears fell to 500 after losing big to the Cardinals 29-9. The Pistons' second win of the season was their second in 3 games as they beat the Nets in Brooklyn 106-92. All 5 starters in double figures, led by 19 of Cade Cunningham. Malik Beasley also scoring 18 off the bench with 4 triples. Jalen Duren posting 17 rebounds with 4 blocks as Detroit is now 2-5, but 2-2 on the road in 7 games. They'll be at home against the Lakers tonight. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tom catching strays on the ticket text saying it was a waste of a breaking news sounder. We'll take it under advisement. We have a football team that just keeps finding ways to win. We'll knock out more phone calls. TJ Lang at 9:02 in studio. Weekend overreactions at 8:50. John, 2 years ago, nearly to the day, the Lions beat Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. And Rodgers dismissively referred to them as that team. You can't lose to that team. The Lions were 1-6. That win made them 2-6. The Lions are 29-9 since Aaron Rodgers called them that team. And Aaron's right. Lions are that team. That team you don't want to play. That team you just can't rattle. That team that's built for all occasions. That team that can go on the road. That team that can play outdoors, in the rain, in the wind. That team that could lose Aiden Hutchinson and go 3-0, including 2 big road division games. That team could lose Brian Branch in one of those road division games. That team. That team that doesn't beat themselves, doesn't throw interceptions, doesn't throw hardly any incompletions. That team that doesn't miss field goals, drop passes. That team. The Lions are that team. So thank you, Aaron Rodgers, for labeling them 2 years early. But he got it right. One of the few things Aaron's getting right these days. The Lions are that team.
Yeah, and I mean they're that team. They're that franchise. They've got that leadership. And what it comes down to is they've got the it factor, and everybody tries to put their thumb on what is it. And I think you can. I mean, it's going to be a little bit different for every team that you're talking about when you describe it. That they've got the it factor. I think for the Lions, it comes down to the patience and leadership that Sheila had at the very beginning. 1-6. After a 3-13-1, and I know that there's been clips of that moment where she's standing there, she's being interviewed, and she says, "No, we're staying the course." It's Brad Holmes staying the course, and we're all a little bit on the edge of our seat because we're in a position right now of needing an edge rusher, needing a position. And we don't have it, and we've never been in this position before. Brad Holmes, as general manager, he's been a part of an organization that has made trades at the trade deadline. But Brad Holmes, the guy that's making the calls, making the decision, ultimately going to be the one that decides yay or nay, hasn't been in this position. So we don't know ultimately what's going to happen. But they're in this position because of what has happened on the field. The leadership that Dan Campbell has had, the ability to make the decisions on who his coordinators are, being able to, Ben Johnson, a lot of it was him deciding that he didn't want to be a head coach, yet that he wanted to come back and continue to, one, make a lot of money as a coordinator and continue to build that relationship with Goff, with this offense. But it's Dan Campbell being able to sell him as well on staying in Detroit.
248-539-9797. We'll get the phone calls in the mix. We should touch on the Brian Branch thing. And I love that it's just a blip. Like the Lions used to be the team where the safety gets tossed and it shouldn't have been tossed and it cost them the game, right? It's a blip. I know people have thoughts. Our group text was blowing up right after that play happened. But let's get back to the phones. And if you guys want to jump the gun and talk Brian Branch, we're not going to turn anybody away today. Tons to talk about. Sal and Canton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to let those 16-1 fans know that I am the 16-1 bus driver, and the bus is leaving the station.
What have we done? What have we started? Sal, it's beautiful. You don't think they're going to lose a game the rest of the way?
That's it. No more games. No more loss.
I like where your head's at. I like the way you're feeling this morning, and there are so many people that feel the exact same way as you.
But you know what, John? I have a pick with you, though.
Oh, what's that? Oh.
It's too negative, right?
No, it's not. It's not negative. Your team beat my son's team the other day.
You're going to air this grievance on the radio. I love it.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for that, but
it was a good game.
It was.
Lion.
Yeah. It was a great game. It was fun, and it's exactly what youth football is supposed to be.
Exactly.
Sal, thanks for listening. Thanks for calling in. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, good luck to your son.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Scott in Fenton involved. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going this morning, guys?
Good.
Good.
All right. Well, I just love the show. Just wanted to say that right out.
Thank you.
But they're 16-1 all day long, not losing another game. I'll even go as far as saying it's going to be them versus the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and the score is going to be 28 Lions, 14 Chiefs for us to take the win.
2-touchdown win in the Super Bowl.
Wow. You know, more times than not, you see a what feels like a blowout in the Super Bowl. Things start to get away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sold that the Chiefs are going to be that team. Scott, what makes you believe that the Chiefs are actually going to make it to the Super Bowl?
They're just kind of biased, but I feel like the NFL is riding them like they're the greatest thing, like how they wrote Tom Brady and making Tom Brady seem so great. They're doing the same thing with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Well, he did win 7 Super Bowls.
He did, but they just tried to make it look like it was all Tom Brady. Tom Brady had a ton.
Early Brady, those were lower scoring Super Bowls, and they had a hell of a defense. Either way, I mean, Tom Brady is Tom Brady, and Mahomes, by the way, is Mahomes, which I think is the default position of why are the Chiefs going to be there.
That's what I thought he was going to say.
Yeah.
If you go back to week 1, was it week 1, week 2 when it was Chiefs Ravens? Different teams now. And yes, the Ravens don't have the defense that they have had really for the last decade. They're still good.
But they've worked Henry in now, and that offense is...
I think it's between one of two teams. And Josh Allen is really good. I think eventually Keon Coleman's good. Lack of other weapons may be what holds Buffalo back because of the mass exodus that they had with the salary cap, all that stuff. And it's amazing that they're doing what they're doing. I think ultimately it's between Baltimore and Kansas City.
I just want to circle November 4th. Who do you want in the Super Bowl radio? That's basically what just happened there.
Well,
go ahead.
The one problem with I think we all think Pittsburgh's a nice story, and maybe they can win a playoff game, right? Yeah. But they're not a threat.
No.
Because they don't have the offense that you need to get all the way through the playoffs. So it's right now the class is the Ravens, the Chiefs, not in this order necessarily, and the Bills. The problem for those two teams is they both hosted the Chiefs last year in the playoffs, and that was their spot. And there is something about that.
You're right. No, I mean, listen, Kansas City, back-to-back Super Bowl champs. They're not winning with Mahomes throwing for 500 yards. They're winning because they have a great defense, and the 3 or 4 plays they have to make, he makes them. It's uncanny what he's able to do, arm and keeping plays alive.
Very quick.
Yeah.
What would you rather want? An undefeated or a Chiefs team going for a three-peat, or the Ravens?
Well,
because the one
every
thing
time
is
you've played the Chiefs, you've beat them. Now, granted, one of them was in the preseason; that doesn't really count.
Well, that
the other one was without Kelsey and Chris Jones.
There are receipts with both.
Yeah,
there is an asterisk receipt with the Chiefs.
Yeah,
preventing a three-peat, which has never happened, and then with the Ravens, you go all the way back to the Tucker field goal.
So
they got destroyed last year in Baltimore.
So some of this is you'd rather face Baltimore because they can't win in the playoffs, but the point would be they would have won a whole bunch of big playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. I think I would say, this is crazy, I think I'd say Kansas City. This is not a question I was prepared to answer today.
Well, you went 15-2, why not?
Yeah, sure.
I would say Kansas City. So here's the answer for Kansas City. 2-time defending Super Bowl champs Patrick Mahomes, the greatest quarterback in the game right now. Wouldn't you just love to dethrone them and be the Super Bowl champs? Yes, that's the reason for Kansas City. The reason for Baltimore is what you mentioned, Justin Tucker, what he did at Ford Field. And I know you have a personal connection to that moment. Your son has a connection to that moment, but it's also the team that just demolished you last year. You beat Kansas City last year. If you're able to do it against Baltimore, it's just another reckoning, righting a wrong, and this time you get a chance to do it in the Super Bowl.
Well, ownership was embarrassed also in that first Baltimore game at halftime.
They were booed.
I mean,
that's all right.
The full circle of Baltimore would be pretty awesome.
Phone calls, ticket text, reaction to what we saw over the weekend.
Who do you want in the Super Bowl?
And apparently, I don't think we should be doing that. You want to talk about?
Hey, if you're going 15-2, who do you want in the Super Bowl? If you're going 14-3, who do you want in the Super Bowl? It's okay to ask that question.
It's incredible.
It's this Victory Monday. We can ask whatever the hell we want.
Who do you want in the Super Bowl in 2030 when they've gone on their 5-peat or 6-peat? 248-539-9797. Let the good times roll.
Is Goff the greatest quarterback of all time?
Kyle and Howell, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Good morning.
I love the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to talk about first off, yes, Jared Goff is the greatest quarterback of all time. Second off, I just wanted to talk about the Brian Branch situation. I think a lot of Lions fans are getting too emotional, especially since he's, probably the best defensive player we have outside of Hutchinson. He's super strong. I think that was definitely a justified ejection, and I know a lot of people will hate me to say this, but to me, it looked like it was forcible contact to the head area. I mean, he hit him helmet to helmet.
Sure, that's a penalty. Like, Kyle, that's a penalty in every game I've ever watched college or pro. At this point, we know that they're going to take head injuries very seriously.
The gripe that we have is not the penalty, and not really even that he's ejected. I don't like that he was ejected. It's the fact that they don't adjudicate that penalty the same way.
We'll talk more about it next. 97.1.
Hey, who doesn't love success? Who doesn't love results? If you want results, if you've been injured, you got to contact David Femininio. I've been telling you about him for a while now. The results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients, here's a few of them. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You want to talk about results? That is results. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Will Levis, is that you?
Oh.
Hey, Dan, I'll answer how big that was. Game-altering. Seriously, Green Bay went into the half out-rushing Detroit and down 2 touchdowns, and Love ends up throwing it 39 passes. Jared Goff and the Lions play a clean, composed football game. Green Bay drops, penalties, mistakes, missed kicks. No, the stat sheet is not going to look like the Lions kicked their ass. But if you watch that game, showing up and not beating yourself when it's raining, it goes a long way. And this team was ready. This team always has the right temperament for the moment. They're always ready for the adversity when it hits. And we were talking Brian Branch. John, our text conversation, Tom's pointing out, and I think rightfully so, that's the way football is now. But is it? Because I watched games earlier in the day where guys go helmet to helmet, hits that were just as egregious, maybe even more so, and it was only a flag. It was not an ejection. Is that not what you saw?
Yeah, it should have been a flag. There's no question. It was forcible contact with the head and neck area. I get it. It is, and I even though I disagree, I don't like the ejection, I get why it was an ejection. The problem is when you look around in any given Sunday, NFL weekend, obviously we could talk about Thursday night games, Monday night games, there's going to be hits like this, and they are just not judged the same. There were 3 hits yesterday that are highlight hits, and only one of them resulted in an ejection, and it was the Lions' Brian Branch. Yeah. That's why I have a problem with it. Going back to the rule, I have a problem with the ejection. I have a problem with it even more in college football because it's not just a suspension. If it happens in the second half, it carries over to the next game. That's ridiculous. But I think to make it simple and to remove judgment and remove opinion of, I think he hit him this way, or I think this happened, or this is what I'm seeing, and removing it from each and every hit, it's a penalty the first time it happens. The second time, it's an automatic ejection.
I'm cool with that.
Okay, so do you think there should ever be an in-game ejection for something like this? Look, if he doesn't get ejected and he goes on and does something else in a game, he's getting ejected. We all kind of understand that.
Yes. No, I don't.
But, okay, I'm just going to devil's advocate a little bit. In hindsight, if they don't eject then they're reviewing it during the week and you're possibly miss the next game.
No, it's an ejection. It's a penalty in the moment. The second one's an automatic ejection. And that's where they raise the stakes, is how they find them. Now, Brian Branch raised the stakes himself when he gave the double salute to the Green Bay fans.
Which, again, come on, don't make it worse.
I agree.
Move him further down the field.
So watching the game, I literally said out loud, oh, no, I hope he doesn't get ejected when I saw it. Because in first look, in real time, I thought all the things applied that would get him that. I don't agree with that type of football. I don't believe you should be doing this, but this is where the league's at. They're going to use this at the symposium in the offseason of what not to do.
In the moment, I thought, well, thank goodness it's not college, because he would have been ejected in college. We don't ever really see guys get ejected for that type of play in the NFL. And if they're starting that precedent, weird time to do it, middle of the season in one game, but none of the other games on the same day. Olave gets decapitated, stretcher off the field. Right? Poyer, big hit for the Dolphins against his old team, the Bills, on Keon Coleman. They are flagged. They are not kicked out of the football game. That's what gets me. And Campbell spoke about it after the game, and he alluded to the fact that it was on prime time, they may have had an even harsher discipline for it. This is what Campbell had to say. Yeah, they wanted to make an example of him. Was one way to interpret that. Now, I would say the example, fine. The Lions rally, they overcome it. Kirby Joseph, the other safety, the other potential all-pro back there, gets the pick six in a game-altering, game-deciding play. 248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to, and we have Mike in Livonia. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Good morning,
Blue, Johnny.
Go Blue.
So, good morning. So I wanted to kind of jump in. I think, honestly, just to kind of glance over the Brian Branch thing, I looked at it, and I get your point that, they're just not being consistent with the call. But honestly, the ball was not caught. It was already basically on the floor. And Brian Branch came in like a few minutes or a few seconds after, and he could have eased up or kind of jumped over him or whatever and decided to hit him with the helmet. At that point, I even looked at it, and I'm like, if I was an opposing fan, I would have thought it was a dirty hit, to be honest. So I'm kind of okay with it. I just love how resilient this team is. We bounced back. We beat Minnesota away. We went to Lambeau, a place that we used to get murdered in every week or every time that we played there, and we won there. At this point, I'm jumping on Cookie's train or bus at this point, John. I'm sorry. I guess we're going 15-2. And to quote Jamal Williams, stop playing with us, John. 14-3. At this point, 15-2. Hop on the bus with us. We're the Detroit Lions, right?
Hey, bus has the same destination. Bus has the same destination.
We're all going to New Orleans, baby.
Yep. It's
1 mile marker at a time.
Hold on. It's the number 1 seed. We'll talk about playoffs when we get there.
I don't know if we should be listening to the bus that's in the rearview mirror, but all right. 248-539-9797.
You better hope they only lose 1 more game. You better hope that they only lose 2 more games. If that happens, sure, 16-1 is on the table. 15-2 is on the table, as well as 14-3. But I would hate to be you if all of a sudden there's a stumble. And
so if they were to lose this week,
become the jinx.
Then I'd have to have them run the table the rest of the way. But I look at this schedule and I really wonder, they'll be favored in every game.
Sure.
The adversity that, I would have thought, hey, Minnesota, we talked about it. That's a tough spot, first game without Aiden. That's a good football team, well-coached team. You go on the road, they get down 10-0 early, doesn't matter. They win the game anyway. Green Bay, the weather, we know. Jared Goff, first outdoor game of the season. They lose Brian Branch, doesn't matter. They win the game by double digits. Sure, Houston gets Nico Collins back probably this week. Stroud's a good quarterback. He's going to have time to throw. I mean, you could make the case, extra rest, Houston's going to win the game. I'm just going to stop doing that because it feels like it doesn't matter. Detroit will be ready for the moment. They'll rise up and they'll get it done. Buffalo, sure, that's a tough opponent, but it's at Ford Field. San Francisco, that's old news. Detroit's the new San Francisco, the loaded roster that beats you up. I don't care that game's out in San Francisco, and I'm supposed to be afraid of Green Bay and Minnesota coming to Detroit. I'm all in now at this point. Fine.
Good.
There is no adversity too great for this football team.
Glad you finally got on board. Only took 10 weeks.
We'll get back to the phones. Bob and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Yeah, that Dolphin hit was more egregious than Branch's, and they just threw a flag. I don't understand the whole thing. That was silly.
Yeah.
That's just stupid. But here's that St. Brown and Goff have connected on 30 straight completions.
Mm-hmm.
No drop balls, nothing. That's amazing how those two guys connect. And that catch yesterday and throw in the end zone was awesome. In the wet weather, holding on to the ball like Green Bay couldn't even snap the ball. The Lions look like the team that could play in bad weather, not Green Bay.
Well, Goff talked about it after the game, and he said, talking about how we're this indoor team. I mean, I think he knows most of the criticism is about him outdoors. Oh, yeah. But I think this team embraced it and said, oh, you don't think we can play outdoors? We're going to be ready for this. And they were. I mean, the whole shoes comment from Dan last week, all the little details, making sure, hey, the points of contact on the football, not putting it on the turf, center quarterback exchange, no bobbled snaps, all of it. They had everything down to a T.
The cuts Montgomery was making, he looked like he was running on turf.
Yeah.
He didn't slip or fall. I was sitting there going, the stats don't tell the story because the Lions look like they dominated that game.
Well, here's the benefit. I'm sorry, finish. Go ahead.
Well, and then I want to say real quick, after I think the Lions, you're right, John, 14-3, because the Lions are going to clinch in 6 weeks. They're going to have 3 games left, and that's when they're just going to have them going in and out, staying healthy, still playing. But I'm going with the 14-3. They're going to end up 17-3 because they're going to have 3 dome games.
In the playoffs. Yep.
Your 14-3 is going to stand.
It's a great recipe. Get those games indoors. Appreciate the phone call, Bob. All right, we're going to get overreactions at 8:50. TJ Lang at 9:02. You'll hear from Jared Goff on being a chameleon. We'll get to Heather's news as well. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was talking with Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding that he was just at recently. He said it was an awesome wedding downtown, but he said one of his patients came up to him so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but this time they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he says he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
The Chameleons, John.
Sing it. I do. You know you want to.
It comes and goes. Let's go. Did you hear, by the way?
You're missing the best part.
Oh, I'm not going to sing the whole song. This isn't karaoke, John.
Oh, come on. It goes with that seat. You sang it to us in the bullpen.
Did you hear the Jared Goff chants at Lambeau yesterday? Like through the TV?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, for the second year in a row, Detroit Lions fans have come into Lambeau Field and made it their home, a place that used to be House of Horrors. Did you see the guy with
the cheese grater?
The cheese grater. I thought that was so funny. That guy is my hero. He has this giant cheese grater, and he's standing in the middle of Lambeau Field with all their stupid cheese heads, and the Lions are up the entire way.
Jim, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is your 15-2 bus an EV?
It runs on natural gas.
Because you have to have a lot of batteries to get to New Orleans.
A lot of hot air.
Yeah. A lot of stops along the way. A lot of time charging.
John, I thought that football game, it was everything that could have tripped this team up, but no longer trips this team up. And it's why I confidently come in today and tell you 15-2, whereas you are still stuck on this outdated 14-3 preseason prediction. I'd like to see maybe you'll get there by the end of the year.
Consistency is the truest measure of performance. I remain consistent.
Jason in Berkeley, you're on 97.1.
You just want to throw them on. They don't wrap too great sometimes.
Good morning.
That's all right. We got a dumpster.
I won't be long.
Oh, do you? Yeah, it's in Green Bay.
Whatever you need. Thanks.
Jason, you there?
Yes. Sorry.
You're good. What was going
That's
on
all right.
there? You getting some work done?
You managing a dumpster in Green Bay?
Yeah, that's a dumpster, right? You know, we're a dome team, so no, Green Bay's a dome team, right? They look like the ones that the visitors. So what I call for, guys, I love the show. The question, or the statement I had, if you guys, I don't know if you guys watch a game after or the Seahawks-Rams game, but towards the end of that fourth quarter, Kobe Bryant hit one of the Rams players exactly how Brian Branch did. They threw a flag, and then they picked it up and didn't call a foul at all. And it was almost the exact same hit. He was going out of bounds, lowered the helmet-to-helmet contact. You couldn't even hear the helmet hit. And everybody was like, ooh, big hit, and then the flag, and then they picked it up, said no foul. And then Brian Branch gets ejected. I just don't get it.
That one, and then there was one earlier where Keon Coleman, a receiver for, we're very familiar with Keon Coleman here, but receiver for Buffalo, who took a shot that was helmet-to-helmet, and it looked like it was even more vicious than the Brian Branch, and that wasn't an ejection. It was just simply a penalty.
The inconsistency. Some ticket texts have come in. This one says, you guys should be mad there aren't more ejections. That was textbook targeting and how serious injuries happen. The ejection was 100% the right call.
I don't want ejections at all. Unless it's, if there has to be an ejection, then you get one personal foul, 15 yards, march it off, automatic first down. After that, and I don't care if it's on a defenseless receiver, make it like pass interference, make it a spot fall. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, make it 30 yards down the field.
You want to add severity? I'm cool with that.
That's fine.
But tossing a guy, and these are bang-bang plays, and you could say he could have let up. My point is, this is in the field of play. The only reason I'd want to eject someone for a first-time offense is if it was something egregious after a play, right? I mean, you could picture a situation where the play's over and someone, like, stomps on a guy's head on the ground or something. Like, okay, something way over the top. But something that happens within a second or two after the play, I'm cool with a heavy penalty, but I don't think you should be ejecting guys for that.
No, it's a split second after the play. This is not a, you start. I know you didn't mean it. A second or 2 seconds after a play is an eternity.
Oh, yes.
But it all happened so quickly. And could Brian Branch have pulled off a little bit? Sure, he didn't, and it was a penalty, rightfully called. The issue that I have is the ejection. Always have, always will.
Someone in New York should be fired, reads a ticket text. It does bother me that, like, the refs on the field weren't going to toss him.
Right. Or they have, do they have a certain group of people? Is it one person, 2 people, 3 people that are doing it for the 1 o'clock games at a different shift change? And all of a sudden for the 4:30 game, it's a different one. And then at Sunday night, it's a different one. Like, it needs to be consistent.
The Red Wings and Pistons won this weekend, but sure, keep talking about the same old lowly Lions.
Pistons, they actually won yesterday.
2 wins this year.
2 wins.
How about that?
Yep.
All right, we've got TJ Lang at 9:02, overreactions at 8:50. Let's get to Heather's news.
Okay, so this is the first time I've actually heard about this, but I know other people may have, including you guys. So there's this whole new futuristic way to watch sports that's coming to Detroit.
I've seen this.
I had never seen it, but on Friday, Bedrock officials announced that Cosm, it's this new like immersive technology media entertainment company, will be bringing its shared reality live sports and entertainment concept to Cadillac Square in downtown Detroit. And Dan Gilbert is calling this concept the future of sports and entertainment. And basically, this new venue is going to feature this 85-foot domed screen that basically merges the virtual and physical worlds to basically replicate the feeling of being in the front row of a live event.
So I saw this first when Michigan played Texas. And I think it was in Vegas is the one that they were showing. And I'm looking at it going, wait a second here. It looks like they're in the big house, and then all of a sudden they're like sitting at bar top tables. Like I've been all over Michigan Stadium. They're not in Michigan Stadium, yet it gives you the feel like you are actually there. I think it's really cool.
It's really sweet from what I just learned about it, but this is going to be its fourth location. So it wasn't in Vegas, John. They have one in LA and Dallas right now.
Okay.
Those are going.
Maybe it was the Dallas one, yeah.
Dallas one. Those are kind of going viral. There's going to be another one soon opening in Atlanta, and then the fourth will be here in Detroit. And it does look sweet. So yes, they're going to offer like gastropub style food. There's going to be craft cocktails, beer, and then in the same building, there's also going to be other restaurants and food options as well. So pretty cool. Something to look forward to for sure. A massive pileup on I-96 in Ingham County on Saturday night left 4 people dead, 17 others injured. The crash occurred when a semi-truck just plowed into stopped traffic. The crash then caused the truck and several other vehicles to catch fire. And police believe that the driver of the semi just didn't see the backup and then didn't have enough time to actually stop before the crash. Killed in the crash were 3 members of a Lansing family and then also a man from Carson City. 17 others were taken to the hospital. About 1.2 million people voted early across Michigan. In person too. That's what I meant. Like not absentee, but just voted in person early. And then when you throw in those absentee ballots, we've got a total of about 3.2 million people who have voted, or 44% of the active registered voters in Michigan have already cast their vote. So if you haven't voted early, you can't do that anymore. You can't go today, but you can go tomorrow. Tuesday, November 5th is election day, so get out and vote.
I liked the change. We all took advantage of it on the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
I liked the opportunity to kind of do it on your own schedule.
Absolutely.
9 days before. Yeah. And I don't know what the math says. Are we going to have maybe the largest turnout we've had in a long time because of it? I could see it helping more people vote that hadn't before.
Yep.
Oh, sure. We were talking about that when we voted. We went on Saturday, and if we couldn't have went on Saturday, we were going to go on Sunday. We wanted to get it done, but we were talking about that. Like I know a lot of people do go out and vote on Election Day, but there's some people that just can't, whether it's their job or they're out of town or whatever the circumstances are. This was a perfect opportunity for people who couldn't go tomorrow to get out there and vote. So it's going to be interesting to see how many people actually voted and what the numbers actually are. You guys, people are dining differently these days, and sit-down restaurant chains are now struggling. And over the weekend, TGI Fridays filed for bankruptcy protection, saying that it's looking for ways to ensure the long-term viability of the brand after closing many of its branches this year. They said COVID was really the main issue that they had, but also just the way people are dining. People are now getting takeout, or they're going to like upscale fast food restaurants. They're going to Chipotle or Shake Shack or things like that. They're not going to these chain restaurants. At one point, there were 601 TGI Friday restaurants across the U.S. Now, there are only 163. And we're probably going to see a lot less as well.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, overreactions from the weekend. It's 97.1.
I've lost about 70 pounds in the last 2.5 years. I lost 10 pounds when I first started with Ideal You in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. And I made the change because I just wanted to be healthier. I wanted to feel better. And I wanted to make sure I made the change for my family so that I could be around for a long time. If you want to change your life as well, All you have to do is go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. And here's what you're going to find out. You could be 20, 30, or even 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. They're going to assign you a weight loss coach. They're going to give you a stat sheet. It's going to tell you how much you weigh, how much bone mass, muscle mass, water weight, all of that stuff. And they're going to put you in a plan and give you that weight loss coach that is going to help you all through the process. They want you to reach your goals. They want you to find success. They also want you to keep that weight off. Ideal U has helped thousands of people. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Dan Campbell with another quotable locker room speech after the Lions dispatched the Packers for their second division win of the year. And Detroit's capability to function outside, apparently a point of contention with the team, as both Campbell and Goff brought it up after that 24-14 victory in the rain. Also, they don't play another outside game until December 22nd's matchup with the Bears at Soldier Field. Chicago, by the way, coming back down to earth a bit. They were run off the field by Arizona by 20 points against the Cardinals and are now 4-4. 2 wins in 3 games for the Pistons as they recovered from a 30-point loss at home to beat up the Nets 106-92, outscoring Brooklyn in the second half 54-35 in New York. They'll now come back to Detroit for the second half of a back-to-back and take on LeBron and the Lakers at the LCA tonight. And the Tigers' chance at a Gold Glove did not come to fruition. Jake Rodgers lost out to Cal Raleigh for the American League Award for catchers. A.J. Hinch did say that Rodgers' steadiness was a big reason for their success during their postseason run. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
9 o'clock hour, open lines. Good morning. We're talking everything Lions, and we have TJ Lang in studio to do it. Dry TJ Lang. It was a wet game.
Yeah, it was.
And only one team seemed to be ready for it.
Yeah, it was kind of ironic that the team that plays outside in the elements looked more like the dome team than the dome team.
Yeah.
I mean, how many drop passes did they have? Jordan Love clearly didn't look right. It was an impressive win, man. You know, defense, say what you want about, you know, still struggling to get some pressure, and run defense looked a little shaky early, but to go out there, get a huge takeaway in that moment and win a division game on the road, man, that's never easy, especially in a place like that, especially after you lose one of your best defensive players in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. I thought it was impressive, man. And Jared Goff seems to just keep turning negatives into positives. You know, he's not good against pressure. Well, this year he's been one of the best quarterbacks against pressure. You know, he can't move. Okay, man, look at him. He's scrambling a little bit. He's moving in the pocket.
Yeah.
I can't win outside. You know, goes out yesterday. And I know he wasn't the sole reason that they won, but his efficiency and ball security was a huge reason.
Well, it's his decision-making in regards to, I mean, every quarterback would love to throw the ball deep every time. His decision-making and patience of taking what is there, it's led to 30 completions in a row to Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's led to where the Lions are right now at 7-1, because at the beginning of the year, what we heard from Dan Campbell, Jared Goff was trying to do too much. And I think maybe he was trying to prove that he was worth the new contract. That's probably all a part of it, not the only reason.
Human nature, sure.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, week 3, he settles down, finds himself a nice groove, and since then, he has been the most consistent quarterback in the NFL.
And yesterday you were pretty much playing without your entire 2022 draft class, besides Kirby Joseph. You know, Hutch was out, Jamison Williams, Pascal, Malcolm was out. You know, I mean, you're doing it missing some key stats. Branch goes out, like we said earlier in that game, which
what did you think of that?
I thought it was absurd.
Okay, we got calls too on it, but you go ahead. Tell us where you're at.
It was absurd. Yeah. It was a penalty, no doubt, and a fine at some point this week. I thought it was absurd. And people listening and driving into you guys, it's definition targeting. Targeting is a college rule. Targeting does not exist in the NFL. Head-to-head contact does. It's not college where, you hit him in the head, throw him out. Get rid of that thinking. That's not how it works. I thought it was absurd that they threw him out of the game. You're going down a really slippery slope if you're going to start to turn contact penalties into ejections, right? Unnecessary roughness or a face mask penalty. If it's egregious, I'll throw him out of the game. You're going down a really slippery slope doing that. I think a part of it too was the NFL has this list of guys that are so-called repeat offenders that guys look at. Brian Branch, I don't think has that label, but he did get a personal foul and a fine against Arizona earlier this season, which was also absurd because Trey McBride was the one who lowered his helmet into Brian Branch.
Yep.
But I think Brian Branch is on that list of guys that, like a Jamal Adams, the guy who's always, kind of getting suspended for headhunting people. Those guys they're labeled on a list as, we got to watch out for this. I think yesterday was clearly the NFL trying to send a message, but you can't convince me that if that was a 1:00 game, that he would have been ejected. That was a national televised game. I think that they were trying to prove a point. I thought it was a penalty, no doubt. Did I think it was the most egregious penalty I've ever seen, and did I think he launched into his head on purpose? No, I don't. I don't think that he saw Bo Melton drop the ball. I think at that point you're seeing an open receiver. You're going to run. You're looking at your target, right? You're making contact with the player.
And you want to jar the ball loose.
Yeah, and the caller earlier said a couple seconds after that was a bang play.
Split second.
It wasn't a couple seconds.
I think when you slow stuff down on replay, it feels like seconds, but no, it's not.
I thought it was absurd, and I think it's a very dangerous spot to start ejecting players for contact fouls.
But it's a huge game.
During the hits are hits, and if it's a legal hit, you throw the penalty flag and you pay for it during the week. You don't kick people out of games for that. Not in the NFL, you don't.
Because it's primetime, and Campbell mentioned because it's primetime. I would think the opposite should be the case. It's a big game. We shouldn't be setting new precedents during the big game. If that's not how it's officiated, it can't change during the biggest games.
Yeah, I agree with you. Throw a flag. We can all agree that it was a penalty.
Sure.
His target was a little bit high, but it's a penalty, and it's a fine during the week, and you work to clean it up, right?
Yep.
So I thought it was absolutely absurd that they threw him out of the game for that.
We'll take a couple calls on it right now, and then we'll keep talking about the game itself, because the beauty of it is it didn't cost them. Like my entire life, those moments sink a game. Lions lose their difference maker at safety, and then they go in the tank and they lose, and we're bitching about it on the radio the next day.
Yeah.
It's a blip. It's something that people are upset about. Let's get to Terrence in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Grateful you took my call. TJ, I would totally agree at how it was egregious to me. My wife and I were so angry. And to be honest with you, I'm with TJ on it. Clearly the NFL knew this going into this game, I feel like, and they tipped off the referees and said, listen, just get him out of the game because they're trying to make a point with him. And I think it's ridiculous. You're going to take all the instincts out of the game.
I don't think it was on the referees because they said it came from New York. Yeah. I think if it was up to the referees at the game, they would have called it a penalty and moved
referees,
on.
yeah. I mean,
that's what I thought.
I think New York can come in if the refs missed, like, hey, you missed after the play. He kicked him in the throat or stomped on him or threw a punch. You guys didn't see that. We saw it. You need to go back and correct it. But for them to come in on a contact play, and look, I think another thing that changes a lot of people's watching that play live looked like just a physical hit, right? You get to watch it in slow-mo and, an ultimate slowed-down version. Football's not played that way. Players do not get a chance to go slow-mo and I'm going to time this up and put my, crown of my helmet right into this guy's jaw, right into the back of his head. It doesn't work like that. We get the benefit of watching slow-mo replay. The refs get the benefit of watching it in super slow-mo, and of course it's going to look worse than what it actually is. So for you to say to egregious, I mean, look, I agree with you that it was a penalty. But I think if it was left up to the refs at the field, Clete Blakeman, he was just going to call the penalty as it should have been.
Yep.
And then 30 seconds goes by, and by the way, he's got to leave the game. And then we saw what happened after that, which he's probably going to face another fine for flipping the double bird over to the sideline. But yeah, it's a football play. Guys are you wear a helmet for a reason. Guys are going to get hit in the head. It's going to happen. I don't think Brian Branch personally went out there and said, Bo Melton, anytime he comes across midfield, I'm going to knock his head off. I don't think Brian Branch plays the game like that. People get hit in the head. You get penalized for it. You move on, right? I just thought it was completely asinine that they threw him out of the game for that.
Especially when you compare it to, you could compare it to a lot of different hits across the season, but yesterday there were 3 hits that were very similar. The only ejection was Brian Branch. And to Dan Campbell's point, I know the one that was in the 1 o'clock game with Buffalo and Miami, Keon Coleman was a receiver. I don't remember who the defensive back
Poyer.
was. Yeah, Poyer. It was almost a carbon copy of what the hit that Brian Branch had, except to me it was even more contact, and it looked even worse with the way that Keon Coleman's head snapped back and he hit the ground. I thought if Brian Branch was ejected for his hit, that one should have been as well. But no, it was just a personal foul, and then all of a sudden, no ejection.
That's why I said you're going down a slippery slope
right.
if you're going to start ejecting everybody for illegal
helmet to helmet. Yeah.
And TJ, you were at Lambeau getting everything ready, but Chris Olave gets taken out of the game with a scary moment, stretchered off the field. No one's ejected on that play. So I guess what I would say, What other rules are different in primetime? Just so we're on the same page. What other things are you not allowed to do in primetime that aren't the case at 1 o'clock? Can we just be very transparent about this moving forward? Because I thought the officials are supposed to call the game the same way, whether the game kicks at 1, 4, 8, Monday night, Thursday night. But apparently there are different rules in primetime, so I would like to just know what they are. Yeah. Then maybe the office in New York can let us know. Is holding only 5 yards in primetime? Like, what other changes are there that I need to be aware of?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because that's nonsense.
And that's why I agree with you guys that it sounded like, they were trying to prove a point, or send a message, which is maybe even worse,
right?
In a game like that with the division on the line early in the season. I mean,
thankfully it didn't cost them at all.
Right. I mean, and then that really kind of galvanized the rest of the defense. Man, they were ready to go after that. They outscored Green Bay for 56 minutes of that game. It was impressive, man.
And I do want to focus mostly on the game. Right now, we've got calls. We'll get to calls. You guys want to complain about the Branch thing? We get it. We didn't understand it either. The win, the significance, 7-1 for this football team. TJ's got a bunch of thoughts we still haven't even gotten into. We ought to know which bus you're on. John's got the 14-3 bus, but I debuted the 15-2 Express.
Oh, boy.
That's right, TJ.
All right.
We want to see where you're at. We'll get to it this hour. It's 97.1. And this time of year, we tell you about great deals. It's time to get off the sideline, get in the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2025 Trax 1RS for just $239 a month, 36 months. That's $999 down at Moran Chevrolet. No word on 15-2 buses, but you can shop at moranexpress.com, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have what you're looking for. Stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Did he say that to you, TJ?
Yeah, Coach. There's a reason why we record the post-game interviews instead of doing them live.
Yeah, there's so many. There's only drop buttons. So many drop buttons you can hit before you actually live.
We need to edit
this
a couple
BS,
words.
and then he's
caught the first one,
not the second one.
Second one ripped.
Hey, TJ, Packers got an offensive lineman, Jenkins.
Yeah, Elton Jenkins.
Yeah, he said after the game, the team that executed won, not the better team.
He got his feelings hurt. Well, part of being a good team is executing, like John said. So,
yeah.
Did they miss opportunities? Yeah, Green Bay. I mean, they missed a field goal. They dropped a ton of passes, but
dropped a touchdown.
Good teams don't do that.
I'm not saying Brown didn't drop his touchdown.
Exactly.
Correct. Hell of a throw.
I mean, it was a great block on the backside by Laporta and Sewell, obviously, when Gibbs broke it on 4th and 1 for a touchdown. I mean, execution is part of being a good team.
Yeah, in situational football, taking care of the football, scoring in the red zone, being good on 3rd and 4th down.
Yep.
Here's
being
where
good
I thought
in, 2 4-minute drives.
Jared Goff was really good. Tom mentioned this earlier, and I second it, co-signed it, where Jared Goff, there were a couple of times where, he's 10 for 10 at one point, right? Is he ever going to throw another incompletion? There were a couple of third downs where blitz came, he knew it was coming, and he just simply threw the ball away where he wasn't going to get a penalty, but he wasn't going to try and force something like Jordan Love tried to do. Like that's execution in itself where, it's an incomplete pass, but he's not taking a hit and he's not putting the ball at risk.
Yeah. No, he's playing outstanding. And the stats aren't going to, oh my gosh, look at he's setting records. But the efficiency that he's playing with, man, that's all this team needs. Right?
Yeah, he's stepped up in a big way. They all were ready for this game. Like we talked Friday, I was nervous about the weather, first outdoor game, and it's raining and windy for Goff, right? Weather can kind of have an effect where it knocks both teams down to the same level. Detroit's a better football team, but weather, weird bounce, drop, pass, sloppy, it can knock down the better team to the other team's level. Detroit didn't let any of the problematic elements of that game hurt them. They were ready for all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Green Bay had a couple botched snaps, right? I mean, they couple critical snaps down in the Lions' territory where the ball's low and it bounces and the play's over. Detroit had none of that. They were ready for the game, and it shows that this team is, no matter what the adversity is, no matter what the moment is, they're ready for it. And it's why I came in today and I said, John, I won't get on your 14-3 bus. I'm in the express lane, 15-2 for this football team. Like, TJ, what adversity?
You're in the HOV lane.
Like, TJ, think about it.
Well, who's the loss to, Jim?
Well, I don't know.
Call your shot.
But think about it. Like, who are they going to? It doesn't matter what adversity they face. They lose Aiden Hutchinson. Doesn't matter. They lose Brian Branch. Doesn't matter. They go outdoors. They go on the road. They play the Vikings. They play the Packers. It doesn't matter.
TJ, before you answer the question, because we do want to know, are you more on the 15-2 bandwagon or the 14-3 bus? Is Jim Costa has a track record, and it's a recent track record. Maybe it's recency bias. He's a Red Wings fan, as we all know. Mm-hmm. Season tickets. He's been to 3 Red Wings games. All of them losses.
Ooh.
He had tickets to go on Saturday night. He decided, I'm going to watch college football. I don't want to go. Hey, babe, you go with your dad. And so he doesn't go to a game that he had tickets for, and they win. So to me...
Yeah, that's clear. That's enough of a sample size for
sure. I know. Yeah. It's a sample size. So
stay away, buddy.
With that context, I now ask you, 15-2, 14-3.
I could get on with 14-3. Is being realistic.
So negative.
No, I mean 15-2 would be incredible. Can they beat everybody?
Yeah, 14-3 would be incredible.
If they can play this way for an entire season, they're not going to lose again. They're good enough to beat everybody. But I'm not going to hold them to that expectation.
They'll be favored every game the rest of the way.
I agree with you.
Have you been a part of a team that was clearly the better team on a Sunday, yet lost?
Oh, yeah. No doubt. I think we were 12-0 in 2011, and we lost to Kansas City, who was just fired their coach. We were like 1-10.
But this
the bounce back game.
But TJ,
no, it happens.
Can they lose? Yeah. Sure, and I guess I'm building in one loss for that. That they would lose 2 more times this season. Like, Even spots like Tennessee would be a letdown spot. He has the team ready. Like, what is it going to be that they would trip up? It feels like they're ready for all of this, that they're so unified that they don't let things slip through the cracks with the details during the week, and then on game day, they execute.
I'm with you, but I think it's realistic to say you still got 4 division games left, and division
You've
games
already beaten two of them at their
place.
place.
Okay, one of them you needed a walk-off field goal. I'm not, saying there was a bad win or anything, but division games are tough, man.
Yep.
They are. We saw last year, right? Green Bay came in here, and last time you went to Chicago, it seems like that's like the next hurdle, man, is Jared Goff doesn't play good at Chicago. I think that we've still got a couple more weeks before we see that, but that's always a tough game. Buffalo's going to be a tough game. San Fran, who knows by the time December comes around,
healthy.
we're so far away from that game. These teams could look completely different. You know what I mean? So I look at it the same way, Jim. I think we're all riding high right now, and we're thinking, man, this team's never going to lose again. It's kind of the same. Do you expect Jared Goff to continue to complete 80% of his passes the rest of the season?
Right. It feels ridiculous.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of an unfair standard to hold it to and be like, the first time he goes below 70%, you're going to be like, oh, Jared Goff, like, man, he stinks again.
Cost a
You know what I mean? But it's like, to expect them to go win every single game is like expecting Jared Goff to go play every game with 2 incompletions.
But I'm at the point where if he threw for 55% completion, I go, well, they probably ran for 200 yards, or the defense probably scored a touchdown, or the special teams probably scored a touchdown. Like, they always pick each other up.
I'm with you, but I think it's the expectation that it's just going to continue to happen.
They've earned it.
I think it's a little bit unrealistic.
The thing is, they have a look, though, of a dominant team that comes along in this league every 5 to 10 years. They really do look, and I think it's hard for us to believe because of the past around here.
Well, I believed before it was cool to believe.
Like yesterday, I think something that we haven't mentioned yet this morning, but really gets taken for granted, is that basically once they got the touchdown to open the second half, they put the offense on autopilot on the road in the division and still won the game. Mm-hmm. And only gave up a garbage TD because Amik Robertson had a personal foul. Seriously, think about that.
They weren't going to give up a touchdown at all in the game, and that's a testament to Aaron Glenn. And we don't even know if he could see the play sheet, and the defense was ready to go. Did you, TJ? You didn't see it because you were at the game, but his glasses.
Yeah, I saw it on the TV broadcast a couple times. But and I had since Aiden Hutchinson went out, 3.5 games, right? The second half, Dallas, you let up 3 points. That defense had 4 takeaways. Minnesota, you let up 22, right? We fumbled the ball, gave them 6 points. You had a takeaway that game. Tennessee, 14 points, 4 takeaways.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Green Bay didn't score a touchdown until 3.5 minutes left in the game. And obviously, you had the pick 6. That defense outscored Green Bay's offense for 56 minutes. You know what I mean? So, and I did think yesterday, like, I don't know about you guys, it did feel like, and I know we all saw the reports like right around game time that they're expected to make a move for Zadarius Smith. I haven't seen any updates this morning, but clearly, you look at these games and you still say, man, like, you have to address the pass rush, right? You got a day and just a little bit over, a day now.
Yeah, 4 o'clock tomorrow.
To do it, but that still feels like, man, if there's going to be something that holds this team back, there were still way too many times where Jordan Love just had all day in the pocket.
Yeah. Oh, he did. He had plenty of time.
I still think that's, we can't overlook the fact that we're on a winning streak. Everything's going great. You still got to find ways to improve.
I would agree. I think you can acknowledge how dominant this team is and say, put another log on the fire, right? Yeah. Add more, get better.
I think we're just really happy, both TJ and I, that you had to wait till mid-season before you finally got behind this team. That you finally got on the bus, and you could call it the 15-2 train and the 14-3 bus, but that you finally, when it was finally cool, and it was obvious. When it was convenient, but it was obvious that they're a good team, that you finally got on board. We appreciate that.
I went from negative hater, 12-5, division champion, NFC champion, to the most positive member of the show now at 15-2.
When it was convenient.
Winning will win people over. 248-539.
Conveniency really helps.
97-97. Tim in Flushing, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. First, I agree with John. I hope I'm wrong and that Costas is right. Okay? I'll never say that again probably, but I'm going to say it anyway. I love this. I love it.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm an official, but I do basketball and baseball, and I'm sitting there watching this branch hit. Sorry to revisit this because I know we've beaten it. I'm sitting there trying to figure it out. And, I sat there. The only thing I can think of is that, and a lot of times as officials, you sit there and you say, you want to make sure that whatever you do in the first half, you keep it consistent through the second half, right? So they don't want to get somewhere where Branch, okay, they'll let that hit go at the beginning of the second quarter, whenever that was. And all of a sudden, that guy, okay, he knocks him off. But then the third quarter, he goes and really takes somebody's head off because they let him go too far. That's the only explanation I could come up with, other than TJ them handing it down for the New York. I couldn't think. I'm sitting there. I was confused. Really, it didn't look that bad.
It didn't look like any different than the head-to-head, helmet-to-helmet hits we see all across the Sunday.
Almost every game you see a hit like that.
Probably almost every single game. Jay in Walled Lake, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
So, really quick, something? While we know this team is tough as hell, I think one big factor that everybody's kind of underrating is how well the fans travel. Think about it. In a division game like Green Bay yesterday, you got all of these Lions fans traveling there, and when they're getting momentum, you hear Jared Goff. That kind of juices up the team. It does. And that if you rally behind this team, the team is going to play well. But I am very impressed with how well our defense is playing. They didn't give up just a ton of yards through the air or on the ground. And when Josh Jacobs kind of got off, you seen them make the proper adjustments and, kind of held that team just about scoreless throughout the whole game. You know what I mean? It was never a point in the game where I thought that this team was ever in trouble and that they might lose. Even though Jordan Love had a lot of time in the pocket, he didn't make a lot of good throws because they were playing in the rain. I don't think the Packers were prepared at all.
Nope.
And that's saying a lot coming on a home game, right, against a divisional opponent. Y'all both are fighting for the first place. They just seemed like they were just not ready at all, and they were ready to go home. Like, this wind and this rain is killing us. Let's just go home and do what we have to do. But this Lions team is tough as hell. I can only see them maybe losing another 2 games.
That puts them right in that 14-15 wins. Yeah, they're just becoming this team that just there's no way that you can rattle them. And they just keep winning. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. Ticket Texter says Mike Florio made up the Zadarius Smith trade rumor to drive up the price. Coming up next, do we actually think that deal happens? What is the expectation ahead of the deadline? Get TJ's thoughts. It's 97.1. Ticket Texter says, I am not on the 14-3 bus or the 15-2 train, not even the 16-1 jet. I'm taking SpaceX back in time, 17-0, baby. The euphoria is real. Lions fans are in a great mood. Victory Monday, 6 straight wins, and a double-digit victory at Lambeau Field. TJ Lang is in studio. TJ, this is unlike anything we've ever seen.
Are we just wiping off that Tampa loss?
That's what you said, back in time, and they're just going to review it like...
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Didn't actually happen. Zadarius Smith, as we look ahead a little bit here, he posted on Instagram, wearing all blue, week 10, breadcrumbs. The report from Pro Football Talk is he will be a Detroit Lion soon. What do you make of it?
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I think he's been one of the hottest names of realistic guys that could be on the move, right? He's an upgrade from the defensive ends that you currently have on the roster. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I would be surprised for him or Ojulari from the Giants. And I don't know. Okay, experience-wise, I'll take Zadarius, especially in division. If you don't want to make a long-term commitment and it's probably going to cost you less, Ojulari is in the last year of his rookie contract. Now, it's not as good of a fit for this defense because he's not as good at defending the run or playing the same position, really. He's an edge pass rusher. He's not going to be – Zadarius is going to be a guy that can defend the run as well.
Hand in the dirt and play the run, yeah.
But he's on the last year of his contract because Zadarius has 2 years, this year and next year.
Could you get both? We talked about it a little bit last week.
Sure. You can get both. I mean, you can. I mean, the easy answer is sure. Until somebody tells you no.
It's just the best of both worlds. You don't have to mortgage the future, and you're not putting all your hopes onto one player. It's a couple guys. It's reinforcements. It's multiple players that can win one-on-one and get to the quarterback. Yeah. Both of them have more than 5 sacks this season, right? I think Zadarius is at 5 or 6, and Ojulari's at, I think, 6 or 7.
Yeah, it last, I think, 3 or 4 games for
Ojulari. 5 and 3 games or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was starting to, talking with Green Bay people yesterday. That was a name that Green Bay was talking about trying to go after, Ojulari.
Ojulari, yeah.
So, and that's something that we talked about, I think, last week, that if you stand pat, there's a gap between you and everybody else. At this point of the season, if you stand pat, other teams are going to make moves to start to close that gap on you, right?
Like Minnesota last week added a tackle, right? And we've seen Baltimore add a receiver, and Kansas City's added a receiver and a pass rusher.
Yeah, AFC is like a race to get a wide receiver, it seems like.
Yeah.
Teams over there making moves.
Buffalo added Amari Cooper. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah, the Jets went with Devontae Adams.
Finally worked out for him. Finally worked out for him on Thursday.
There it is.
Finally worked out. Yeah.
The expectation for you tomorrow is what? That the Lions do something?
Yeah.
And is it
they have to?
And is it Zadarius Smith then that you expect them to land?
If I'm going to believe the reports.
Yeah. Then maybe you don't. I mean, we had ticket texters say, no one else is confirming it. Is this a bidding war? Is this a Cleveland source leaking it to say, hey, highest and best, come get them before Detroit does? Is there a deal in place or not? We don't know.
Right. That's what I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, that's been, and not even just yesterday, but really the past couple weeks, I think that's been a name that has been linked to be on the move. So do I expect the Lions to be in that conversation? Absolutely. That's the biggest need right now. You need to go get somebody that can kind of help that pass rush, jolt the pass rush a little bit, while also, like you said, John, setting an edge in the run game. Out of realistic targets, I mean, I think we're all taking Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, all those guys off maybe the realistic table. So if Zadarius Smith is on the move, I absolutely expect the Lions to be in the mix for it.
Yeah, and it was Dave Burkett had this, I think it was yesterday, in the Free Press, where sources close to the situation said that they did call Vegas about Max Crosby. And so you got to love the fact that it's leaking out. There are reports that they're at least making all of those calls. And so if they made that call, that they've been in the mix with a Zadarius Smith or an Ojulari. Like, all of these are the next level, even 2 levels down from where you're talking about with Max Crosby. So, yeah, I think the conversations are happening. It's just going to be a matter of who ends up getting the deal done.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like you're going to get, an all-pro or have to give up multiple picks, but are you making an upgrade? Yeah, you're making an upgrade if you go get a guy like Zadarius Smith, right? And I think that's all that us as fans would like to see, just the effort of, hey, we got a real chance this year, we're going to take some chances and try to keep improving as much as we possibly can. I think the worst idea, we kind of saw it last year, was just kind of standing pat, right? Just feeling like you're good enough right now. Are they good enough right now? Right now they are, right? But who knows come end of December, January football, right? This team could look totally different. At least give the effort to say, man, we really feel like we got a chance. We're going to go out there and take our shot.
There's no bye weeks. So, again, this is kind of a march to the end of the season, and there will be a battle of attrition. And
there'll be a bye week in that first round.
Right. But until then, you're going to have to play, 10 straight weeks here? Buckle up the chin straps. Some guys are going to get banged up. Give yourself a chance with some reinforcements.
Yet you think they're only going to have one more loss, no matter the injuries.
Well, I mean, they've lost Aiden. They've missed J-Mo. They lose Brian Branch mid-game. Hasn't seemed to matter. Mm-hmm. But when you get to the playoffs and you play the best of the best, you want to know that you've done everything you can so that you win those playoff games and win a Super Bowl. And it feels like if Brad Holmes doesn't do something, I really just don't want to be gaslit as a fan. Like, well, we like our group. Like, we know you've done your homework. We know you've watched this football team too and have seen the inability for guys to win one-on-one, the need to blitz to get any semblance of pressure. I don't want the Lions to come out and not do anything and then tell us like, oh, well, we've been winning. We're okay. We know you still have to, and they know they still have to do more.
And the buy-in will be there forever. Whoever that player is, that they decide, hey, okay, we're going to pull the trigger on this trade. If it's Zadarius Smith, he's already talked about, I think it would be fun to play in Detroit. I would like to be there. And you know that in the mindset of the player coming in, you're now going from a bad team to a team that is, in a lot of cases, favored to win the Super Bowl. And this is one of his quotes as well. It's kind of a side benefit. If I was to go to Detroit, I would like it because I get to play Green Bay twice a year, the Vikings twice a year. So, that'll be big. I mean, this is a guy that played for both of those franchises. They at some point said, we no longer want you. Now you get him to come in for a division opponent and play with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
248-539-9797. We have ticket text. We got open lines. You want to talk about the game, the deadline, Brian Branch, dealer's choice. Paul in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, great game yesterday. I can't stand the Packers. In fact, I hate them, and I know TJ's there, and I'm sorry, but I never could. And the hit yesterday, and I want to agree with John on something because I think he said something about this earlier, the fact that I don't think when Brian was coming across that he actually saw, where Wilson was when he hit him. And I actually think he didn't mean to hit him high like that in the helmet. I think it was just the fact that he didn't see him coming in like that, and when you play football, that's what you're taught to do is to tackle the guy. So, I mean, if he was blocked in any way, shape, or form from seeing Wilson, he's going to probably hit him in the head. And Wilson was off balance anyway. So I don't understand the mentality with Green Bay. I understand that it's the holy grail of football, all right? But you know what? It's an NFL franchise, just like the Detroit Lions. The Lions are playing very well right now. Why would you even though the Lions did need Branch last night because they won the game, but why would you hinder a team like that, after something like that? I don't understand the mentality with the NFL, all right? Because you're right. Because when you start doing stuff like that and you eject a guy for a hit like that, you're asking for trouble, and it's going to come across from the whole league, not just a couple of teams. I mean, you're setting a different precedent here. So, from this point on, all right, once the dust settles and all this, I mean, is Brian Branch going to get fined for this? Or is he
he'll definitely get fined,
Suspension? I don't know. I mean, TJ, what do you think?
You're definitely going to get fined. Anytime you draw a personal foul, it's an automatic fine. You can go back and appeal it throughout the week. But, the double bird, that's going to be another fine.
Suspension? He said suspension.
Do I think it's possible? I mean, anytime you get kicked out of a game, I think that's an automatic discussion. And then you add on the unsportsmanlike after that. Would I be surprised to see this week that maybe they try to throw a game at him? I don't think I would. I think he would have a good chance to appeal it because you have a chance to say, look, did I hit the guy high? Yeah. Was it a penalty? Sure. But the guy didn't even get hurt. We saw Chris Olave get
carted off the field.
Carted off the field. I mean, they threw like 9 penalty flags on that hit. That guy still was allowed to play and stay in the game, right? He's going to get a fine. But suspension talk, I don't know. That's going to be interesting this week, and I think only because if it was off the hit, no. But if you combine that with the fact that he did throw up the double bird gesture over to the sideline, anytime you rack up penalties like that,
Plural,
I think they're probably going to take a look at it. Do I think it's worthy of a suspension personally? No, I don't. But I don't know what the NFL is going to do. They kicked him out of the game yesterday, which I didn't think was I thought was absurd too. So I have no idea what they're going to do.
Well, it felt like he already got more than enough of a punishment for what happened. That's just my 2 cents of it, but it's not my call in the league. Okay, TJ, maybe it is a suspension. We'll see. We got thoughts coming up next from you guys. Ticket, text, phone calls. Karschen Anderson, 10 o'clock. It's 97.1. Fall is here. It's a Victory Monday. Don't be one of those millions of Americans that lets their dental benefits go to waste. Give Brightside Dental a call. Get in there for an exam or a cleaning. They've got appointments all November and December with 9 Metro Detroit locations. Up to 9 now. Just opened a new one in Trenton. Give them a call today. 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightsideDental.com. If you're someone who's subconscious about their smile, let's take care of it. Brightside Dental and Orthodontics. They've got braces and Invisalign. Check them out. Brightside Dental. No judgment. Just care. Hell of a play by Kirby Joseph for the Detroit Lions. Game-altering play because now you're up 2 scores going into the half. And it's a monsoon. And Jordan Love's got to throw it nearly 40 times. Good luck.
Yeah, you took Josh Jacobs out. He had 10 carries in the first half and then I think 3 in the second, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. And you get the ball coming out of half, you put up another touchdown.
Because if I'm Green Bay at the time, we're out rushing Detroit in a game that's going to be all about the trenches and, hard hat on and slobber knocker. And if it's a 1-score game, you can stay better committed to that. Once it starts going the other way, you're down 2-3 scores, you got them right where you want them. And Detroit earned that position by not making the mistakes. Like, what is Jordan Love thinking on that play?
No idea. That was horrendous.
I don't know, but have you seen I don't know if I'll have to Google this here in just a second, but there's a screenshot of Kirby Joseph's Wikipedia page, and it goes through the normal stuff, right? Kirby Joseph, born, blah, 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 is an American professional football safety for the Detroit Lions of the National Football League. He played college football at Illinois. He is also owner of the Green Bay Packers and father to Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love.
He does seem to like playing at Lambeau Field.
He does.
How about this? 6th interception of the year, most in the league. 14 for his career, tied for the most in the NFL since he entered the league. And since 2000, only Ed Reed has more interceptions among safeties in their first 40 games. Ballhawk.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Yeah, just
really good.
Somebody has either done a screenshot, an edit, or it's been edited back to it stops at he played college football at Illinois. That's too bad.
Angry Packers fans scouring Wikipedia this morning.
Yes, it's for their daddy.
TJ, we brought it up earlier. 2 years ago, Aaron Rodgers called them that team. It was on November 6th of 2022. He said we lost to that team. They were a 1-6 football team.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, counting that day, Detroit is 29-9. They've won the division. They've won a couple playoff games. They're the best team in football. They are that team, a team nobody wants to play. Very different than what Aaron meant, but very true today.
They are that team.
They are that team nobody wants to play.
No doubt, man. And they're doing it all 3 phases. Even Jack Fox yesterday, man, had a couple field flipping punts.
61-yarder in the rain where the ball was snapped low.
Yeah.
First of all, great job catching it, and then he gets off a 61-yarder.
Yeah. And there was a horrible fair catch by Jaden Reed, by the way.
Oh, I know. There was like 20 yards in front of him. The closest guy is 20 yards away.
Thank you.
And you could tell when he caught it, too, and looked up, he was like, oh. Bad decision.
Oops.
I thought the same thing, too. They let it go on the broadcast, but I'm like, oh, man, that's not going to be let go in the meeting rooms.
No.
With Jordan Love, not to gloss over it, that interception he threw, terrible pick. How do we view him right now? Like, as an excuse, he's hurt, and I know he's limping out there on the field. He's leading the league in interceptions. Like, if everybody thought that the second half of last year was a coming out party, I'll point to the dumb interception he had against San Francisco in the playoffs and the mistakes he continues to make this season. Did people put the cart before the horse on him being this next great franchise quarterback?
And he also hasn't played he leads the league in interceptions. He didn't play in 2 games, and I think only part of a third. Yeah.
Missed about 2.5 games, yeah. I mean, he's turnover prone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's
got to be a leader somewhere.
I don't think it's this, but you kind of view him, and I don't think it's this. I don't want to disrespect the guy, but it's kind of turning into like a Geno Smith type. Like, the guy's got talent. If you give him time, he can hit open receivers. But also, if you fluster him a little bit, he's going to be a turnover machine. Like, that's what he's been this year.
TJ, that's going to get aggregated now. Former Packer TJ Lang calls him Geno Smith.
He's turning the ball over.
It's going to be on the blogs everywhere,
and
TJ.
an unrealistic rate. You know what I mean? Like, that's an unsustainable rate. Like, that's the type of quarterback. That's how you look at some of these other guys. Hey, man, if we fluster him, we know he's going to give us some chances to take the ball away.
Yeah.
He's turning that type of quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's hurting, it's hurting that team, which we're not sad about, but he's hurting his team when he makes plays like that. That was a game-changing, horrible,
it altered the whole thing.
Inexcusable pass in that situation.
He also had one play later in the game that didn't come back to haunt him, but it was like a second down, and he's drifting, and it's like, dude, throw the ball away. He's drifting, he's pumping, and he threw it, and it was incomplete. It's like, what are you doing?
I think that was a fumble, by the way, too. That ball came out of his hand. You're talking about late down
second
on
half.
Kind of the sideline.
Yes.
And we ended up, that was actually the drive that I think they got the stop on the 4th and 1 to Jacobs, but I know which one you're talking about. He's going down the sideline. He went to like throw it away, but that ball looked like it just bounced out of his hand. I thought they should have reviewed it and taken a look at it.
Yeah, it looked like it slipped.
Yeah, because if they would have called it a fumble, that would have been 3rd and 10 instead of it's incomplete. Let's go back to 3rd and 1. It didn't make a difference anyways, but yeah, you're right.
Ooh.
I mean, there's just some dumb plays like that.
Moves just made in the NFL.
Yeah,
Saints have fired head coach Dennis Allen.
First coach fired.
That's no surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Lost 7 straight games.
Yeah, started 2-0, scoring 60 points a game, and then I know Derek Carr got
quarterback is kind of.
One of them was Dallas.
Well, Derek Carr played yesterday. They lost Carolina.
Well, yes, I get it. I just from that stand, you lose all momentum because your quarterback gets out, and then you figure out that he sucks anyway.
Gators very quick. I'm not a Dennis Allen defender.
No. I'm not a Derek Carr defender. I don't like Derek Carr at all.
We're having a great time.
Well, how can we not? I mean, they're playing in a perpetual sneeze yesterday, and it doesn't seem to affect them. They're able to get through anything at this point. Knocking on wood. We don't need to look for more adversity.
No, they've handled plenty so far.
Yeah, let's ease up the adversity factor and get some guys back. Hopefully, we don't have to worry about any suspension for J-Mo until after the season's done, and guys get healthy. Let's get Pascal back. Let's make some moves. Bring some new players in here. But boy, it was fun watching it yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's raining. I got gloves. I'm good. Oh, but he can't play outside. He can't play in the rain. He can't play at Green Bay. All that stuff that they were talking about after the game. They're getting chesty about that now.
As they should.
I like it. I like it because you see, like, after the game now you have all this great access, right? You see the speech Dan Campbell gives to the team in the locker room, and then you see Jared Goff take that same speech and take it to the podium. Or you see Dan Campbell take that same speech and take it to the podium. And now everybody in the media gets to hear about it, and they're all writing about it. And, yeah, they should be – they've got a giant chip on their shoulder, and they are cashing in receipts for the last, 60 years with the organization. But since these guys have taken over, they've been told everything. You can't do this, you can't do that, and they're just doing it.
What's the game plan today?
Well, a lot of football, obviously, champ and chump. Some observations for the game. The latest on the trade, possible trade. There's updates. Stuff to get to. So hopefully a deal goes down soon.
Carson Anderson, they're next, 97.1.
This morning on ESPN, Rex Ryan called the Lions the best coached team in the NFL. They were ready for the conditions. Green Bay was not. I feel like we are living in some sort of bizarro world. Like everything is inverted. Everything is inverted. Lions can't lose. The Indiana Hoosiers can't lose. What is going on? What is going on?
Yeah, what is going on?
Yeah, but I love it. I'm leaning into it. And, it's funny. The people that want to say Lions are the best team in football, I'm not going to argue with you. They are.
It's hard to argue.
Yeah, and
you want to say they're better coached? Yep. I mean, I still can't believe Green Bay didn't make a quarterback switch. I don't know if it would have paid off for the Packers. It's not going to make those guys catch the passes, although if the passes were better passes, maybe. But it was – I just didn't understand that to keep Jordan Love in the game. But, hey, I don't care. I love it. Lions do what they do.
And they're doing it their way. Like our guy there's this thing with the Lions. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I can't get over –
They won. I'll allow the rudeness.
Well, let's. It'd take a lot to get me mad today. The Lions have a general manager that really kind of might just be the thing that we always feared. That he is acting like the smartest guy in the room because he is the smartest guy in the room. You can't take a off-the-ball linebacker at 18 who had 13 tackles yesterday. Jared Goff is not a reclamation project. He might win MVP.
Right.
Yesterday, there were times in that game where you start thinking about who is on the field and who is not on the field. Aiden Hutchinson's out for the year. Jamison Williams is suspended. Marcus Davenport's done. Derek Barnes is out. Carlton Davis left the field at one point.
John Kaminsky was gone before the year began.
Malcolm Rodriguez was scratched. And there were big plays, like the big, huge plays in that game where it was Ennis Rakestraw, James Houston, Trevor Nowaski, Brandon Joseph, depth guys that were being counted on to make plays. And they did in spite of going through the depth chart and taking the red pen and crossing out names. Brian Branch was ejected. If you think of who are the Lions' biggest playmakers this season on the defensive side of the football, it's 32 and 97. They weren't in that game for the. Obviously, Aiden wasn't the whole game.
With a lot of 31 as well, but yes.
31's a hell of a player, Kirby Joseph. You got a defensive coordinator that can't see. You got it's.
It's just trying to level the playing field.
It's bizarro world. And I only fear right now is keeping the quarterback upright, and there's a lot of season to go. Like it's, peaking in early November is not the goal, but maybe they haven't even peaked yet.
Well, they did a hell of a job of protecting Goff yesterday. I mean, he didn't drop back and throw it all that often. He had 22 pass attempts, was sacked once, so he drops back 23 times, presumably, maybe a couple more than that. But it was just this game plan. And you knew what it was going to be. You knew when you saw the conditions that the Lions were going to be run heavy. You knew that. But Ben Johnson says, yeah, we're going to run the ball, but we're not abandoning throwing the ball downfield. They're taking chances. There's Amon-Ra, for 25 yards. Boom, we'll throw it downfield. There was a one drive where they started and all they did was pass, like deep in their own territory. They're just throwing the ball. Yeah, we're going to throw it. Because it's part of the game plan. We can't abandon it because, there's some rain outside and, some wind. We're going to do what we're going to do, which is be smart about it. Be measured about it. And it was a brilliant game plan all game long. You got Sonic and Knuckles working in the backfield and between the two guys, 28 carries and 168 yards rushing and a touchdown, or 138 yards rushing and a touchdown. You'll take it. It's just... people step up to the occasion, and that is a testament to the mantra that this team lives by, the culture that exists in Allen Park and Ford Field,
and the faith that you have in Dan Campbell and his coaching staff and Brad Holmes for helping to assemble the talent on this team. This is just a total team effort, and all under the watchful eye of the ownership. It's been fantastic, and you go back 4 years, and thank you, Sheila Ford Hamp, for doing what you did. Saying enough's enough with these guys. We're going to get rid of them. Now we got to start new. What do? Go a little unconventional. You bring in the kneecap biter. People are like, I don't know. And now, okay, they're 29-9 in the last 38 games.
And people are calling them the best coach team in the NFL.
And they're certainly, without question, right now, the best team in the NFC. Yeah. Without question, right now, they're the best team in the NFC. And you could debate the NFL part with Kansas City, but we don't have to worry about that. And they don't worry about that. All they care about is the next game.
So, look, obviously we've got this game to talk about in depth, and just the what's going on with our Lions has been remarkable. And then there's the latest on the trade deadline. And look, nothing has happened yet. We've all seen the reports about, supposedly there's this pending deal with Zadarius Smith, but until it happens, we'll see. The Lions had no sacks yesterday. They only had one TFL, and I think their lone TFL came on a botched snap.
Yeah, there were. I was going to say there were some. I think that was it.
Yeah, which
recovered like 2 yards.
Yeah. Adam Schefter said this morning the player to watch is still Zadarius Smith, but he's not the only player to watch, but he's the most logical, and it's not going to take a whole lot to trade for him, according to ESPN's insider. The Free Press reported over the weekend the Lions did call about Max Crosby, but I don't think that's going anywhere. And keep an eye on Olajari from the Giants.
Ojulari.
Yes, thank you. And who's the guy? Barrett Browning. Barrett Browning from the Broncos. And I got to tell you, I think before you do anything, you always make one last call to Jerry Jones. And and just see, if he's had how much bourbon he's had and whether or not he's fire sailing this season. And I'll never forget, he gave up a first, a third, and a sixth for Roy Williams.
That's right. Yeah, but Jerry, sell-off Jerry, I don't know what sell-off Jerry is like, but I'm with you. I have it on my show sheet. My first call is to Jerry Jones. Hey, man, sorry things are going so bad there. I understand you're going to have to get some MRIs on Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Thoughts and prayers. But what about Micah Parsons? Do you plan on hanging on to him? Because I know you got a lot of salary tied up to a bunch of players already, and he's got a contract coming up. Do you would you like to ease your pain a little bit? Can we offer you a couple first-round picks to get Micah Parsons? Is that possible? And I know people listening right now are probably laughing,
right,
and maybe giving me the double bird. But I'm just saying you got to make a call.
Well, I think you always call Jerry
because Jerry does crazy things, and if that's possible, make it happen. And if not, okay, that's fine. Cool. We got other plans, and we can make those happen.
248-539-9797. Monday's Mean Champ and Chump gets our nominations today at 10:35. Want to hear from you, of course. Lions beat the Packers 24-14 to improve to 7-1. One more win, it'll be the greatest start in Detroit Lions history. On the road at Houston. I saw last night the Lions opened up as a 3-point favorite, and it quickly moved to 5. So it's
saw that.
It's pretty incredible what's going on with our football team.
We have some breaking news in the NFL. Did you guys see this?
Is it a whoa or is it a huh?
Well, it could affect the Lions. That's why I bring this up.
What is it?
Another head coach has been fired. Great call by Gator earlier this year when I asked you guys who would get fired first, and then you went with Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh's obviously not with the Jets anymore. I went with Dennis Allen, and Dennis Allen's just got fired by the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
They might be selling everybody, and that's a Chase Young guy, and Granderson's a guy that you've brought up, Gator. This could be a team that's, hey, we are unloading before Tuesday.
Yeah, and I saw this that came from on Twitter from Jason OTC, who's an NFL salary cap and contract expert with nearly 68,000 followers, so we can trust this, I guess.
Jason Ocht?
Yeah, Ocht.
No, I'm just kidding. It's over the cap.
Over the cap, yeah.
He says the Saints are such a mess. About $60 million over the cap next year. They only have 2 players that are going to save them $3 million if they're cut, and 6 if increased to $2 million. they need a few players to retire and Derek Carr to agree to help them out. So just to add more fuel to that fire, yeah, I've talked about Granderson, and they do have Chase Young. These guys that are no longer going to be on the team come later this week.
Get to your phone calls next. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. First, if you haven't checked out their happy hour, you're in for a treat. Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6. They put you in control with their $5 You Call It and an awesome $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. For just $5, you can enjoy your preferred drink of choice like Tito's, Captain Morgan, Jack Daniels, and more. And for $2 more, call out your favorites like Patron Silver, Grey Goose, Maker's Mark. Even better, they got great food choices to pair like the $5 fried pickles or Billionaire's Bacon, or $7. For $7, try their smoked chicken quesadillas or loaded fries. And for you night owls, they run all the deals I just mentioned during their late night happy hour from 10 to close. And great time to take advantage of those deals is during Monday and Thursday football games, second half, right? Great deals for the second half of those games. And then there's the Twin Peaks girls. They simply do it better than anyone else. So what are you waiting for? They have a monster football matchup tonight, Tampa at Kansas City. Late night happy hour should kick off about the same time as the second half. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Still no trade to report, and that's going to be till there is a trade to report. We'll be updating you all day long, and so
we should come back from every break.
Still no trade to report. Yeah, and we may.
Yeah,
we absolutely may, just because I know that this is a It's kind of the next thing. We're waiting to see what happens. With all the reports that Zadarius Smith might get traded to New York, and players in Cleveland yesterday talking about him like he's already gone, and it was high praise. We will keep you updated, and when there's any smoke, any rumblings, we'll pass it along. In the meantime, our football team proves to 7-1 with a 24-14 win over Green Bay. In a game that it didn't feel that close, and yet Green Bay had multiple opportunities. Apparently, it was only raining when Green Bay had the football because their receivers dropped it. Our guys didn't. It's pretty remarkable how buttoned up the passing game was when it was impacting Green Bay like crazy, but not Detroit.
When you think back
not the Dome team.
No. When you think back to the touchdown pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown, under those conditions, with that tight of a window to throw, like he's not open. Jared Goff drops back and throws it to his spot, and Amon-Ra happens to, he's the best. He knows what he's doing, runs the route the way you got to, but he's not open. And just jumps up, snatches it out of midair, spins around, gets the toe tap, and it's a touchdown. And there's not even a question. Oh, did he catch it or not? Did it juggle in his hand? No, it's a catch. It is remarkable. But these guys are on a mission.
Yep, they are on a mission, and they seem to be so locked in on that mission. Our football team is so locked in right now that even with, some critical injuries, ejections, suspensions, go to Green Bay, get the job done. Ryan in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, man. How's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
First-time caller. I love your guys' show.
Thank
it's
you.
Awesome. I just wanted to bring up one of the guys that's been really impacting us, Trevor Nowatzki out of Saginaw Valley State, right? Aiden Hutchinson goes down. This guy gets called up, and he's getting a lot of snaps. He's making huge plays, like yesterday on our own 15. On their own 15, they run the football on 4th and 1. Trevor Nowatzki's there, makes the stop. He's made critical plays. He's really stepped up for us. I think it's really awesome to see, man, the culture that we have. And he fits it perfect. He fits the culture for Detroit football perfectly. He plays with a lot of heart, man. This guy's incredible. I can't give this guy enough praise.
He's great. And he had a couple games in a row. He had a sack. Then he had the interception for the third game in a row. And then he goes out and makes the big play yesterday. And, if you watch any of the pregame coverage or if you watch anything with Fox Sports over the weekend, you saw Dan Miller sat down with him and did an interview with him. And he is just so down to earth and so appreciative of the opportunity that he has. Last year he was with the Cardinals after the Lions released him at some point. He goes to the Cardinals, and they don't make the playoffs. And, of course, the Lions do, and it was tough for him to watch, but he was just happy watching on the couch for his teammates. And then when the time came to come back to the team, he couldn't have been happier. It's a great story for a great guy.
Man, this guy, I can't give him enough praise. I feel like people don't talk about him enough and what he's done for this football team. Aiden Hutchinson, our biggest defensive guy, goes down, and you got guys like him on our bench that are stepping up. This team is a Super Bowl ready team.
Just out of curiosity, Ryan, like listening to you talk, do you know him?
So my brother played football with him actually at Saginaw Valley. Mm-hmm. My brother played football with him at Saginaw Valley. He was always down to earth. He was the hardest working guy in the room, and he was just an awesome player. I remember watching him play, and his name was getting called on the defensive side every play at Saginaw. Yeah. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Sorry, excuse my French. I'm like.
The comfort level sometimes.
Yeah.
We're just hanging out. We're just talking.
Look,
can't
Aaron,
say that.
So he's with the Cardinals. He gets put on waivers. The Lions claim him immediately. And Aaron Glenn, one of his news conferences earlier this year, said, we were disappointed when we lost Trevor Nowatzki. We didn't want to lose Trevor Nowatzki, but roster crunches sometimes make things happen. And we're excited as hell to bring him back. And look, he's been pressed into duty, and he is helping out. He's helping out quite a bit.
You can get comfortable when you're talking about your friends on the radio, guys.
Yeah, I guess.
Words just fly out of your mouth.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Feedback coming in, Champ, the Detroit Lions that win at Lambeau Field. Chump, NFL officiating on Brian Branch's ejection. We'll talk about that today. Champ Oregon. I absolutely love that they whooped Michigan and that Michigan's getting what they deserve. Wow. Okay. Chump Michigan State. You cannot give up 48 unanswered points. I don't know how I feel about Smith anymore. Somebody's in a toxic place.
Well, in fairness, was it 46 or was it 47? 48 or 47?
47. Get it right.
Come on.
Saints fired Dennis Allen, so go get me Carl Granderson right now. It's from Tom in Flat Rock. Boys, I say Max Crosby's still in play. I don't care what the owner says. Could all be negotiation tactics to say he's unavailable? The two sides have had conversations. That's for Sean in West Bloomfield. Well, I mean, you can always circle back. It has been reported that the Lions have been in contact with the Raiders. And I would imagine when you agree to terms, like if this whole thing with Zadarius Smith is true, that they've agreed to terms on a Zadarius Smith trade, then why hasn't it happened yet? I go back to what I said last week, because this is the day you make the call to everybody, circle back to Cincinnati won, but circle back to everybody and say, hey, you sure?
Hendrickson had 4 sacks yesterday. He had a day. Had a day. And the Bengals won big, and the Bengals they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And if I were the Bengals, I probably wouldn't make a trade.
And who did they beat? The Raiders.
Yeah.
So,
but I if you're the Bengals, you're not giving up.
No, and I'm going to guess that there's probably not accessibility to Trey Hendrickson either, but
you're right. You still make the call.
You circle back.
Over, make all the calls. But I would definitely still make a call over to the Raiders and say, you sure now? I mean, you guys are you got 2 wins. You sure? You sure don't want to be in rebuild? Because you can get a lot for this guy. I'm just saying. No? Okay. Thank you.
Stephen Akar says, I am just worried that Jerry Jones is going to swoop in with some ridiculous deal for Zadarius Smith last minute. Just stick a fork in us. Just to stick a fork in us. I'm sorry.
Because we embarrassed him?
Yeah.
Maybe. Ooh, that would be fiendish.
I mean, I suppose if any owner would do it, it would be him, but it would be dumb. It just would be. For them, where they are right now, just a spite move.
Well, look who it is.
Yeah, I guess that's why we're in favor of calling him, because you never know what he's going to do. So, I mean, they are trending strongly away from the playoffs. So that's the thrill. Is that the thrill he gets?
Yeah,
let's ruin these guys' season after what they did to us.
I'm going back in my yacht. Make my decision from down below.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Our champ and chump today at 10:35, 97.1 The Ticket. Still no trade to report. We were discussing last week how
no trade.
Still no trade to report.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah. We were discussing last week how each and every Sunday when you have a team like this, you're almost like out to prove that you can check every box and answer every bell. And this was another one. This was the outdoor grass bad weather game. And are they going to have home field for the entire postseason? It's certainly possible. But if they have to go on the road and it's a bad weather day in Washington, I mean, they've played in these conditions. So you're trying to prove every week, hey, lost some players, still won. Lost some critical players, still won. So there's so much that this team is proving in this juncture of time. And I can't wait for the postseason. It's still 2 months away, and I'm not wishing away the rest of the season, but their seasons are so long, and maybe they will just keep getting better and better and better. 248-539-9797. Our champ and chump coming up in a moment. Rob, you're on 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Gentlemen, how are you today on a Victory Monday?
Doing good.
Very well.
Good. Chump, unfortunately for both of you, it's got to be MSU and Michigan, both losing at home in the fashion they did. It's kind of unacceptable. But on Sunday clears everything up, and my champ is Kirby Joseph with his partner in crime, Brian Branch, kicked out of the game, and that's debatable. But Kirby flips that game on its head with the pick six to almost end the half there. 4 other tackles that day. I think he had a pass deflected as well. That was a terrific game by Kirby Joseph in that win yesterday.
It really was.
What a playmaker.
What a play. Was it 6 interceptions now?
I believe so.
Yes,
yeah.
I believe he leads the NFL, which is terrific.
And we mentioned last week that no Detroit Lion has had a double-digit interception season. I think it was 67, and Lem Barney was the last one.
Wow.
He could be the guy. It's
not easy to do.
No, it's not. And that one, he was just kind of waiting in the weeds and made a play and took it back to the house. And look, last week during the blitz thing, and Kang asked the question, who's been a trick and who's been a treat? And I said, wishful thinking. Jordan Love is a trick. He basically is. I don't know if now he's the sole leader in interceptions this year.
Yeah, and one to Joseph was just Kirby's not even like lurking in the backfield. He's right at the line of scrimmage.
No, he's in that mass of humanity. Yeah. But the other thing is 6 picks on the year, 4 of them in the end zone, in his own end zone, and then one of them he took to the opposition's end zone. So they're important picks. They are not like arm punts here.
No, he's been fantastic. He's a playmaker without question. And that was his MO at Illinois, that he was a playmaker. Mm-hmm. And he's carried it on to the NFL. He's a very, very, very valuable part of this defense. They got the best safeties in football.
They really do. Jordan Love is now tied with Geno Smith with 10 interceptions thrown this year, and Jordan Love has played 2 less games. And if it is 4 interceptions in his own end zone. Right now, opposing quarterbacks have 6 completions for touchdowns, but I believe not all of them were thrown into the end zone. I thought I saw a stat last week that it's more likely that Kirby Joseph catches an opposing quarterback's pass in the end zone than one of their own receivers. They can throw short of the end zone and the guy carries it into the end zone, but it's pretty remarkable. 248-539-9797. Our champ and chump. I'm going to start, Gator, with my champ of the weekend is Aaron Glenn. Guys, critical players off the field, doesn't matter. Green Bay got a late touchdown to make it closer, but I thought the Lions defensive coordinator did a great job.
Well, I had him as my champ as well, so I'll change it up to I'll give it. It's okay. I'll give it to Kirby Joseph because that play at the end of the first half, the pick six, completely changed the tenor of the game. And Green Bay's thinking we dodged a bullet. We didn't give up a touchdown to the Lions late. We just gave up the field goal. We're okay. We're in this, and then boom, he gets that and puts the Lions up 17-3, and then it was over with.
My chump is New York. When they said that call came from New York for ejecting Brian Branch, I think you can make a case that it was an ejectable offense. But so was the hit on Chris Olave yesterday. So was the hit by Jordan Poyer of the Dolphins yesterday. Like, we're talking about hits like this happening and our guy gets ejected. I find it very curious, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but we'll get to that a little bit later on.
Well, those are reasons why, because those are 1:00 games, and it didn't happen there, and there was some outcry from that. When you see players carted off the field and you didn't eject the player, people wonder about that, and I think that's unfortunate what happened to Brian Branch. But also unfortunate is Brian Branch is my chump of the week. I love Brian Branch, don't get it wrong. But the hit on Melton was completely unnecessary because he saw that Melton didn't catch the ball before he even starts his launch to go into him. He didn't have to touch him, and he did. Now, do I agree with him being ejected? No, I don't think you need to be ejected in the NFL for a hit like that. But nonetheless, he gets ejected, then gives a double bird to the officials, which I secretly love. But it's 30 yards and penalties on one play that totally flipped the field for Green Bay, and fortunately, the Packers missed their field goal. Otherwise, it could have been worse. But I hate to do it, but I thought I'd chump Brian Branch for that.
All right, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's go to Ron and Novi. You're next. Hello, Ron.
Hey, guys. I'd just like to make an observation about this year's Lions teams and previous Lions teams. How many times did we say previous years that, if the Lions would have just made this play, or, if they would have made that play, they would have won the game. This year, these guys are making those plays. I mean, previous years, a wide receiver not named Amon-Ra St. Brown, he doesn't catch that ball in the end zone for a touchdown. Previous years, a safety not named Kirby Joseph, that wet ball goes through his hands. We don't get a pick six. If those two plays aren't made, the Lions lose that game 14-10 yesterday. But now these guys are making the big plays to win games.
It's that. I think there's an element of finally getting some positive bounces. Like, I mean, even Jordan Love did have, was it Wicks open in the end zone? He threw it a little bit behind him. I think on a drier day, Wicks might make that catch. That should have been a touchdown that wasn't. And so I often talked about at some point the pendulum of luck is going to swing back Detroit's way. And in some ways it has. They've earned much of this. They have earned most of it. Every once in a while I see something and I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to play the whole game about, the ball's slippery and all that, well, both teams play in the same field. So I don't care whatever your excuses are. You guys didn't make the plays.
Did the Lions drop one pass?
I don't think they did.
Was there one?
Goff was, 18-22 in the game, and there were the first two passes that were incomplete. I think the first three, there was just no shot at all. They just weren't there, and it's okay. Offensive lineman Elton Jenkins had this to say after the game. He plays with the Packers. The team that executed won, not the better team.
Oh, really?
So this is another thing where, okay, fine. You know what? We'll give you that. Go ahead. You guys were the better team, and you didn't win. There's another check mark in the Lions column for stuff that they're just correcting.
Chip on the shoulder stuff.
Okay. You go ahead and feel that way all you want. And you're right. You know what happened? We did execute. And that's the difference in the game. They executed plays. They get that last drive, and David Montgomery is just on a mission to get first downs. Gets the first one, easy. Gets the second one, easy. Catches the ball for a third one, easy. I mean, are you kidding me? That's how you finish games off. Mm-hmm. And they've done that several times this year.
That's such a dumb statement by the Packer. Part of being the better team is executing. You know what I mean? Well, if we just made that shot, we would have been, we would have won the game. We were better. We took better shots. My form is better than them, but their shots just went in. Like, what are you talking about? Part of being the better team is executing the game plan. Oh, you guys didn't execute? I guess you were not the better team.
Yeah, 400 yards in offense, and it didn't matter. You couldn't score.
Because you didn't execute when it mattered.
Exactly. Didn't execute when you had to. Lions did.
248-539-9797. David, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, how y'all doing?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, so I just wanted to say one thing about our season that I noticed is everybody got more yards than us at the end of the game. Like, we kind of saving ourselves for the playoffs because we're not even spending ourselves like most teams. Like, our special teams getting it done. Like, it's to the point where that last touchdown from Green Bay, I'm sure, like, the coach is like, all right, y'all, let's just get out of this game healthy. Like, we already know we won. We far ahead. So we're not even spending ourselves like most of the other teams are.
Well, I mean, the Lions have been in some blowouts where I think they get big leads, and the other teams are forced to throw and rack up some totals. It's probably more telling in terms of the Lions had more yards than the Vikings in that game. That's like the last really close game that they played. But I do think Detroit puts people behind the eight ball, and they've got to go for chunk plays and score quickly. And you're right about the special teams. The special teams dominated the day against Tennessee, and quite frankly, Jack Fox was unbelievable yesterday in those conditions.
Did it again.
Sometimes punting out of his own end zone, and he's getting off like 60-yard bombs.
Hey, and my last thing is I wanted to shout out to Brian Branch because I know he did a bonehead play yesterday, but besides Hutch, like I know Hutch went down, but I feel like that meant more interceptions. Like they got more room, and our secondary is like him and Kirby Joseph, best safeties in the league. But Brian Branch really changed the trajectory of our team because like his IQ, hard hitting, and it's just athleticism, everything. Him and St. Brown is just like the same person, just different or the opposites.
He's great. Brian Branch is a great football player.
Fantastic player.
We talk about the ability to take in information and act on it instantaneously. Goff does it on offense. He can dissect the defense and then use that information to deliver the football to the right place. I think Brian Branch sniffs out plays and reacts about as well as you can defensively. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I know you see the red, white, and blue trucks are out there all over the place. They're there to help you when it comes to the weather changing. Those trucks belong to the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're amazing, right? And look, we got Thanksgiving. It's right around the corner, and you want to make sure that your house is ready for the turkey and ready for the party. So not only going to help you keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also unclog a pesky drain just in time for dinner. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
No trade to report yet, although there is a bit of an update. Although I want to say this about that soundbite from Jared Goff. I don't know if Jared heard. Jared, did you hear that you guys weren't the better team yesterday? Did you hear that? Did you catch that? You guys won at Green Bay in their house, but let's be clear. You were not the better team.
Maybe we'll remind him tomorrow.
I think we should. Who is it that said it?
Elton Jenkins?
Yeah. And if Elton Jenkins said it, Lions were not the better team.
They just executed better.
They just executed better.
They just beat us.
That's So Tom Pelissero tweets out, while the Saints fired Dennis Allen after a 7-game losing streak, it doesn't sound like it'll be a fire sale before tomorrow's trade deadline. They have gotten calls and could move the likes of Marshawn Lattimore, the cornerback, but a widespread sell-off seems unlikely.
So Lattimore would be, I believe, a relatively cheap addition with his base salary. There's a buyout after this year. He'd be owed $16 and $16.5 over the next 2 years.
I mean, he's awfully good, and the Lions have not locked up Carlton Davis for the future.
No.
So it's interesting.
I wouldn't imagine. I wouldn't imagine.
I don't think the Lions are after Marshawn Lattimore.
No, I don't either.
But I still think that there are defensive players available from the Saints, even if this report says it's not going to be a widespread sell-off. But if people start calling and saying, hey, Chase Young's not coming back next year, right? So why wouldn't you trade him to get something before he leaves the free agency? And Granderson is the other player who I could absolutely see going.
Granderson's under contract. He'd be owed $7.73 next year. He'd be cheap this year, $7.73 next year. And I think the cap hit would just be the base salary after that, $10.75 till age 31. But yeah, I imagine the Saints are getting calls. I think that's Zadarius Smith stuff. I mean, tell me, does this make sense? Zadarius Smith, the Lions and the Browns have agreed to terms on a Zadarius Smith trade. They just haven't pulled the trigger yet because the Lions have said to Cleveland, look, we've got to do our due diligence and just call around today and make sure that this is the deal we want. But if we don't hear what we don't expect to hear anything different, and if that's the case, then you got yourself a deal.
Well, when you have teams like the Saints also just all of a sudden, I don't want to say all of a sudden, but they fire their coach officially today, other teams get in the market. And I think when you read that report, Gator, you're playing your cards a little bit. You don't want the whole league to know, hey, we're selling everyone. Everything's free. Everything's cheap. Come over here. No, you say, no, we're not selling anything. But our phone works, right? And you can call us because, by the way, Chris Olave might be done for the year. I don't know what they think they're playing for. If they're not selling off pieces, they're in cap hell. They need to make moves.
They need to make moves.
I don't care what they say.
Without question, yeah. I agree with you.
The Lions should add something though, given that they're not as good as Green Bay, according to the Packers.
They just execute better.
Yeah,
big part.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Jake in Brighton, you're next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, happy Victory Monday, fellas.
You too.
So the biggest thing for me, first off, Doug, I love your chump. Gator, I dislike yours. It's fair. I know you love Brian Branch.
Yeah, I don't like to say
the
it.
ejection was silly.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm not going to disagree with that. The ejection didn't need to happen, but neither did the hit nor the double bird to cost you 30 yards in penalties.
And TJ, I know we don't like to talk about other shows on the radio, but TJ brought up a good point that in when you're watching it real time, the penalty's real, but like in slow motion, it makes it look a lot worse. So that's all I'll say with that. I wanted to give you guys my champ.
I will give you your time.
Sorry.
Anyone's always allowed to praise other people.
Oh, yeah.
I always like to say that if you have a problem with another show, please call them. But feel free to praise TJ and anybody.
No, I just, to me, when I'm watching it in slow motion, I'm like, oh, man, that was a hard hit. But it's also the precedent, kind of like the Texas-Georgia game where all of a sudden we're picking up flags because fans throw things on the field.
Right.
We don't want to do that on a contact hit. But I'll get to my champ and chump. My champ is really the Lions coaching staff and the Lions community as a whole. The Jared Goff chants were awesome. But Dan Campbell saying the cleats multiple times throughout the week, and I really feel like that made a difference. They were prepped for the weather. And then my chump, as a diehard Michigan fan, it was the coaching staff, because I felt like Oregon looked beatable this week, and there were some mistakes that, to me, all looked like they were on the coaching staff. I thought the players played hard, and I don't think they may have won, but I think it would have been a lot closer. Obviously, they were gifted that first touchdown of the game that hit the ground. But it was just that's my champ and chump. Lions community, and then chump Michigan coaching staff, and I hope they can figure that out.
Yeah, hey, appreciate the phone call. We'll have time for that later in the week. They did some interesting things, did Michigan, that made it feel like, they had the ball deep in their territory, down 2 scores in the fourth quarter. And then maybe had some bad calls. I know the play calling is oftentimes one of the very much go-tos of frustrated fan bases. But they don't. I'm kind of hoping Davis Warren's turned a corner. Both those touchdown passes were under duress and really nice, and the wide receivers are making some more plays. But what's odd to me with Michigan and a growing concern is the run defense and the rushing offense. Those are things that now suddenly need to get addressed. And there's an element of acceptance that this team is just, it's going to be what it's going to be, and they need a very good offseason.
Is I forget who the player was that at the end of the game when they tried the trick play and the throw, and then the receiver from Michigan ran right into the camera, boom.
Yeah, it was Alex Orji.
Oof.
Yeah.
He's okay?
I think so. Yeah,
that looked awful.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Randy in Brooklyn. Hi, Randy.
Hey, happy Victory Monday, guys.
You too.
My champ for the week is actually the offensive line. No matter the weather, whatever, they're able to protect Goff and, open those running lanes. And my chump is really the national media before that game. I don't know how much pregame you guys watch across the various networks, but, Green Bay was going to make it really tough on Detroit and probably squeak out a victory, and Detroit didn't have a chance. We're, again, a dome team. Mm-hmm. I'm sick of hearing them say that. Maybe this will shut them up.
It's pretty incredible because it's obviously all that stuff that resonated with the Lions. They love telling you about how they heard that they were a dome team. They heard that they couldn't play outdoors. And maybe you should champ the national media for bringing it up, because the Lions really seem to use that, and use whatever you want. I think bulletin board material is more difficult to drum up once you're a professional. But they have managed to do it, and they are playing like a team with a chip on their shoulder. They are.
For sure.
And the Green Bay sucks shirt that Amon-Ra wore before the game. I'm like, wow. Wow.
Well, his brother played there. He knows.
If I could just say one other thing, man, the Elton Jenkins comments, they show the difference in culture. I don't see a Lions player making a quote like that to the media at all after a game.
It's interesting, Randy, because early in Dan Campbell's career, when he was here, he did some things that we discussed a lot. After games where I felt like we'd gotten completely rooked by officiating or a bad bounce, Campbell wouldn't address it in his post-game press conferences. And we talked about how that was an interesting approach, and we felt like we thought that Dan Campbell was like, I don't want to give the impression to my players that what we did was good enough and that it was robbed from us, because I don't want them feeling like they should feel anything but pain after a loss, and that we need to address what we need to address, and there's no excuses. And I thought it was an interesting approach. And I guess that's not at all what Jenkins said, but
no, I guess I would say, having been at a lot of these press conferences after all the home games, players have said the exact same thing. Without having to say that we're the better team, but the first part they say all the time, we didn't execute. If we execute, we win the game. And in losses, that is brought up every single loss. Every player will say, we didn't execute.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Still no trade to report at this hour. Saints might be in play now as they bombed out their head coach. Always call Jerry. Seems to be a deal that might be pending with the Cleveland Browns. There are other things. I imagine that's not the only conversation Brad Holmes is having. Plus the Lions with a win on the road at Green Bay. 3 in a row at Green Bay. More evidence that we are living in bizarre world. As far as the Brian Branch ejection, we haven't really talked about it. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but if I were, I'd be espousing this one that we'll get to today at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Victory Monday in Allen Park as the Lions sit 7-1, first place in the division with 2 NFC North wins under their belt. Dan Campbell will give his follow-up thoughts this afternoon as they'll start to get ready for a primetime game in Houston next Sunday. All eyes will also be on Zadarius Smith. The Cleveland pass rusher reportedly could be on his way to Detroit eventually. After the Browns' lopsided loss yesterday, the media even asked Myles Garrett about the rumors circulating between Smith and him. Yeah, the Browns do have their own problems, as do the Saints. They announced that they have fired head coach Dennis Allen after an 18-25 record in 2.5 seasons. Monday Night Football going to wrap up the week. The Chiefs hosting the Buccaneers as the only undefeated team left in the league at 7-0. Game ones for the Wolverines and the Spartans. Michigan State basketball opens their season at 7 o'clock in East Lansing against Monmouth, and Michigan will broadcast over on WWJ at 8 o'clock versus Cleveland State to debut Dusty May as their new head coach. Oakland and Detroit Mercy also beginning their their seasons tonight. And after they beat the Nets in Brooklyn yesterday, the Pistons looking to make it 2 in a row. The Lakers are in town for the only time this season. Their home start time a little bit different for this one. Tip-off going to happen exactly at 7:30. Pregame on the ticket at 7 o'clock as LeBron takes the floor at the LCA. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Monitoring all of the reporting, and at this hour, no trade to report yet for the Detroit Lions with the trade deadline tomorrow. You heard in the update there, the Zadarius Smith stuff, which has been out there for 24-plus hours as the reporting started on that yesterday. And that there's, I don't know if it's, I don't want to call it pending. It just feels like everybody's reporting that this deal is in place. And it's just a matter of, pulling the trigger, I guess. 248-539-9797. But it makes sense. I mean, we've discussed how today is a day that Brad Holmes circles back to everybody now that there are no more games to be played before the trade deadline, and to say to the Vegas Raiders, okay, you just lost again. You're 2-7. Are you sure? Are you really, really, really sure? And if they say no, cool. Just thought we'd check. New Orleans fires their coach. They've got some pieces off the edge. Jacksonville drops to 2-7. They might be a willing trade partner. Cleveland's an obvious one.
The Cowboys suck.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys seem like they're, the type of owner Jerry Jones is, he's still going to go for it. I think he said even in the scrum yesterday after the loss, third straight loss for the Cowboys, says he's got things in the mill. I don't know what that means, if he's even telling the truth. But he basically said, we're not going to give up.
He's a wild card, man.
He is. He's absolutely a wild card.
Pick up the phone, though.
But that also means, though, he could be, if he's buying, could he go after a player that the Lions are looking for or looking at, I think a texter mentioned Zadarius Smith.
They're getting Parsons back real soon, so I'm not sure if they would do that. But yeah, I mean, could he go out and buy something? Yeah, because Jerry's Jerry. But he's not happy that he's trailing Philadelphia and he's trailing Washington at this point. But they also have to get MRIs on their quarterback and their top receiver. So, I mean, at some point maybe he just comes to that realization it ain't happening. Maybe I need to sell a few pieces.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Tony in Walled Lake. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Doug. Gator, how you guys doing?
All right. Great. Thank you for calling.
So I got a champ and chump. I think, Doug, you said something that struck a note with me. The pendulum for all the bad stuff that used to happen is all of a sudden everything's working. There isn't anything that's going on that isn't working. The part that scares me is you're never going to be totally horrible, but you're never going to – I mean, we're about as perfect can be. So my champ is Ben Johnson for keeping golf, getting rid of the ball, running the ball, doing everything we can, especially in crummy weather like that. And on the flip side, Gator, you made your point about you really don't want to make him your chump. But for me, on the flip side, the chump would be Ben Johnson in this sense. I don't want to say it. I think he's done a great job. But what scares me is on fourth down, we got our defense is better. We're down on the 3 or 5 yard line. He makes a pass to Brown, takes a perfect pass in bad weather, a perfect catch, and a perfect toe tap to get that touchdown. It worked great, and everything's going our way. That's great. The other thing was the game was within a touchdown, and we do a double reverse. You don't want the ball being touched by 14 guys in lousy weather. You're flipping the ball around.
Tony, I mean, look, me not feeling good about jumping Brian Branch, I think there are reasons for that. But at this point, are we questioning anything Ben Johnson does?
He is.
Well, that reverse, if there was a fumble and they grabbed
but there wasn't.
On a double reverse.
Tony, I hear it. Just keep in mind, ask yourself this. Do you expect the offensive coordinator to call everything perfect?
No.
Sure?
Nope, I don't. But there's a time to call it. But in your own zone, deep in your own zone, doing a reverse when the weather's as wet as it is and you only have
Well,
a one touchdown
There's
lead,
there's some merit to
that's
that.
not the time to call it.
There's some merit to that, and yet I think the totality of his work. I mean, this is why I would disagree with you. The vote is cast, and you have a vote in for Ben Johnson as chump of the weekend. The best offensive coordinators don't always make the best calls. It is not. They should not be measured against a near perfect standard. This is if there's a nitpick here. I mean, yeah, I wasn't crazy about the reverse call. The fourth down pass to Amon-Ra, I have no issue with
None
at all.
The reverse, I'll admit to. I didn't like to see that at that time, but they've tried a bunch of stuff and it's worked, and why not keep trying? Hey, they ain't all gems. They ain't all going to work. But I mean, the play call for the touchdown pass to St. Brown on fourth down, is it ballsy? Yeah, it is, but you get bailed out if it's incomplete. Look where they're starting.
Yeah,
in a quagmire deep in their own territory. You're looking at potential safety.
Like Matt LaFleur had when the Lions got the fourth down stop, that started with 2nd and 1. They ran a second down play at 2nd and 1. They ran a third down play at 3rd and 1. They ran a fourth down play on 4th and 1. Never moved the chains, and that was pretty much the end of the ball game from a realistic standpoint. When a guy who's praised for his offensive acumen didn't move the chains after it was 2nd and 1, and so, I've sort of. It takes a totality of bad play calls for me to really get into play calling. One play call is not something that I spend too much time worrying about. It goes on the record, and if you start noticing a series of stacked up of bad play calls, then I guess I get into it a little bit. But it's an awfully high standard you're holding our guy Ben Johnson to. But your vote counts, and it is recorded. Kevin is on a salad next. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, guys, great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to point out that I really love the attitude of this team from the ownership all the way down to the players. Yeah, they're a little cocky sometimes, but they know they're bad in a good way, and they're showing it, and they're not putting up with anybody saying anything bad about them. I'll say Brian Branch probably did go a little too far. He didn't need to flip off the crowd, but I love it in the same sense, if that makes sense.
No, I'm with you on that. I always found the double bird to be a funny response, but at the same time, it didn't have to happen because he didn't have to hit him, didn't have to hit the receiver.
Right.
He had already dropped the pass. He knew that had happened, and he just followed through and lowered the shoulder, and he didn't have to do any of that.
I think with that being said, too, I think we got the right coaching staff to reel that in, because that's, to me, it's a little hard to criticize somebody for having a hard hit. Yes, you can stop and you can, direct yourself to go another way, but it's just kind of not natural in a way. But I like the way that their bad boy attitude's taking them, and they got, man, Super Bowl or bust. This is exciting to watch.
It's what it feels like. There's a lot of football to be played. It's amazing the amount of losses they have endured and still are finding ways to win. Yesterday, you can make an argument that 2 of their top 3 defensive playmakers weren't on the field. Obviously, Aiden Hutchinson. Then they lose Brian Branch, who steps up. The other one, Kirby Joseph. They also didn't have Derek Barnes. He's still out. Marcus Davenport's been gone forever. Malcolm Rodriguez out. Josh Paschal out. Carlton Davis left the game with an injury. We're talking about half the defense was off the field. It's so great to have depth, and they've got it. They've got it. Other guys are stepping up, and it's a testament to how this team was put together. The guys that are playing are really good, and the guys that aren't playing are useful. 248-539-9797. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'll lean into one a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I'll push one that I don't even believe in. But if I were, a red flag would be up on something. We'll get to that at 11:30. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Sounds
Dan
like
Miller
they
on
had
the call.
sounds like Dan Miller had the booth window shut.
Yeah, I don't know. Some booths, the windows don't open. I hate those. I can't stand them when that happens. But yeah, look, it might have because of the weather, and there could have been rain coming in sideways. It was definitely raining yesterday in Green Bay. No doubt about that. Nobody was fooled. 248-539-9797. Some interesting feedback, including a question for you, Gator, that I is worthy of following up. We will get to this. I can't wait to hear your answer. Today at 11:24, 11:30. I'm not really a conspiracy theorist, but I'm kind of raising my eyebrow at something. We'll get to that. Meanwhile, back to your open line calls. We got a Mike in Rochester who's next on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, good morning, Doug, Gator. I called you guys a couple of times. I know you guys love a road trip.
Yep.
So Friday, my son calls me and says, "Hey, $185 seats in Green Bay. Let's go." So we did it. We left at 4:30 on Sunday. Got there for lunch. Went to the game, and had just a blast. A lot of Honolulu blue. The game was amazing. It was a great experience. And I'm sure glad we went there.
Okay, so there's a couple things. First of all, I meant to put out the bat signal today to find out if we can get some people who are there to call. So I'm glad you called and more people were there. I want to hear all about the experience. Because where were you sitting, Mike? Let's start there.
We were on the east side, back of the end zone. So we were kind of looking diagonal down the long field on the Green Bay side.
Okay, gotcha. And how many Lions fans? I mean, was it? Because at the end, it looked like another Lions fan takeover, but that had a lot to do with the weather and everybody bailing out. But
Packer fans left not long after the Kirby Joseph pick six. They started to
first half.
Yeah, they started to drift. There was, I would say, a good 20%. My estimate is 20% were Honolulu blue, and we probably had a dozen or more sitting around us in the 3 or 4 rows surrounding us.
And the Jared Goff chants were coming through on TV. Was it pretty loud there?
Yeah. A lot of Jared Goff chants. And when they did come up, one thing was kind of funny was they would start to play the music to drown them out.
That does happen.
But, hey, the crowd was great. We enjoyed the Packers. We share a hatred of Chicago Bears. That was the common bond. So we kind of talked a little bit of smack with the folks, but it was a great experience. Our team did fantastic. It was the quintessential Green Bay experience of a football game to sit out there in the rain for 4 hours, and I wouldn't have missed it. I'd highly recommend it.
Were you prepared for the rain? Were you all geared up?
Yeah, we bought ponchos, and we were ready, and we blended right in with everybody. We actually caravanned over. We went over across the UP, and we saw a lot of cars on the way with Lions gear in their car. We were waving at each other, high fives and stuff. So we kind of saw a lot of people heading the same direction we were from Detroit.
Yeah.
And it was great. Now, I will say, we did have one really fun experience for your listeners. We went into lunch there at a place right a couple doors down from Lambeau. And on the way out, we'll hit the restroom. My son goes in the restroom, and they're like, "Oh, hey, you got to go outside. Ladies' room down the hall." And he goes, "Oh, no, you got me mistaken for a Cowboys fan." And they're like, "Oh, okay, come on in." So it was that kind of vibe, and it was just a great day. It was just a great day.
Mike, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. So, Chip and Chump, Jared Goff, man, when I looked up and he was 11 for 11, I mean, it's just amazing. His decision-making, his ability to just move around in the pocket and just make things happen and then just get the ball to his playmakers has just been out of control.
He really is good. It's efficiency. It's a high level. The passing game is so locked in right now. And all that yesterday in the rain without Jamison Williams, with two guys that they got off the street, and Allen Robinson and Tim Patrick, which look like really good pickups. They're getting it done.
And then Chump is the political text messages. Good riddance. It's almost to an end, but I mean, it's getting out of control. It's just
more days.
Really?
I don't know why, but my phone is a champ at rejecting the political text.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's a champ at it. Like, I don't see them. And I know that they're there because they get blocked. And I'm aware that they're blocked. But I've been fortunate with that. Lord knows I get enough spam calls. The good news is, yesterday I received 2 calls from Donald J. Trump, both from the 248 and 517 area codes. So it must mean that he's a set of presidents here. in a couple different places, Oakland and Ingham County, right? Is that what that means?
But at least with your phone, you don't have to look at it like you're not getting them or whatever. When I'm watching football on Sunday, dude, it's ruining my experience. I don't care what left, right, whatever. The political ads, that's all you get in the commercials now.
We're all sick of it,
please,
right?
give me a Christmas commercial. I don't care. Like, give me the Christmas commercials now. I don't
Black Friday sales, right?
It's unfortunately we're done with it after Tuesday with the political ads. Because I feel like I might have had to change the rant, instead of trying to get the free time away from the wife or girlfriend. It's like, give me the free time away from the political ads, because it between college and pro, it was ruining the experience, and it's going to be worse tonight because it's the last night they get to do it. But
we'll have to skip Monday Night Football tonight.
No, you won't.
I know, but it's that bad. I said it. I said maybe.
All right, here we go. Feedback coming in. Champ Indiana for doing what they did. Chump Aiden Childs and Jonathan Smith. I'm 100% out on them. They should be gone today. Really? Champ Kirby Joseph for the pick six that put the game out of reach. Chump the NFL league officials. That's from Matt in a dump truck. Unnamed texter, on Saturday night, I compared Kirby Joseph to Ed Reed and Brian Branch to Brian Dawkins. Aaron Glenn is the unsung hero of our team. He's done more with less for years. Well, if you got Ed Reed and Brian Dawkins, you don't have less, but his secondary, his specialist, he was a secondary coach. The secondary, they're making plays.
It's where he played in the league.
Yep.
But and those safeties are the best in the league. They've been playing out of their minds. And, watch Terry and Arnold is growing up in front of our eyes. He looks like a real solid corner, and he's just a rookie. And Carlton Davis is a solid corner. And the other guys have done their job. Robertson and Rakestraw coming in. I really like the changes they made to the secondary. They're tangible changes, and it's paying off right now on a team that has absolutely, positively no pass rush right now.
And then there's this one, an update from Friday's show. And are you going to eat that? When I announced to Gator that the Mexi Melt was back at Taco Bell, more important than any trade info, writes Graham in West Bloomfield, how was Gator's 7 Mexi Melts? The people must know.
Well, I did not get 7 Mexi Melts. I did get 2, along with a couple other items. I did get a Gordita that a Gazette was brought back.
The Gordita Supreme is back.
It was fine. I don't need to go back to Gordita Supreme.
You're just okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. But the Mexi Melts were fantastic.
They're the same?
It was everything I dreamed of. I'm so glad it's back. I hope this isn't just a limited time thing. They need to keep this item on the menu. They were unbelievable. And easily my favorite item on the Taco Bell menu, ahead of the Mexican pizza, although it's probably a better value to get the Mexican pizza because $3 a shot for the Mexi Melts. It seems a little expensive, but they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As good as you remembered.
Yeah. I mean, I left the station, went straight to Taco Bell.
You don't say.
Yeah. Took me another 10 minutes to get home. It felt like the longest 10 minutes of my life.
You didn't just say pull over and I got to eat this right now. No. You were disciplined?
I was disciplined. Yes. Yeah.
Deep breath. You didn't record the experience, did you?
I thought about it, but I'm like, I really just want to eat them.
Did you say anything to Lois? Like, Lois, Daddy just got home with some Mexi Melts.
I just let the back door open.
Okay.
You
want to enjoy it yourself?
The backyard. Yeah. I said, you just do what you got to do. I'm going to do what I got to do.
I'm locked in.
Yeah. We'll talk in like 15 minutes.
248-539-9797. There's your Mexi Melt update. Let's go to Kurt. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kurt.
Hello, yes. I was just wondering if you guys had any thoughts about how that call for Brian Branch to be ejected came from New York. Like, aren't most of those calls made by the refs on the field? I didn't even see them have a discussion or anything. It seems like, I don't want to put on my tinfoil hat, but it definitely seems like there's outside forces that are like, hey, man, the Lions are going to blow out the Packers again. We need to do something about this.
Well,
and
I don't know if you need a tinfoil hat, but I would say that, I think it's common. Well, it's not common, but I think that coming from New York, you're not going to see everything on the field. The officials aren't going to see everything the way they need to see things. So to get the assist from New York, I was surprised. Because particularly when you look at that hit, okay, it looks like a vicious hit, but it also isn't as bad as some of the targeting calls that you see in college football. But I think because of what happened in the 1:00 games, because Chris Olave got lit up in the game with the Saints and had to be literally carted off the field, and they didn't eject the player for that hit. They didn't eject players in the Dolphins game for a big hit. That maybe they got together and started saying, we got to do something. We got to make a statement here.
Kurt,
And
stay
he
tuned.
made a statement.
Stay tuned because I want to address this and we have more time to do so. Coming up in 5 minutes, Carson Anderson on 97.1. That's a conspiracy theory. They don't care about the 1 o'clock
They don't care about the
games?
1 o'clock games.
Wow. Okay, so here's the deal with this, all right? I really don't believe in conspiracies. And this one, and keep in mind, the NFL doesn't have a targeting rule. They have a lower the helmet rule, and they don't review the plays at the stadium like they do in college, but New York can call in. Dean Blandino said the league thought that Branch had the option to avoid that hit. But there's a few things here that make me wonder. One is this went underreported and barely even talked about, but we brought it up because we stumbled upon it with the NFL's accountability page. There's this page that during the week, they hand out a whole bunch of fines that sometimes do and don't get reported. And the fine in week 3, Brian Branch got fined twice. And what was week 3? Was that Seattle? I think it was Seattle. And we stumbled upon it the week after that game. And I said to you, these were over $10,000 fines, which were amongst the highest.
Cardinals.
Cardinals? Was it Cardinals? Okay, it was after the Cardinals game. Brian Branch got a striking violation. This is for hitting, kicking, or striking someone of over $10,000. And he got another one for a hit to the head. And in the wake of that game, you and I were like, that's weird. I don't remember anything. And I'm not even sure who was flagged. But the league had found some stuff that they didn't like about Brian Branch. And then last week, Xavier McKinney made the comment that the Lions are, quote, trying to embarrass people. And as we talked about it, there was, they tried to embarrass, everyone was like, they tried to embarrass Dallas. They tried to embarrass Dallas. And I made the comment, I don't think they were trying to embarrass Dallas. In fact, if they were, quote unquote, trying to embarrass somebody, I would argue that they were trying to embarrass the officials with all of the offensive linemen reporting and throwing to them and all that stuff. When you take us back and you go all the way back to that game against Dallas last year where where Dan Skipper reported and they called it, he didn't report, or Decker. And anyway. And I am starting to wonder if the Lions are starting to develop a bit of an enemy in the league office for that. Because, as you mentioned last segment, the Jordan Poyer hit of the Dolphins looked very similar. He did not get ejected. The Chris Olave getting knocked out by Xavier Woods of the Panthers did not lead to an ejection. This did. And while I feel like I'm being a little bit hypocritical because I say I'm not a conspiracy theorist, this one has me raising my eyebrow a little bit. That the Lions have perhaps kind of low-key made a bit of an enemy in the league office. So, Gator, I'm sure there's some people out there that buy into a lot of this conspiracy stuff quicker than I do, and I'm not mad at you. It's just I usually don't buy into those things, but this one's interesting, the way this went down.
It is. And when Dan Campbell said what he had to say, okay.
They don't care about the 1 o'clock games?
He's not just going to come out and say that unless he's got something behind it, right?
Yeah.
So being the primetime game, all eyes are on you, and there's only, two or three other games going on at that time, and I don't know if they're paying extra close attention to it, but I don't think it helped Brian Branch's cause that there were injuries in the 1 o'clock games on very questionable hits. So in this one, and the way that it was relayed by, was it Blandino or Pereira, whoever it was, the way it was relayed, I agree with it. I agree with what they said. I wouldn't have ejected a player, but if the reasoning for ejecting was, because he had a chance not to hit the receiver, and he did. I agree. He had a chance not to hit him, and he did. So if there's a penalty associated with that, you gotta deal with it. What I didn't like is it ended up being 30 yards in penalties against the Lions. Fortunately, it didn't cost them. It cost them Brian Branch for the rest of the game, which was a massive blow to the team, and yet they overcame it.
Yeah, I think we can all agree at the least there was a penalty on Branch, right?
Yes. I
think that the debatable part is the second part when New York calls and says that, he should be ejected. I agree with you, Gator, and I think we're in the minority here in Detroit. By letter of the law, the way Blandino explained the rule, he probably should be. He was ejected for the right reason. Now you can argue that reason, but it sounded like I said, by letter of the law, he definitely had time to pull up. I was actually more upset about the original penalty because Brian Branch is such a good player. He's so instinctive. He knows he's got great ball skills. I thought he actually had a chance to even try to intercept it because that's how far the ball was not even by the receiver anymore when he hit him. So it was a clear penalty, and I was shocked at first when they said he was ejected. I was like, whoa, I didn't expect that. But then when you go back and look, Branch took 2 full steps, and the ball hit the ground when he hit the receiver. You got to put yourself, if you're a Green Bay fan, you're like, and someone did it to Jameson Williams or St. Brown, I think you'd be thinking the other way. You'd be thinking ejection too.
I guess, but putting it in the context of hits we saw in the league yesterday. Remember the Devontae Smith hit earlier in the year in Philly? Like, there have been some brutal hits that didn't result in ejections. Now, after the game, they do something with calls like this where they have what they call a pool reporter. One reporter goes and asks all the questions. And in this case, talking with NFL Senior Vice President of Officiating, Perry Fuel. And it was Rob Domofsky, who is a ESPN reporter that covers the Packers. Here's the exchange. Question. On the penalty on Brian Branch, is that an automatic ejection? Fuel. Not automatic. We reviewed all the angles and we clearly felt that he had time and space to make a different choice, as the act was a flagrant foul. And he clearly had the opportunity to avoid the head and neck area. Question. So is that something that's decided on the field or in concert with you in New York? Fuel. Answer. In concert. We had a flag on the field, and so we had a consultation with the crew on the field as well as us here in New York. Question. One last thing. He made what looked like a double middle finger gesture, but it was after the ejection. There was no additional discipline on the field for that at that point. Fuel. Answer. No, there was not by our on-field officials. No. Question. Okay, but that could be subject to something later on. Fuel. That could be through compliance. Yes, he's going to get fined for that too, is what that is saying. But I don't know, man. I feel like there's an inconsistency, and I have in the back of my mind, I do not want the Lions making unnecessary enemies.
I understand that, and I agree there. I think that, the Dallas game is interesting. You bring that up with all the trick plays they ran to the offensive linemen, and was that a concerted effort?
Was it an FU to the league?
Yeah, I mean and could you have done that in any other game? You could have, but you did it against Dallas because of what happened last year in Dallas on that particular play. So you're further hammering home the point. And not only is an FU to the league, but it's the same thing to Dallas.
Yeah.
And obviously the Lions just punished the Cowboys all game long. That game meant something to this team. And I don't want to take away that edge that they have. They went into that Cowboys game and they wanted to pummel Dallas, and they did. And they went into this game with big chip on their shoulder, no doubt that it was drummed into their heads by the head coach. Hey, people are questioning your toughness. They say that you can't play outside. They say you can't play in the elements. This is Lambeau Field. This is what this field is built on. People know about it because of the Ice Bowl from 70 years ago. Everybody's talking about it. Now you got a chance out there to go ahead and make a difference here. And they do. They go out there and they win. They didn't drop passes. They didn't slip in the mud. They paid attention to their shoes and what the right cleats were and all that, and they come away with a pretty sound thumping of the Packers.
Now, did it matter in yesterday's game and the outcome? No, it didn't. They overcame it. I'm just I don't want to be talking about this moving forward. I don't want there to be, right now, we've got what some people call rich people problems. We got a really, really good football team that has a legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl, and we don't want it to come into any kind of jeopardy unnecessarily. Like, injuries are going to happen. The Lions have lost Aiden Hutchinson, and they'll probably lose some other players in the coming weeks. It's almost a certainty you're going to lose players, but what we don't want is to lose players for avoidable reasons, like suspensions that they've had already, and maybe even more suspensions for anything else. Don't put it in jeopardy.
I sure hope he doesn't get suspended. I sure hope that it's done like, the ejection, they did that. It wasn't as egregious as the hits in the 1:00 games, so maybe they got something going for him there. But the issue that we're going to have moving forward is
if it happens again.
If it happens again, does Brian Branch now have a target on his back? Does Kirby Joseph have a
Kirby
target on his
Joseph, and remember, T.J. Hawkinson just came back yesterday, going back to a hit last year. Who's the other tight end, Kang?
Tyler Higbee.
Thank you. And so now you're wearing Green Bay sucks shirts, which I find funny, and it's clearly a motivating factor. But I just don't want any of this stuff to get in the way of the job of winning the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, we're into November right now, okay? The weather's going to change real quick, real soon. We've already seen it go up and down, up and down, up and down. And after the next couple of days, it's going way down. And that means that the cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. The springs and the rollers, any of those moving parts can break when the temperature drops. This is why I recommend highly Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. They've come out to my house on a couple of occasions, helped me out with this service, and said this is what you need to do to keep up with the maintenance. And when I need new garage doors, this is exactly who I went to. I talked with Daryl and his crew. They were amazing, and they have garage doors in stock at the warehouse. They can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. And if you need a new garage door or some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
And obviously led to an ejection as well. Still no trade to report at this hour. We continue to monitor all of the NFL reporters. This morning, Adam Schefter saying that Darius Smith is still the player to watch, but he's not the only player to watch, but he is the most logical. It's going to take. It's not going to take a whole lot to get him, according to Adam Schefter. We'll see what the price tag may or may not be. Azeez Ojulari and Baron Browning of the Giants and Broncos remain other possible targets. Gator and I both had the same thought today. You always call Jerry. Make that one last call to Jerry Jones. Then New Orleans fires their coach. They have some guys that could be useful. Although, who is it that made that call? You have an interesting little note on Dennis Allen.
Yes. This was from, let's see, I got to go find it again because I went past it, but somebody had pointed out that, here we go, Al Karsten. And Al Karsten is a Lions writer locally, but just points this out. I think it's smart that Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn spent 5 seasons with Dennis Allen as a defensive coordinator for the Saints. The defense has improved from 31st in points allowed and 27th in yards allowed to 4th and 5th back in 2020. This is not a good head coach, but could help the Lions in a defensive role. I think it's interesting because Robert Saleh, after he was fired from the Jets, didn't he go to the Packers? Now, hey, game yesterday notwithstanding, you can still admit that Robert Saleh is a pretty good defensive mind. Dennis Allen's a good defensive mind. Would it behoove the Lions to go ahead and bring on board, at least in an advisory role or whatever, to this team, a guy that both the head coach and the defensive coordinator worked with previously in New Orleans?
All right, we'll continue to monitor all that. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ross is in Macomb, and he's next. What's up, Ross?
Hey, how you guys doing? Here's the problem now. It was very disturbing to see the play call. Okay, that's fine. But next they had to call New York, and I don't understand how New York fits in with this. If they want to keep doing this, how's the suggestion that they take off let's get back to the leather helmets and no face guards? There won't be any helmeting.
Well, the rules have been there for a while, so it's not like it's a new rule. And I think the players, for the most part, have adjusted reasonably well in that you see players pull up and try and avoid the big hit all the time, and it's good for player safety. I'm only bothered by the inconsistency. It feels inconsistent.
Well, just to me, it looks suspicious that here's the call by the referees on the
All right,
field,
Ross, we can't. You got to cover up your phone there or something because we got a lot of wind.
Yeah, I'm at the dog park with the dogs. They're so pissed off they got to go to the dog park. Anyway.
Well, take care of that dog, all right?
2 of them, yeah, Bluey and Stella, yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I've seen hits that look worse and did worse damage.
Yes.
I mean, Holmes got up and walked away.
They're setting it. You know what it is? It's an example. They're setting an example.
Yeah.
So beware, NFL. From here on out, you can get ejected for a hit, for a vicious hit. I didn't think this one was vicious. I thought this was a penalty for sure, and it was absolutely avoidable, and he didn't avoid it. And if that's what the meaning is behind ejection, then there's gonna be a lot of guys get ejected from here on out.
Victor's in Northville. Hi, Victor.
Hey, what's up, guys? I got 2 points, and I'll say them really quick. It feels really good, everybody talking about the Lions nationally. We all get that. Now it's been going on for about 1.5 years, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've learned with the media is they build people up, knock them down, right? And we're starting to kind of turn into the bad boys a little bit with the shirt and the blowing kisses and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm crazy about that because I see it coming. And I know you guys have been talking about it, but I was thinking about that for a while. I said, I don't want that bad boys. I don't want everybody to start knocking us down and start talking back because it feels good. We all look for, stuff like that when we share it with others when people say good things about us, like Tom Brady and Stephen A. Smith and all these things. And this is going to be, they're building us up to knock us down. I really think that that's just the way the media works, and we're setting it up. We don't need to do that stuff. I think Dan Campbell needs to have a talk with them and say, guys, chill. Let's stay humble a little bit. I think it's great what we're doing. Let's stay humble.
Well, we just don't want anything.
Do
I think there's a little bit of paranoia now creeping in, and we just don't want anything to mess this up. Anything that could possibly mess up what looks like a team that's
serious.
Yeah,
it's not that serious, but I like the feeling of people speaking well for us, and we haven't done this before, so stop acting like we like we're getting cocky about it. Another quick thing I wanted to say about, and it's a completely different subject. It's about the elections. I think there should be a salary cap on marketing themselves, how much they receive, because I think they got a bunch of money and they're just trying to dump it. Oh, okay, so we're going to have a bunch of ads.
Well, that's true.
What are we going to do this money? Return it?
That's
so we need a
true.
salary cap of spending for the candidates. Period. You should be able to get your message out with X amount of dollars, and it can fluctuate all the time. We don't need. I mean, I'm getting like 6 or 8 mailers in the mail, and it's wasting paper.
It's unbelievable.
If anything, I don't even look at them. I take them straight to the.
I don't think anybody does. Anybody look at them?
Well, I think I'm going to guess that a lot of older voters do.
I think the same thing because I immediately go right to the recycling bin. Like I have one right like in my garage as I bring in the mail. I'm like, that goes right in the recycling. But then I think it must work on somebody.
With that
right?
said, register to vote, people. Register to vote.
I hope you're already registered.
I hope you are. But if you haven't, you can still register to vote. And Channel 7 is reporting, I think Lyft is offering either discounted or free
discounted
rides
rates
to go vote.
Be like, I vote at the bar. Could you lift me there for free?
Look, we're not going to get all political here, but I heard a report yesterday. 70 million people have already cast a ballot.
Yeah,
because of the early voting period and mail-in. Very interesting.
Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Justin is next. Hi, Justin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just had one, probably not a popular opinion here, but in live time, I said he should get ejected. And the reason was because it was so late, and he wasn't really making a play on the ball. And the reason I say that is if you use the 2 hits in the 1 o'clock, window as kind of to compare the 3, the one thing that's different about Brian Branch's hit than the other 2 is the ball is so – he had 2-3 steps to really lay off. Gator, you said it was unavoidable, and I think that's where the NFL came in. And the ball's on the ground, and he's just really going for a hit.
Yeah.
Whereas the other guys, they're going to make a play and they hit the guy, but the guys, it's pretty much simultaneous with the ball and the defender and the offensive player all get there at the same time, whereas this was clearly late.
It was totally avoidable.
And I think that's the big difference between why he got ejected and the other guys did.
You're probably right. And it's exactly what they said, that it was an avoidable hit, and he made it anyway. And you're right. Those other plays were bang, bang. Receivers got the ball in his hands up in the air, and you hit him, and you separate the ball from the receiver. Unfortunately, Chris Olave really took a smack.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about just wanting there to be consistency, but I also little concerned about the Lions developing a bit of a reputation. At the end of the day, they're playing elite football right now, and it is fun to see. And I also trust leadership here a little bit. If there's something that needs to be dialed back in terms of that kind of stuff, I trust that they will because the leadership is not. It's been great. Heck, Rex Ryan called the Detroit Lions this morning the best coached team in the NFL. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Still no trade to report. And look, the Zadarius Smith thing is out there. It's been out there. I suspect that they're pretty much agreed to terms on that deal, but the Lions have said, okay, we've got to do our one last whip around the league to make sure that nobody's changed their mind. I'm talking to you, 2-7 Vegas Raiders. I'm talking to you, perhaps. The Bengals probably are hanging on to Trey Hendrickson. Seems like the most likely case scenario, but Jacksonville, Tennessee, any other new teams that are like, we'll move on from a player. Dallas, Jerry.
Patriots.
Yeah, Patriots, same thing, 2-7. 248-539-9797. All right, so there's a lot to love about yesterday's win to improve to 7-1. The Lions 24-14 over Green Bay. Look, some of the stats that are coming out of this heater that the offense is on. The last 30 targets to Amon-Ra have been completed passes.
It's insane. That's crazy, right?
I mean, that's starting to feel like, well, the last 30 times the Lions have handed off to David Montgomery, it's been a clean handoff. Like, is it that reliable now? It's like just a quarterback handing the football off as a quarterback targeting and delivering to Amon-Ra. 30 consecutive passes to Amon-Ra without an incompletion? That's incredible. CBS posted Detroit has more touchdowns, 28, than incompletions, 24, during their 6-game winning streak.
Well, I'll read you off the targets and receptions for the Lions on the season.
Mm-hmm.
Amon-Ra St. Brown has been targeted 59 times on the season. He has 48 receptions. 48.
It's incredible.
30 of those are for first downs. Jamison Williams has been targeted 30 times. Only 17 have been receptions, but it's a higher, the more degree of difficulty because of where they're throwing it. Sam Laporta, 26 targets, 22 receptions. Tim Patrick, 15 targets, 12 receptions. Khalif Raymond, 18 targets, 14 receptions. Jahmyr Gibbs, 25 targets, 20 receptions. David Montgomery is 17 out of 18. Brock Wright is 9 out of 11.
You know what might be
Jared Goff is 1 out of 1.
You know what might be most impressive about that? All those numbers you just read. What is Tim Patrick?
Tim Patrick is 12 out of 15.
Okay, this is the latest guy off the street, placed on waivers, that the Lions go get. He has no previous experience with Jared Goff. Comes in here. He's been here basically the bulk, like just since the game started, and he's 12 out of 15.
And 6 first downs. So half his catches have resulted in first downs.
You start thinking about that, and there's so much else that's incredible. That's incredible.
This whole thing is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I saw somebody tweeted out, I think it was the Lions actually may have tweeted this out, about Jahmyr Gibbs, that he's the only player, he's the first player in NFL history to have, I think it's 5 straight games where he's averaged over 5 yards per carry in each game with at least 10 carries per game.
First player in history.
First player in history. On the season, he's got 656 yards rushing for 6.4 yards per carry with 7 touchdowns. His partner, Knuckles, David Montgomery, has 488 yards on the ground. That's 4.4 yards per carry and 7 touchdowns as well. And these guys are 145 yards on the ground per game.
Awfully impressive.
That's running the football, man. The team averages 152 yards a game on the ground. That's winning football. That's what that looks like. That's winning football. We remember forever we were like, where's the running game? Barry retires and there was just nothing. You would have a flash from a player for a couple games and then they'd get hurt. And there were a laundry list of the running backs that the Lions have tried since then. And then they looked like they had a little bit of a success when they had Reggie Bush and Joik Bell running together, but not like these two. This is truly a dynamic duo. They alternate drives, and it's fun to watch. I don't know which guy I'd rather watch carry the ball. They're both fun. You know, you got Gibbs with the speed. They had a stat yesterday during the game that said, how fast he is to get to the line of scrimmage, how he's 2 miles an hour faster than the average player in the league. He's already up to 11 miles an hour by the time he hits the line of scrimmage. David Montgomery is just a bull in a china shop, doesn't care, doesn't give up, keeps chugging along, keeps, working the legs and driving, and it's been an amazing feat to watch what they've done. All that while the quarterback is playing the best football of any quarterback in football right now.
He really is. It's funny. You look at the yards rushing per game, and the Lions rank 6th in the NFL, 152.6. The teams ahead of him, Baltimore, their quarterback has the most rushing yards of any quarterback in the NFL. Philadelphia is 2nd. Their quarterback has the 4th most rushing yards of any quarterback in the NFL. Washington is 3rd in rushing yards per game. Their quarterback has the 2nd most rushing yards of any quarterback in the NFL. San Francisco is 4th. Their quarterback is 11th. And Green Bay is 5th. And they've gotten a lot out of Malik Willis, who's top 20, and he barely has played. And Jared Goff is...
I was going to say, where's Jared Goff 16 yards rushing on the season right
41st amongst quarterbacks in the NFL. So the Lions are getting a very authentic running back-driven rushing attack. Everybody else... Look, the quarterback being able to run is a useful skill set, but the Lions get... For all that Goff is great at, they don't utilize him in the run game very much, Scott. And
they do not.
No.
And they've only had... Well, it's not true. I was going to say it says 6. 6 total fumbles. I think 4 of those have come from Jared Goff. In the pocket when he gets hit, he has fumbled 4 times.
Yeah.
But they've only lost 1 fumble this year as a team.
Wow. All right, let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Ethan is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ethan.
Fellas, thanks for taking my call.
Sure, thanks for your
I had to
patience.
run and grab myself a couple of Mexi Melts. I had no idea that it was back.
It's back,
and I did it. I did it while I was on hold, and they were delicious. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Well, thank you, Taco Bell.
Yeah, exactly. I had to chime in. First, I'll give my champ and chump, and then it'll kind of tie in. The champ has to be the Lions defense. Doug, you made the point about this team being, riddled with injuries on the defensive side, and nobody embodies the cliche next man up mentality like the Detroit Lions with this defense. And that effort was spectacular. The Packers definitely were not clicking on all cylinders offensively, but still credit to that defense. My chump is, I want to do the NFL league office or whatever. I don't even know who to chump, but a couple of years ago, you made the point, Doug, that you were almost ready to say that you're done with replay in football.
Yeah.
And I thought you were ludicrous at the time for making that statement. I was like, what are you talking about? You get all these calls overturned, blah, blah, blah. Well, apparently I've become an old man in the last 2 years because I'm very ready to do the exact same thing. It just... You go back to the Penn State-Ohio State game. There were calls in that game that seemed absurd to overturn. It's happening in college. It's happening in pro. And I just don't need to see it anymore. I cannot stand it. The Brian Branch thing, I understand the hit was dirty. It should have been a penalty. But the league office calling in to throw a player out of the game when it wasn't done on the field, it just feels so unnatural. And I really can't. I'm ready to be done with replay. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I am ready to be done with it.
Ethan, everything but the implication that you have to be old to feel this way, I'm on board with. Yeah, I mean, to me, the expectation for the officiating has gone up, and the sense of satisfaction has not. So it feels like a colossal waste of time, but that's a whole nother topic. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sam next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just wanted to say, with Aiden Hutchinson out and Brian Branch getting thrown out, and our defense still held them to a bunch of garbage time points, how worried do we really have to be if, we can do that without Aiden Hutchinson and Brian Branch? If Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell don't go for anybody, how concerned should we really be?
I still think you should be concerned. Yeah. Just because it happens in one game doesn't mean it's sustainable the rest of the way.
They've gotten very little pressure. And they have, the sacks they had some sacks against Minnesota, and I think they have won since then. And
it was on an unblocked play where Anzalone came straight.
Yeah, so I think, look, we asked people a question last week, and I said, if they don't make a big trade, or if they don't even make a trade, do I still think they can win the Super Bowl? Yes, I actually do, because while pass rush is a massive part of pass defense, I think the secondary upgrades have made this a better pass defensive team than they were a year ago. And if you add the pass rush, they're certainly far more complete as a pass defense, but the pass defense I don't hate. And I was really uncomfortable by the end of the season, too, because they got banged up. And the next thing you know, they had guys out there that probably were in over their head a little bit. But it certainly would help to add. And Sam, I'm pretty sure they're going to make a trade.
I mean, I believe it. I hope we do. But, I was just saying, like, if we didn't, how concerned will we really have to be?
Well, it would not be as cool. It'd be really cool if they made a trade. I'd feel a lot better if they made a trade. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do, too. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with the Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. This month, save 10% off on a Navien tankless water heater. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242.
Playing the shallow water, the deep water. We'll drag you into the deep water.
He had that speech at one point.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of good speeches. That locker room celebration stuff, I love it.
It's great.
Yep. And this winning stuff does not get old. Still no trades to report at this hour. We do still expect one. And I kind of expect two, to be honest with you. Like, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if there's another more subtle move. But they could still get two guys to help on the defensive front. The defense has got it done, and credit them in every way, and the guys that are filling in. But I spent a lot of time training my eyes on James Houston yesterday, and there wasn't a whole lot to speak of.
I tend to agree with you. As you know, I always spend time looking at him on the field there, and it's a lot of it is because I thought yesterday he's playing on the strong side. So the tight end is there, and the tight end was chipping a lot, which doesn't help him because once you chip him, he's just knocked off course and he can't get there. The other thing is he's a speed rusher. He is not somebody who's going to overpower you. And because he's only 6'1" and 240 or whatever he is, that matchup against a tackle, if the tackle gets his hands on him, he's done. He can't go anywhere. That being said, by the end of the game, I thought that he had gotten a little bit better, and there were a couple plays, may have been, I don't have stats in front of me. I would imagine that he would have at least one pressure, maybe a couple of pressures in the game. I know he made a tackle downfield, but those aren't the kind of numbers that you want, I should say, from a pass rusher. You need more of that.
Yeah, and you got to credit the team for next man up mentality. It's fantastic, the culture they built, and they're winning games. The defense is holding its own. But with that being said, these guys were backups for a reason, and the next man up is for the injury concern. But we also have starters for a reason.
Yeah.
And I think at this trade deadline here, Brad Holmes has got to get a couple bona fide starters, at least guys that can consistently beat their man 1-on-1 and get to the quarterback. And sacks aren't everything. Pressures matter too. And you had an injured Jordan Love back there, and when you were able to make him feel a little uncomfortable at times, it shows. I agree with you, Doug. I think it's maybe more than one trade here. I mean, if we just give you the center square and bingo and it's Zadarius Smith, I mean, who's the other guy you think they go get? Is another edge guy? Is it something that we haven't even thought of yet? Last year I think they went and got DPJ, and I don't think
out of the blue.
Yeah, I don't think that was on anyone's radar. Is there a move like that this year that Holmes is working on? I do think that it could be multiple trades before Tuesday's deadline.
I completely agree. 248-539-9797. Brandon and Shelby, you're next. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good. Hey, so real quick, Gator for president tomorrow. I think we all agree that Gator's going to win that election.
I did my best.
So real quick before I get to my champion chump, that penalty on Branch yesterday, it was crazy because it was 15 yards, and you're like, well, that sucks because I think it was third and long or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then all of a sudden they come back and they're like, oh, it's an ejection. And you're like, well, crap. And then on top of that, they said as he's walking away, they docked him another 15. You're like, 30-yard penalty and an ejection, But what comes after that? Not only does our defense step up, but then Joseph gets that interception before the end of the half. Like, people were probably just like, okay, let's just go to the half, He gets that interception, and then we get the double dip, get back, and get the touchdown to start the second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a huge sequence of events, and I think probably 2 out of every 3 Detroiters were compelled to go to social media and post "Ball Don't Lie" because that was everywhere after that exchange. And look, there is really something to be said for the talent they've added, the level of preparedness, the depth guys make enough plays for them to get a performance like that. It's incredible.
And the way that the game started, I mean, you look at this and Green Bay just pounds the ball, gets all the way down the field, and ends up with a field goal. But they took, 8 minutes off the clock? And to only end up with 3 points, too bad. And then the Lions take 7 minutes off the clock on a 13-play touchdown drive. That has to really hurt if you're the Packers. The missed field goal really hurts if you're the Packers. The interception for the pick six really hurts if you're the Packers. And when you go into halftime down 17-3, when you thought you were in the game, only to smack down and realize we're not in the game. And like you said, Brandon, the double dip to start the second half with another touchdown, that's Game, set, match. Unfortunately, Lions didn't do anything offensively after that, but 24-14 is pretty sound.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Pat is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Pat.
How you doing?
What's up?
I just upset because when Branch had the hit, it was kind of a flagrant foul, but it's not the crown of the helmet, and he was kind of leading with the shoulder. But then afterwards, watching other games, I saw multiple other flagrant fouls that weren't even called. And then in that game, wasn't there where one of the defensemen took and caught our running back in the backfield and took and did a flip over his shoulder and smacked him on the, on his back? There's a lot of inconsistencies where I think that if they're going to call that, they got to call a bunch of other stuff.
I don't know what you're referencing with somebody being flipped on their back. I did see other hits in other games, though, that seemed to be as egregious as Brian Branch's that did not result in an ejection.
Or more egregious.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But like somebody brought up, I think there is a difference between a bang hit on a play as opposed to having the play in view, incomplete pass, and you still continue to throw the hit on a guy, which is what Brian Branch did. And that's the difference in getting ejected versus not getting ejected.
Yeah, the other one was the running backs that they caught in the backfield, and there were two guys on him, and about the time the whistle went, one of the defensemen took and flipped him up and body slammed him on
in
his
the Lions
back.
game.
I saw something. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, could they have called extra unnecessary, not ejectionable plays, but plays that could have been called unnecessary roughness?
Is that in the Lions game?
Yeah, I saw. I think it was. There was somewhere where somebody was just absolutely slammed to the ground. It could have been the Lions. It could have been the Vikings game last night. I forget which one. A lot of football, Doug.
Remember that at all?
A lot of football.
Dan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
So, Tim Twentyman wrote on the Lions.com that Penei Sewell was his block. He knew his block on Jahmyr Gibbs' touchdown was so good that he was celebrating as soon as he, road graded the entire Packers line out of the way for the touchdown. And is that because Sewell is that well? Was he put in the position to do it because of the play call? Because Jared Goff had the kind of the play fake to look like he was going to throw a kind of crossing route to maybe Sam Laporta. I know when we gave Sewell the contract, and he's earned every penny of it now. They called him the best run blocker tackle in the NFL. I think he's the best tackle in the NFL right now, given how well he's played for the Lions.
Well, he's definitely in the discussion, and Tom Brady said he thinks he is, and Tom Brady dissected that play specifically because of the block that Sewell made. It's just the most perfectly executed play. Like, everybody does their job, and then you see 58 come in and just sweep everybody to the sideline. It's an amazing block. He's an amazing player, and it's just this is how this team functions.
Dude,
right
did
now.
you not see the sack he gave up yesterday?
I did see that.
No, I did not.
I mean, it was stunning, to be honest with you. Was anybody else like, wait, what?
Did he just get worked? Like a guy went inside, 53 went inside.
Clearly, it's forgivable. It's one play. It's Penei Sewell.
And it was the only sack of the game.
And yet, I was like, what's wrong?
No, honestly, I was floored.
I
didn't believe it was him. I thought did they sub somebody in? Like, there's no way that just happened. Because I think when it's all said and done, like, Penei Sewell's going to be the best Lion ever to put on a jersey. And I mean, like, as far as just single player and how good he is at his position. And of course, we've had Barry and, Calvin and whatnot. But I think Penei Sewell is that type of tackle. Like, I think they're going to, every tackle is going to be compared to Penei Sewell moving forward at some point when his career is done.
We got the guy.
Yeah. And then the Lions have the guy.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1 The Ticket. mean, you get nothing but bad news, it seems like, on terms of injuries and ejections and suspensions. You got maybe your best player, Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury. You get Jamison Williams, your most explosive player, suspended. You get one of your great playmakers ejected in that game. Do you have other guys that still aren't back from injury, like Malcolm Rodriguez and Josh Pascal, and Davenport's done for the year. Derek Barnes, who knows? Carlton Davis left the field at one point. And here you got Ennis Rakestraw out there, and James Houston, and Brandon Joseph, and Trevor Nowaski, and Isaiah Thomas, and Joe Dumars, all making plays for you defensively out of nowhere.
If they don't trade for Mark Aguirre, they're not going to win the championship.
Or Rasheed Wallace, one of the two.
248-539-9797. Still no trade to report at this hour. We continue to monitor the news today that could impact the Lions as New Orleans bombs out their head coach. They might be now looking to move some pieces, and they would have some useful ones up front defensively. Cam Jordan being one. Gator, you're big on Chase Young. I don't think there's a chance in hell they'll go for Chase Young, but you brought it up.
Bigger on Carl Granderson.
Carl Granderson's available as well. Yep, 248-539-9797. Could be available, I should say.
And I only bring up Chase Young because I don't think he'd cost anything.
Yeah. So. I don't know. I got the sense they didn't want him last year, so I don't know why they'd want him this year at any cost. But let's go to JD in West Bloomfield. You're next. Hi, JD.
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Listen, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but if they don't improve that edge rush, they're not going to make it near the Super Bowl. They're just not. And one Ladarius Smith will help, but they're going to need two Ladarius Smiths on the other side, too. And if they stand pat or just get Ladarius Smith, I don't think it's going to be enough. I really don't.
Why don't you think it's enough when that they've won 3 games without Aiden Hutchinson?
Yes, I've seen that, but neither of those 3 teams had an elite quarterback. An elite quarterback like Allen in Buffalo or Mahomes or Lamar Jackson will tear them apart with what
all
they have.
All Super Bowls they'd face in the Super Bowl that they won't even get close to?
I think maybe Ladarius Smith or someone like him might get him to the Super Bowl.
It's Zadarius.
But I don't think it's enough. I think they should go for one of the big 3, like Crosby, Garrett, and Hendrickson. I know it would cost them at least 2 number 1s and maybe another high draft pick. But I think those guys would love.
But if none of those guys are available, JD, then you have to look at the rest of the group. And it doesn't sound like any of those guys are available.
I agree with you, but Ladarius Smith just by himself
Zadarius. Say it with me. Zadarius.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think just he is enough to get them to the Super Bowl. I think they need another edge rusher on the other side.
Well, I think everybody would like to see it. But if they don't make a trade, season's over.
I don't think they get near the Super Bowl if they don't make a trade.
So they're the best team in the NFC right now.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to look at the handicap the rest of the NFC. They beat the Packers. And,
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, Philly's playing better.
Yep.
But
Minnesota's still a tough team.
I don't like Minnesota.
They beat them without
They beat the Vikings. They barely beat the Vikings, but they did that without Hutchinson. I just and even after watching last night, it further hammers home that Sam Darnold's just not very good. Look, I mean, do I think they need to add another player? Yes, I do. And I think if they were to add Zadarius Smith, do I think that's enough to keep them atop the NFC? I do. I
mean, they might still be there anyway, playing without Aiden Hutchinson.
Well, he didn't do the best job of, trying to come because he kept saying Ladarius Smith, first of all. But I think some fans do have the fear. I want to ask you guys the question is, clearly they can win games without Aiden Hutchinson, but how sustainable is this? And at some point, does it catch up to you not having a guy who can get to the quarterback consistently?
It can.
Or better than what they have.
It's part of pass defense, and I like their pass defense still because of the secondary, and they've certainly been weakened up front. And then more will be asked of the secondary because they're just simply going to have to cover longer. It's been a remarkable job to essentially get by without much pressure on quarterbacks. But they have gotten by, and they've done so, I guess, with flying colors. There's 2 pretty impressive back-to-back wins. And another test on with Houston. Look, they're trying, man. Trust me, they're trying. The whole go get Max Crosby or Myles Garrett thing is, of course, those players would be great. But you have to understand that they aren't for sale on the shelf at the store. You don't just walk in and say, I'll take that. There has to be a want on the other teams, and they've repeatedly said, whether it's negotiating or not, they have no interest. Don't be mad. Please, Detroit, don't be mad at him if it's not Max Crosby or Myles Garrett, unless they get traded elsewhere for something that you go, oh my God, that's all it took. But I have a pretty strong suspicion that come Wednesday at 4:01, Max Crosby's a Raider, Myles Garrett is a Brown, and Trey Hendrickson's a Bengal.
I would expect all three of the big names to stay put. I mean, I would strongly make a case to try to acquire any one of the three.
Sure.
But trying to convince the Raiders to give up the heartbeat of their team, that's not going to be easy. Trying to convince the Bengals to try to give up their incredible pass rusher in Trey Hendrickson while they're still trying to make the playoff run, I mean, that's an uphill battle. And then, of course, Myles Garrett, it's a similar situation. If you're talking to Cleveland and you're talking about Myles Garrett and Cleveland says no, but we can give you Zadarius Smith. If you're telling me no on that guy, then I'll take this guy.
Meanwhile, the Bengals are one game out of a playoff spot. Could you imagine that fan base if they traded a player that had 4 sacks yesterday when they're one game out of a playoff spot?
I don't think there's a chance in hell this happens, but I think you got to call the Raiders again.
Of course.
I mean, they just fired their offensive coordinator. Antonio Pierce just said to the reporters, he doesn't know who's going to call plays when they come back from the bye week. There is nothing there. They traded Devontae Adams. They have no quarterback. They're on a full-scale rebuild, and maybe they don't want to admit this to themselves, but there is nothing there for them. The best thing for them to do would be to trade Max Crosby for a Godfather deal if you want to give it up.
What we said all along is that today is the day where they circle back, and maybe even a little bit tomorrow. They still think about things, but one of the reasons why I don't think they've made a trade yet is because teams told them, we're going to play all our games leading up to the trade deadline, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. And if you look at it that way, then that's a matter of trying to get the best possible deal that can help your team. 2-4, and you wait till the last second to make sure you do your best to make that deal. 248-539-9797. Nick on a cell is next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going?
We're good, Nick.
Yeah, I was just going to call and talk about the hit on Branch and then for him getting ejected. I didn't think that was necessarily directed at the Lions or anything like that because I thought the same thing happened to Puka Nacua. He had a personal foul, and then he was ejected as well.
Well, he threw a punch.
Yeah.
That's
so
different.
I thought that, it's different, but I never seen people really get ejected for that before.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, usually in the NFL, when somebody gets ejected, it's because of a fight. It's not because of a hit.
Yeah, I just thought that maybe it wasn't. I thought that maybe the New York people were just doing something different this week, not necessarily to the Lions, but they were looking to eject players this week for personal fouls when they usually wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I found some inconsistencies in the way they ruled some of the hits that were similar to Branch's. But hey, look, they survived it. I just hope this doesn't become an issue with this team moving forward. Some sort of, reputation or something, meaning that the Lions are getting an inordinate amount of personal fouls.
Agreed. But just wanted to call and chat on that. But thanks for letting me talk. Listen to you guys all the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. 248-539-9797. 97 the ticket.
Well, weather's going to get real cold outside. It can really do some damage to your garage doors if you're not paying attention. There's a lot of moving parts there, springs and rollers. Any of these things can break when the temperature drops. And there's a company I've been talking about, Precision Garage Door. They're amazing. They come out and they will help you maintain your garage doors. The service is impeccable. You can schedule an appointment on their website for a time that works for you. You're not just beholden to a window of 6 hours. They're going to work with you on your schedule, and it's awesome. And if you need new garage doors, this is the place to talk to. Precision Garage Door got me new garage doors. It was amazing. They came out, we looked at different styles, and I had the doors I wanted, and they were installed in no time. The technicians are knowledgeable. The service is even more stellar. Call Precision today. Daryl and his team are going to take care of you right away. Give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit the webpage at precisiondoormi.com.
Defensive touchdown was huge. Special teams were huge. I mean, Green Bay committed a personal foul in the opening kick. You had Fox with a 55-yard punt. You had a third quarter. You had a 60-yard punt.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah Williams took a kickback to the 39-yard line. Fox didn't. His last punt wasn't great, but he still. I mean, in spite of that,
He averaged 50 yards a punt.
That's incredible. And I think he had a 33-yarder mixed in there.
He had one inside the 20. It was great.
He averaged 56.2 yards a punt.
So it's
Yeah.
what did I have here? I had
punting 56.2. It says in the game book.
ESPN has it at 50. That's fine. Either way, it's 50. I love it.
Net. Hey,
That is gross. The Green Bay rushing game, though.
Yeah.
Here's what I noticed, because the Packers ran for 6 yards a carry. Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson, they ran all over the place, right? But here's what I noticed. In plays where DJ Reader and Aleem McNeil were in the middle, not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much. But they gave, it almost seemed like we're giving you guys like 8 plays off. And then, okay, we need you to go back in and do something. And those two up the middle, this is where any kind of pass rush is coming. They're collapsing the middle. They're sending those guys right back into the quarterback, and that's where any kind of pressure is coming. They're not getting any pressure from the outside. I can't wait for the Lions to make a move, because when they do have somebody that can get pressure on the outside, we're going to start seeing the quarterback go down because of what starts in the middle and what finishes on the edge.
248-539-9797. No trades to report yet at this hour. That's Zadarius Smith trade rumor that started yesterday. Nobody's denied it. It feels as though it's got legs. My guess is that the Lions and Browns have a deal in place. The Lions are just doing their due diligence, working the phones today and tomorrow to make sure that nobody else changes their mind. Vegas. Let's go to Michael next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Michael?
Good. So yeah, I heard somebody say, or I don't know if it was you guys or somebody said like something, season's over or something or other. We don't make a trade, season's over. And I just want to take pause for a second and say, season's over. Let's rewind to, last year. That season's over might mean, okay, we don't make it past the divisional round. A couple of years ago, we're not making the playoffs. Season's over this year means we're not winning the Super Bowl. So let's appreciate that for a minute. Right now, we're setting records that are absolutely insane. As far as the game yesterday in Lambeau, in the weather, like you said, with injuries, ejections, suspensions, we just respond in key moments. The pick six right before the half, like, wow, that's crazy. They didn't score a touchdown till garbage time. And then our red zone, we talk about red zone offense, they balling. What about the red zone defense? Y'all can have as many yards as you guys want. But once you come down and it's time to score, good luck. And then I say, Brad Holmes, amazing. He's a G in the draft, right? Dan Campbell, this is an entire cultural shift with what's happening here. They've got the special teams running, this run game, run D, turnover battle. That's how you win games last I checked at any level of football. So what do we do now on the edge? Well, that's the question. Well, how impressive have these backups been? Not at the edge, but on linebackers, we've been torn up a little bit there. And these guys we talk about, this is in the preseason. These are guys, quote, in Lions costumes. Well, these are the same guys that's out there now. We got depth in the secondary coming. If he's going to be able to create a little bit of pressure.
Okay, I think you make a strong case for the caller that had said that they're not going to go anywhere if they don't add a player. I think there's evidence to show that they can absorb it. I'd feel a hell of a lot better if they did add, and I think you would too.
Oh well,
and you're not going to turn it away.
I definitely don't want to give up like 2 first-rounders, but we absolutely need to go get Zadarius Smith 100%. If we can get Ojulari, Aiden Key, whatever, I would love Max Crosby's not happening, but if we could get Myles Garrett, I don't know what that asking price is, but let's go pay that because that man is a G.
You do remember the last week, Mike Tannenbaum saying 3 firsts, Jahmyr Gibbs, and a second-round pick for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I'll puke in my mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he didn't say, in fairness, the caller didn't say no matter what.
No, but he came close.
Yeah, it was good. Close.
You know what, though? He was talking about Brad Holmes. I want you to think about this. In the last 4 drafts, the Lions have had 6 first-round picks. The reason they had 2 extras was because of Brad Holmes.
Yes, because of the trade for the Stafford trade.
In retrospect, they've had 6 first-round picks. On a redraft, Amon-Ra would be a first-round pick. That's 7. Ali McNeil would be a first-round pick. That's 8. Kirby Joseph would be a first-round pick. That's 9. Brian Branch would be a first-round pick. That's 10. Sam Laporta might be a first-round pick. That's 11. In the last 4 drafts, I think the Detroit Lions have essentially had 11 first-round picks.
Yes. Now, in fairness, how many of the actual first-round picks would not have been first-round picks if redrafted? Jack Campbell probably wouldn't have been.
Oh, I think Jack Campbell would be, yeah.
Slow down.
I think he would be.
King,
Did you see 13 tackles?
King, do you think Jack Campbell would have been a first-round pick?
That's a tough call. I have to go back and look at that draft, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I should do this for all of them. I'm kind of shooting off the hip here, but Jack Campbell absolutely would be a first-round pick.
And you defend your guy, Doug. J-Mo, though, he might not be a first-round pick.
J-Mo might not have been.
Terrion Arnold, it's too early to say, but I'm going to go ahead and say they're all going to work out, and it's 11 first-round picks.
When someone says he's not a first-round pick?
No, he's a first-round pick. He's got first-round talent. You rue the day you didn't draft him.
Say that again when Jack Campbell's all-pro. 248-539-9797. Walter, you're next. What's up, Walter?
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I just want to comment on the hit, Brian Branch hit, and maybe say a little bit about.
Okay, Walter, can you do me a favor and speak directly into your phone or take us off Bluetooth because you're hard to hear?
Okay. I'm going to take you off.
That's
all right. I'll take you off.
Just a kind of a note to all of our listeners: try and take us off Bluetooth headsets before you come
is
in
that better?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, what I didn't hear about the hit, I didn't hear flagrant and I didn't hear targeting. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, targeting's not an NFL call. That's a college call. They have a lowering the head call.
Okay, but I didn't hear flagrant hit. I didn't hear him say
flagrant was explained.
Hard hit.
Flagrant came in after they talked to New York about it. Was it?
Yeah, New York. It was the senior VP of officiating, Perry Fuel, spoke to a reporter after the game, and he said, of the hit, we reviewed all the angles and clearly felt that he had time and space to make a different choice as the act was a flagrant foul.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
That's okay.
I didn't hear that. That's why I was okay.
Yep.
Now, with regards to the all the trade talk and all of that stuff for the Lions, I want to ask one question. They have a second string and they have a taxi squad, right? Or what do you call the
practice
taxi
squad?
Practice squad.
Practice squad. And what I'm thinking is that's what they're there for. They're there to come in and replace those players. But I realize Detroit's probably had more injuries than any team in the league. I believe I heard you all say that.
Well, I don't know that that's the case. I do know that I went through to look at injury reports to see what players we should stop talking about with trades or what player. And I noticed that the Lions injury list was awfully long compared to other teams. It was longer than most, and they've still managed to keep their train on the tracks.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just thinking that they should go to the second string in the taxi squad before they start talking about any magnanimous trade. Because
they have. They've gone back to the well. I mean, how many times can they keep doing it? It's not just you lost Hutchinson, but you lost Davenport early in the season. You lost Kaminsky before the season began. You've lost Josh Pascal for the last several weeks. I mean, they keep losing player after player after player after player. And these guys that are on the practice squad and the backup players, they are filling in and they're doing an admirable job, but there is a big gap in the talent between the players that are hurt and the players that are getting a chance to play right now.
Yeah, look,
there just is. Let's be honest about
it. And if you look at this team right now, and they have an opportunity in a way that's not super expensive to go out and add a player that can help, and specifically make a weakness a little less weak at the very least, there's no reason not to do it. And I'm almost going to guarantee that they will. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Still no trade to report regarding with the Detroit Lions. Look, we all saw the Zadarius Smith stuff yesterday. If you did not, it was being reported on multiple outlets that the Lions have come very close to acquiring Zadarius Smith, edge rusher from the Cleveland Browns. And, the price, some of the stuff that's been reported leading up to this makes it feel like the price for him wouldn't be much. I always get a little scared because if it's more than was reported, people will freak out a little bit. Zadarius Smith, who's 32 years old, still getting it done up front. He's got 5 sacks through 9 games this year with Cleveland. I mean, he doesn't make up for the loss of Hutch. But he does help a pass rush that hasn't done much. The pass defense hasn't been terrible. So there is that. But the pass rush has not done as much. Clearly they're hurting. Right? Clearly they're hurting. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Zach. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Zach.
Hey there. How's it going?
What's up?
Well, I was just calling in real quick because I haven't heard too many people touch on it, but, I mean, the entire NFL is kind of on notice that we're shopping around a defensive end, and they might be kind of overcharging or holding out. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Brad Holmes doesn't make a deal at all, to be honest with you.
I'd be very surprised.
I would too.
I think there's too many injuries to this team to overcome that. There's an obvious need at defensive end, and it looks like there's plenty of teams out there that have players to offer up. That it would be kind of ridiculous if they didn't make a move.
Yeah, no, I'm all game for a 3rd round, 4th round, whatever, getting a guy that upgrades what we have. But like a few people have said, I just don't see Brad Holmes kind of mortgaging the future to get it done.
I don't think he's going to get bilked. I think he'll probably make a deal we've grown accustomed to Brad Holmes making smart moves. I don't know if there's any reason to think this won't be another smart move.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I completely agree. And Brad Holmes is a situational villain, so let's keep it going.
Situational villain. I like the term. Gordon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gordon.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
So, were we not having this conversation last year?
Yes.
About we were picked, and I don't believe we picked up anybody at that time, did we?
Not as a defensive end, no. They picked up Donovan Peoples-Jones, but that was the trade deadline acquisition.
Which didn't do anything for us. So
no.
I remember Valenti just losing his ever-loving mind when we didn't do it. And do we look at Brad Holmes differently if he doesn't make a move, such as he's too stubborn, he's not the one that makes those kind of risks?
Gordon, I think if another team picks up one of the defensive ends that's out there, that reportedly will be out there in the market, if somebody else gets one of those guys, then I think you're going to see people melt down here. Because this is a team that clearly has a need. They've got the resources to go ahead and part with. Brad Holmes comes from an organization that had the, screw the picks, we don't need them kind of mentality to go all in and get players. And they won a Super Bowl. And, okay, now they've done it the right way here in Detroit where they built this team up through the draft. They've made some really smart moves with that. And now they can start to adopt that mentality if the right players are available to do that. I'm not saying go ahead and throw a first-round pick out there for a player that you'd have to overspend to do that. But I'm saying you have to get somebody here to help this team out.
Yeah, this bend and not break stuff, which we're doing a pretty good job right now with that, is not going to bode well in the playoffs, I don't think. We didn't lose last year to the 49ers, I don't think, because we didn't have a pass rush. We just melted down in the second half.
Yeah, look, the game was very winnable. Obviously, having a pass rush would have helped. A better pass rush would have helped in that game. If being better at anything would have helped in that game. They didn't win the game because of a unexplainable series of odd events. A fumbled exchange, 2 drop passes from a reliable receiver. A ball off the face mask that not only went, instead of being an interception, wasn't just incomplete, it was caught for a 50-yard gain. Like, how the hell all this stuff happened? It had nothing to do with the pass rush. Now, again, I'm not going to argue that having a better pass rusher wouldn't have helped. It would have helped. Would it have helped enough to make a difference in the game? Maybe. But the game was there to be won anyway. I'm going to kind of stick with Brad Holmes almost no matter what he does here. And the reason is I feel like Brad Holmes is going to win a Super Bowl in Detroit. It might not be this one, but I think he's going to. The chances of it being this one in the here and the now, in the context of the way this team is playing, given their deficiencies, it could be this one. But I think there's so much good going on here that there would have to be a logical reason for him to say no, because I don't think this guy does illogical things.
It's hard to argue the success he's had with the draft, and the success the team has had, 29-9 over the last 38 games.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot to dislike with the Detroit Lions, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the entire team.
248-539-9797. Carrie, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Carrie.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I'm somewhere in Indiana on the way back from Green Bay.
Oh, cool. How was it?
Oh, my God. Incredible. I mean, amazing atmosphere. Like, the Lions fans, we were just so happy, like, totally going nuts. The best part for me, though, that it was that the respect I got from Packer fans. Like, this was my second time at Lambeau. The first time was when I was in school at the University of Wisconsin, and I went down to a Lions game, and they were super nice, super friendly, but incredibly condescending. Like, oh, look, you got a first down. Good job there, buddy. And I was just like, oh, my God. And, I mean, I've been a Lions fan for, like, 40-plus years, so I was used to it. But to see them, like, to see the fear and the anxiety in the conversations before the game, it blew my mind. It's not something you experience as a Lions fan, as we all know.
No, you're right about that. It's been, I mean, we're still getting used to a lot of this stuff, right?
It's hard to get used to, and I actually stopped in Chicago on the way and stayed with a buddy, and we found ourselves at a sports bar. Same thing with the Bears fans. I mean, just completely, oh, you guys are so good this year. Like, we're worried about you this year. And I was kind of like, well, we have trouble at Soldier Field. But I'm kind of just saying that to be nice, you know? I didn't want to talk to you about smack. And during the game, like, I was trying to be so nice. Like, I would get up and, you know, do the touchdown signal when we scored. And I kind of predicted to a few Packer fans about the Kirby Joseph thing. I was like, oh, love, you got a few minutes left. You might try and do too much. And then it happened, and I could not resist saying, I told you so. But then I chilled down until they played jump around. And when they played jump around, because I'm a Badger, because I'm a Lions fan, I got up and just went absolutely nuts. And I got a little tap on the shoulder. Like, a few minutes later, I'm like, oh, shit, here we go.
Oh, no. Why did I feel like I could feel that one coming?
So it's interesting with the condescending thing.
Yeah.
So I got a text last night during the game from one of my cousins who lives out in Madison, Wisconsin, and she said touchdown after they finally scored late in the game. So I was the condescending one back. I said nice job.
Wow.
And then my brother chimed in and also said, yeah, nicely done. Bless your heart.
Wow.
And then and then I replied, hey, you just ran out of time. And then she replied, well, you're very generous. But now the roles are reversed, right? Now it's like teams around the league, they know. The Lions that's a bad team, man. They go out and beat you in a number of different ways. They're doing it everywhere. Is this 3 games in a row now they played at Lambeau they've won?
It's 3 games in a row in Lambeau they've won.
Which has never been done by any coach if in the Lions.
I think it had. Well, no, that might be right. You might be right. It might be 3 games have been won before, but it was different coaches.
Yes,
and different quarterbacks. I think like no one's like Goff's done something no Lions quarterback has ever done.
This is it's just so impressive.
Well, just go back to the beginning of the year. Go back to the beginning of the season and say, when we get to 8 games, the Lions will have 2 in-division wins on the road against Green Bay and Minnesota. You'd feel pretty good. You'd feel damn good about that. They've got 4 division games left. One is against the Bears, who can be a problem at home. They aren't on the road at all. What was that thing you had about Eberflus today, Kang?
Eberflus hasn't won a road game on a Sunday since he's been the head coach of the Bears. I think it's 18 games. He's never won on the road on a Sunday. So I'm assuming it must have been a Monday night or a Thursday that he's won a game on the road. But they just went and lost to Arizona this past Sunday.
He's gone. He's gone. He's the next guy.
Yeah?
he might very well be the next guy. Plus, now there's that footage out there of the receiver,
DJ Moore.
Yeah, who walks off the field as the play's going on.
I want to imagine he had to have been hurt. That looked just completely.
Well, I think Caleb Williams is running out of bounds, and I think he thinks he's going to run out of bounds, and Caleb stops shy of going out of bounds, starts to backtrack, and he had, but by this point, DJ Moore's like, yeah, I'm done, and walks off the field while the play still goes on for another like 8 seconds.
Yeah, it was like a long time.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan Auto Law attorney, more like white glove service. Michigan's largest legal newspaper reviewed all the law firms in Michigan and called Michigan Auto Law arguably the best in the business. Michigan Auto Law has taught over 300 truck accident legal seminars in 26 states. Yep. You got it. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Josiah is next here on 97.1. Hello, Josiah.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to say a couple things about the game yesterday. I think the defense looked absolutely phenomenal. We're missing our two best defensive players. Defense did not look like they skipped a beat. Obviously, the pass rush was lacking. I don't know if you guys remember, I called in probably 2 months back before the season saying we need to get another pass rusher, and look where we are. We were here at the trade line last year, and this year is much more important.
Josiah, we're losing you.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, they did get a pass rusher before the season, and he got hurt right away.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect much out of Davenport. He's had the same MO his entire career, relatively productive while he's on the field. I don't know if he's ever played more than 8 games in one season. But so obviously we need to go out and get a pass rusher. With the Super Bowl window the way it is right now, obviously everyone in Detroit would love to see Max Crosby in a Lions uniform. I don't think that's realistic. I don't think we're going to mortgage our future for a player like that. Zadarius Smith makes all the sense in the world. As long as we go out and get someone, anything is better than what we have right now. The only pass rush we're getting there is from the boys inside. We need something on the edge.
Thank you, Josiah.
Well, for the record, the first 5 years of his 7-year career, Marcus Davenport played at least 11 games.
John is next on 97 a ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Listen, so I just want to talk about this hit that Branch made. I think it's pretty obvious why he was ejected and the other guys weren't. He made a conscious decision to continue on with the play. The other guys were in bang-bang plays, and they got flagged, they got penalized, but they didn't get ejected because it was all part of the play.
That's true.
He continued on well after the play was over and purposely went after the guy.
Yeah, that's exactly what the official said after the game, and that was the explanation. It's exactly why. He didn't have to make the hit, and he made the hit.
I don't think it's that hard to figure out. Sorry.
I got to tell you, I think when you slow it down, it looks way more malicious than when it was in real time. I really believe that. I think in real time
it was
looked
terribly
bad.
malicious.
Well, whatever. It looked way worse when you slowed it down than when you saw it in real time. And, to say it was his intent, none of us were in his head. Maybe it was.
Look, should he be flagged for unnecessary roughness? Yeah, I think that's the definition of what unnecessary roughness is. The ball is out of the receiver's hands. He has it's an incomplete pass, and then it's like, a second later he gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's unnecessary. It's unnecessary roughness. Now, should that be met by being ejected? I don't know, but the way that they interpret that rule, it's by the letter of the law, then yes, you should be. And it's unfortunate. Hopefully it doesn't end up being compounded by,
this is the big
hey,
thing
he's going to get suspended for another game, or the next hit he makes, does he get a multi-game suspension because he's a repeat offender? That's the part that you get concerned about.
Yeah, I have real concerns moving forward. Maybe it won't be an issue, but I'm worried.
How do you feel about the T-shirts that are being made within the double bird?
I don't know that I'm a fan of making unnecessary enemies, especially if, I'm not a conspiracy guy. I've said it a bunch, but I don't want to become a conspiracy guy, and I don't want anything to derail this. Let's just say it's going so well on the field. I don't want anything that's avoidable to derail this. And yeah, stuff like repeat offenders and maybe losing a degree of sympathy when you call a bunch of plays to offensive linemen. I don't think any of these things on their own is like the biggest deal, but I don't want it to stack up and at the end be mad at the league. I don't want to be mad at the league. Just go play and keep winning the damn football games, and they are doing a great job of that. Chris is next on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
So what do you guys think about going after Chase Young and Zadarius Smith?
I definitely want Zadarius Smith, and I don't think Chase Young would cost you too much at all. And I recognize that they didn't want him last year, But this year, the cost is, I can't imagine the cost is more than a 6th-round pick. Maybe it's a 7th-round pick. I don't know. But
Right.
if you'd have to do the deeper dive again, did he learn from what happened last year? It looks like he takes some plays off. Did he really like playing with San Francisco because he had a chance to go for a Super Bowl, and then he gets stuck in New Orleans, and New Orleans is just a train wreck? Is he dying to play for a good team? Can this locker room welcome him in and help him assimilate into what this culture is so he doesn't end up being a distraction? I mean, all that stuff is worth noting. I'd be willing to take a chance on it because I don't think the cost is all that high, but you got to get Zadarius Smith first.
Right.
Everything you hear about Zadarius Smith is that he is a strong and well-liked leader in his locker room. That makes a ton of sense. I'm not big on Chase Young. I can't imagine they would do that. If I were to go a 1-2 combination, it would be Zadarius Smith and Arden Key, who had another sack and 2 TFLs, and basically roll with Key in the Derek Barnes role and put Zadarius Smith on the edge in more of a Hutch role.
Is Azeez Ojulari available?
Yep.
I've mentioned Carl Granderson before from New Orleans. I think there's a lot of players available. I would like 2, not just 1. I want 2. I want to get greedy. I want to fortify this team on the defensive line, the pass rush, because they haven't had a pass rush, not since Hutch went out.
Thanks, Chris. 248-539-9797. We got a Brad in Brighton. Hi, Brad.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
How are you?
Good, man. Good. I promise I won't say Ladarius. Yeah, I wanted to just get your guys' opinion. He's had a couple of games now, and it was just sort of a hot-button issue. How's number 41 been for the Lions since he came back in, kind of been forced to play? I'm drawing a blank right now.
That's James Houston.
Houston, yeah. How do you, just in your guy, I watched him yesterday during the game. I was not really impressed. He just didn't have a lot of juice, even for like a big game and a huge opportunity. Wanted to get your guys' thoughts.
Yeah, I think he's been disappointing. I don't know he's definitely not the player that he was a couple of years ago when he had the 8 sacks in the 7 games. He looked like a force. He looks like a different player out there, and I don't know if it's a physical issue or if it's just, there's film on him and teams know how to defend him. And he's a speed rush guy. He's not a guy who can beat you with his sheer power and strength. And maybe that's the issue. I don't know, but he didn't provide a whole lot yesterday. I thought he was better yesterday towards the end of the game. It looked like maybe he got a couple pressures towards the end, but he's still not getting at the quarterback, and he's not alone. Neither did the other guys. Neither did Mohammed or anybody else that's been thrown in there at defensive end.
Well, he went from 19 snaps against Tennessee to 36 snaps against Green Bay. He had 1 quarterback hit against Tennessee. He had 1 tackle against Green Bay. No QB hits. I don't have the pressure numbers in front of me.
Yeah.
There's just
kind of looked overmatched out of his depth a bit out there. So I get why Campbell was like hesitant to put him in now. I was very curious to see how he'd play and handle the opportunity, and just looks like we definitely need to make a trade.
Yep. I said something about him a couple of weeks ago. I just throw him out there and say, all right, here, you're going to get 50 snaps. Do something. And it's tough because, not everything's going to work out. Not every arrow's pointed up all the time with everything you try. It, like you said, is it a setback from the injury that made him miss most of last year? Did he become so predictable as an edge rusher that teams knew how to handle him? I think that's what Jansen's fear was. I think if I recall correctly. So it's too bad.
I mean, he was a very late round pick. It's not like this is like, oh my God, I can't believe he fell off so far. Maybe he just had that one great year. Ever since that broken leg, maybe that affected him more than we thought. Maybe he doesn't have the same, push and, get off that he used to have.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Still no trade to report for the Detroit Lions. If you're just joining us, the big news of the day, New Orleans has bombed out their coach. They might be now ripe for the plucking. They could have a player that could be useful to the Detroit Lions, somebody up front. Defensively, whether it be Cam Jordan, it be Carl Granderson. They have Chase Young, who the Lions passed on last year, but maybe at a much lesser price. I don't know. Granderson's had 3.5 sacks this year. Cam Jordan doesn't have a sack. The thing is, these guys, there's a degree of familiarity that goes. Well, Jordan's been there for a while, but obviously Chase Young has not been there for a while. Cam Jordan's been a lifelong Saint. That would be a much lesser move than Zadarius Smith. Granderson's been there back to, there'd be some familiarity there with him as well. He played in New Orleans since 2019. So something to think about if they're going after guys that they have previously coached. I know that Brad Holmes had Sebastian Joseph Day, who's down in Tennessee. Was part of a Rams draft class when he was there, but none of those guys feel like massive difference makers, but that doesn't mean they couldn't be helpful on this team, along with somebody else. Wouldn't be shocked if there's more than one deal. I would be a little surprised if there's no deal, but I'm rolling with Brad Holmes either way because I'm not gonna assume he did something stupid. We haven't talked about Amon-Ra's celebration on the touchdown, the headstand.
Right.
So apparently that happened I know it happened in a college game. Kid from Immaculate Word did it. Real place. That's a school. Immaculate Word.
Is it a Catholic school, though?
I think it might be, Gator.
What's the school that was the made-up one?
What are you talking about?
Bishop
Sycamore.
Bishop
Sycamore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But Immaculate Word?
Immaculate Word football. Let me see what they are. They appear to be the Cardinals. Immaculate Word Cardinals. Kid from Immaculate Word did it on Saturday. Amon-Ra saw it. And then it happened Sunday earlier in the day. I can't remember who did it. And then
Drake London from the Falcons.
Okay. Suddenly this is the thing. And it's led for some, what is nothing but hysterical still photographs of it. The still photographs look like they have to be photoshopped or something.
That's why they do it.
Yep.
Because in real time, it's just like, it's the quickest headstand in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he fell over quick. But he held it for like a split second there.
Mm-hmm.
Straight as an arrow.
Yep.
Gator, had you seen that the college player did it before St. Brown did it?
The Immaculate Word kid? Did you see that highlight?
No.
Okay, so when you saw St. Brown do it, that was the first time you seen that? And
Yes.
So what did you think?
I saw the picture. I was like, well, that's unusual. I don't remember that happening. And then I went back and saw it.
Yeah.
They didn't replay it, I don't think, on the broadcast. I was a little upset about that. I thought it was hilarious. I was cracking up,
It is
man.
pretty funny. And it's kind of harmless.
It's totally well, as long as his neck is okay, I guess. Right.
Right. I always get a little concerned. Like, are they so excited about doing the celebration that you get what happened last week in the Thursday night game where they dropped the ball before they crossed the plane?
Oh, did you see a kid from Memphis blew out his knee?
Oh, dude, he did the soccer celebration.
He jumped in the air, and spun, and he landed. His knee just went.
Oh,
not good.
Yeah.
No.
He did the spin, and then you kind of put your arms down and you flex, right, Doug?
Yeah.
A lot of soccer players do it.
You want to come see this?
Nope. I did not.
His knee buckled right away.
Oh, it was so bad.
Oh.
And it was inverted, like knee going the wrong way.
I saw somebody else in the pros score a touchdown, and they jumped up, and maybe Jalen Waddle after he scored, and then he gets clobbered by a teammate in a celebration, and all I could think about was Ted Ginn breaking his ankle after the opening touchdown.
Look something like that.
That's not good. That's not a good look.
Knees are supposed to have been that way.
Is that hyperextended?
Yeah.
Is that a hyperextension there, Doug?
I don't know how bad it is. I guess I haven't seen any update on what he did, but that looked awful.
So that Eric All, former Iowa and Michigan tight end, he blew out his ACL yesterday.
Yeah, but it was
He
like
wasn't
one of those
celebrating,
classic ones, I think, where it just kind of gave out, on the field.
That's classic.
Did you see?
Classic.
Did you guys see Jahmyr Gibbs when he ran up the middle and got tackled?
Oh, dude, third quarter, I got a little scared.
Me, I was
That
scared.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was like, oh, is that an ankle? Is that a groin?
No, he
Something?
hyperextended his knee.
Stand up. Yes, and please God, stand. And he did. I'm like,
They gave it to him the next carry. I was like, okay. I think he's
No, when he got up, and I was like, don't limp too much. Don't limp too much. Because actually, that's where the slippery field actually helped him because I think it gave away a little bit. The ground, so his foot didn't get completely stuck underneath him.
I'll take it.
Well,
just stay healthy.
Let me just put it to you like this. There's so much on the line here that it feels like we're so scared of anything derailing this.
Well, that's why we want the Lions to make a trade.
Yeah.
Doug. I mean,
insurance.
Aaron Glenn said
that's
it.
not even really
Well,
insurance.
he said it last week. Injuries are the ultimate equalizer in this game. Knock on wood. But you got to be, you only can go next man up so deep. I feel like the Lions have run out of linebackers. Like they're pulling guys from Isaiah Thomas. I forgot he was on the team. I know he's on a linebacker, but when 35 Thomas made a play, and I was like, who the hell's that? And I was like, oh, wait, that's Isaiah Thomas.
It feels like we're just trending towards the Lions' leading receiver in their second playoff game being Tom Kennedy. Like it's amazing, and we say it every year. Pay attention to the practice squad because these guys are going to play.
And they do. Yep. And Dan Campbell gives them the same message because you're going to play. And it feels like almost all these guys have played. Very few exceptions.
248-539-9797. And speaking of seeing something.
Okay.
If you have not seen, and I mean, every once in a while, like there's a sports movie and somebody does something in the sports movie and you roll your eyes a little bit and you're like, all right.
It's like a Fast and Furious type thing.
Yeah, where you're like, right.
I watched Fast 9 the other night again.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The Fiero in space. Come on. Greatest thing ever.
But yesterday, Saquon Barkley did a movie move.
Yeah, he did.
That was a movie move.
I didn't believe it. I was like, oh, okay, someone did nice, editing on video. That's funny.
Saquon Barkley treated that like it was a video game, and I just got to keep hitting the X button or whatever it is and keep pressing it until something good happens. The backwards hurdle over a player to gain like an extra 2 yards, dumb, reckless, and awesome all at the same time. Kang, that was like watching Kung Lee in the cage.
It was a glitch. He got glitched. Like he did 2 spins before that and then spun into a backwards leap.
It's like
it was crouching tiger, hidden Barkley.
You want to see it. Crouching tiger, hidden Barkley.
It was.
You want to see those plays, and there he did. It's like when Kung Lee was an MMA fighter. He did all. He looked like he was in a karate movie.
Movie stuff in real life.
He did movie stuff in real life. Like the guys in the cage are going to grapple, take it. No, this guy was like spin kicks and jump kicks and everything, like as if he was
Mortal Kombat characters.
Right, he's Raiden.
Barkley was the
Barkley play was an incredibly well choreographed. I thought he and the defender must have practiced that for weeks. Because how does that happen? If people didn't see it, it's a backwards hurdle. It's a reverse hurdle. It's a hurdle in reverse. It was eyes in the back of his head.
He went all Jackie Chan. It was great.
So weird. So weird.
So we talked about coaches being fired, and Dennis Allen was fired by the New Orleans Saints, and we talked about Matt Eberflus and not a good look and all this. So Jamie Eisner of the Draft Network posted this, that Matt Eberflus has jumped from plus 2,500 to just plus 200 in the last couple hours to be the next head coach fired.
Well,
Doug Peterson leads the way at minus 300 or minus 200. But
248-539-9797. Tony, you're next. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Tony.
I wanted to put this trade talk into perspective. It's so hard to get the championship game, let alone the Super Bowl. And if you remember the New England Patriots, they didn't have a number 1 draft choice, I think, for 12 years because they would trade them to pick up that 1 or 2 piece. They needed to make sure they contended again for the Super Bowl, whether it was Randy Moss or Deion Branch or any of these guys. So I don't think there's a price steep enough to pay as long as you're not talking current players. But I'd give up number 1 draft choice 25, 26, and 27 for a Max Crosby.
So here's a question I have.
Even throw in Herndon Hooker. They need a quarterback. I think they're holding out for Shadur Sanders with Brady now being part of the Raiders, but they're going to need draft capital to get him.
If you have a player like Max Crosby, Tony, I want to ask you a question because I think people think it's easy to part with their first-round picks if you're the Lions because they are expected to be very late first-round picks, correct?
Yeah.
Why would Vegas, if Vegas is giving up an elite player who's at the top of the league, why would they really even want late first-round picks? They want mid to early first-round picks.
Draft capital because they already have the early round pick.
Yeah,
I mean they can draft capital.
Our ease of getting rid of these might be
players.
the exact reason why Vegas isn't that interested.
Yeah, but okay, forget Vegas. There's a name nobody's mentioned. I can't believe it. To me, one of the most and by the way, Smith, his stats are great.
Could you mention
because of
it?
Myles Garrett's
Hold on.
double teams.
Could you mention it?
DeForest Buckner.
The defensive
DeForest
lineman
Buckner
from
with Indianapolis Colts.
Indianapolis.
This guy has a motor that doesn't quit. He's averaged 7-9 sacks every single year. He's a disruptor. There's nobody else on that.
Indy's a
Indianapolis
game out of the
that gets double teamed.
playoffs.
What's that?
Indy is a game out of the playoffs.
Yeah, well, if you've seen him last night, it's hard to get there without a quarterback. But anyway, I think any one of these guys, but forget that Smith is 32 years old. Yesterday, he had half of an assisted tackle, and his stats are built up because of Myles Garrett. Look at his stats.
That might be true, but is he better than what the Lions have now? Would he help the Lions now?
Questionable.
Okay. I mean, I think he would. If you don't believe he'll have as many sacks in Detroit, I could see that argument. But this goes back to, is he better than what they have now? And I think he probably, I would argue that Zadarius Smith could take up some of the snaps. Let me look at some of these snap counts for edge rushers.
First of all, it's just ridiculous. Okay, what he had to say about Zadarius Smith. He's the only reason he's getting sacks is because he's opposite Myles Garrett. In 2022, he had 10 sacks playing with Minnesota. With the Packers, in 3 straight years, I should say, Baltimore 1 year and then the Packers for 2 years, 8.5, 13.5, and 12.5 sacks. You know what he is? He's a damn good pass rusher, and he always has been.
I feel like if the Lions give him, say, Al-Quadin Muhammad's 33 snaps plus Pat O'Connor's 11 snaps from yesterday, if they go to Zadarius Smith, they're a better football team. With all respect, too, those guys are doing their best. But Zadarius Smith, with him, they're a better football team.
Now, would I rather have a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett or DeForest Buckner? Yeah, I'll take those guys, but those guys aren't likely to be available. Trey Hendrickson.
Carson Anderson, 97.1, cap off NFL Week 9 with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. So what I like to do with these kinds of things is go find a prop bet for a player. They have alternate spreads, and so you go Travis Kelce over or under 15 passing yards or something like that. You bet the over on that. Seems awfully likely. You won't get a lot back on your $5 bet, but you'll get your $150 in bonus bets to do with that money what you want. And look for the profit boost and same game parlay insurance, 2 of the things I like to play when I do play. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL, must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Sean in Mount Pleasant. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I got some defensive help for you.
Okay.
You take about a 5th-round pick and go to Baltimore, pick up David Ajabo, which Aiden Hutchinson, right-hand man at Michigan. And then you grab Sheila and her checkbook and jump on the company jet and fly out to J.J. Watt's house, sit down in his living room, and just tell him, we need you, man, and how much, and write the check.
So, he's been asked about this a bunch of times and says he loves being retired and he's not interested.
Right. You're only talking 5 months.
I understand.
And he hasn't even stopped going to the gym yet.
There's a
he's
difference
ready.
between going to the gym and getting ready for football. Big difference.
Have you seen him physically?
Yeah, I've watched him on TV.
He's a freak of nature.
Who's not interested in coming back.
Yeah, who's retired. So is Aaron? You want to go get Aaron Donald too?
Nope.
Oh. No need for
He's got to
Aaron.
be able to mesh with our defense, and these two would mesh.
Yeah, I mean, Ajabo isn't playing a ton for them. I don't know if they want to give up a guy who's a depth guy, and given they have Super Bowl aspirations as well, but he's not playing. So I'm not quite sure why. They got numbers there. He's better, probably got. Maybe he could be had. I don't know. It's an interesting take. I worry about him being a healthy scratch, though. I feel like we have guys that if they went to Baltimore would also be healthy scratches. Don't want to make a lateral move. If J.J. Watt were in football shape and we're interested in coming back, that'd be great. But it seems like he keeps getting asked this and keeps saying no. But it's just like everything else. Okay, circle back again. 248-539-9797. Randy in Westland. What's up, Randy? What do you think?
I don't think we're going to find out.
No?
No.
Antonio in Waterford. Hi, Antonio.
How's it going, guys?
It's going well.
I got a question for you regarding the Lions, obviously. What do you think, would you guys be surprised if they do nothing tomorrow and we're sitting here with no star defensive end again? And what do you guys think their chances of winning it all if they don't? Because, sitting here, we've beaten some pretty tested teams, so you can say, in the Packers and Vikings. I think they're both fake teams as far as the record shows. I don't think they're that good. Our secondary looks a heck of a lot better than it did last year. I'm just thinking, what if we don't pick up a guy? Do you think we can still win it all?
Yes. I don't like their chances as much, but yes, I think they can win it all. I wouldn't give up on the season if they don't make a trade. I would be pretty surprised if they didn't.
I think they have to make a trade, but they have kind of shown the last 3 weeks that they've been able to get by with what they have because they're scheming it up right and the offense is doing enough, and they still have playmakers on defense that come through like Kirby Joseph did yesterday, like Brian Branch has done in the past. They've got guys like that. I just don't think it's sustainable for the next 9 games of the season to be able to do it like that, and let alone when you get into the playoffs. I think they need to add.
Yeah, I could see that also along the lines of, I feel, we could pick someone up maybe next year in the draft or, flip around some capital then. I think Hutchinson coming back later in the year is, as I see on social media, more probable from people saying that along the lines of, him returning. But I think selling our soul, getting rid of a lot of picks for a guy that we may not be able to sign long term could end up hurting us, from building maybe a dynasty here. Maybe I'm, drinking that Lions Kool-Aid too much, but,
it's a delicate balance, Antonio. It's a delicate balance, and I think most people would prefer to sell their souls and win a Super Bowl now because we're operating with a 60-year sense of urgency. But I'm glad that Brad Holmes isn't acting desperate, and I do suspect he'll make a very smart move that won't cost him, a ton of draft capital because Unfortunately, they're going to need draft picks to replace players that they can't afford in the coming years. Now, FDM picks is a quality theory, but I do like the way that they've built this because it feels like they've got a sustainable model, which means constantly replenishing with your draft capital. And yeah, I wouldn't shy away from making a trade at all. I'd probably try and make two. Maybe an edge, a legitimate defensive end, edge rusher, and a guy that can get to the quarterback for the linebacker spot. That basically takes Derek Barnes' spot. 248-539-9797.
It's amazing how quickly we forget about Derek Barnes and the impact that he has, and that is still a place that they're looking to replace.
Wes in Lake Orion. Hi, Wes.
Hey, how you all doing? Thanks
good,
for
Wes.
taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, I listen all the time, called in a few times. First thing is I want to give a shout-out to Jared Goff. Man, I love you. And then my question is, how much does it influence a possible transfer when they could come to the Lions and possibly play in a Super Bowl? And if that's a priority for a player, do we really want to have them? I mean, it goes both ways.
Possible. You mean how much does it matter that we have a Super Bowl contender? Will players want to be here? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the players will want to be here.
Because we're looking at the transfer. I mean, I'm sorry, the
trade.
But the trade deadline and players that, especially ones getting a little long in the tooth, and would like to have a Super Bowl ring. And right now, the favorite team to be on is the Lions.
Yeah, but it's about the team where the team wants to the team wants to get in return for a trade. It's not about the players so much, but free agency it matters.
Yeah.
I think it does.
Yeah, but I bet there's a lot of players that would be happy to be here.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Rico Beard, who joins us at this time. Hello, Rico.
Rico's happy to be here.
I'm always happy to be here with you.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Kidding me?
Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to watch bloodletting up close and personal.
Yeah.
And we're gonna spot you a 10-point lead. Watch this. 47 unanswered points. But other than that, no, good weekend. So
yeah, they're good.
Very relaxing.
Like I said at the beginning of the show, we said we're kind of in bizarre world. The Lions in Indiana can't lose, and
I mean, not only can they not lose, they are just, you know what? Maybe that's what I've been doing wrong. I need to bet those two in a parlay to not only win, but to cover, because both teams just cover. Lions, doesn't matter. Now, here's the good thing is, one more thing that got checked or scratched off of the Jared Goff list. Can't play outdoors.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and cross that off as well. He's not mobile. We've crossed that off already. Can't win big game. We've crossed that one off.
It was clear he heard that too.
Well, he's been hearing it for his entire career. I thought a couple of years ago when they went into Green Bay at the end of the season and won that game that started the dialogue of shutting it up.
No, he's got one more, and that's the cold weather game.
Well, he did that cold. That was the end of the season in Green Bay.
That's
Already
true.
did that.
That's
Was
true.
it the end of the season?
Yeah,
the
it was
last game of the
not
year.
last-
We stopped Green Bay from making the playoffs.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
Hey, look.
But we didn't believe him. We weren't chanting his name yet. He was just that other quarterback.
People were starting to get on board then, and now they're all on board. And we'll talk with Jared Goff tomorrow at 10:30. Have a great show, Rico.
Ask him if he heard his name being chanted in the crowd at Green Bay.
I think
That's
he
gotta be
probably
pretty
did.
cool. All right.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome in on a Monday. Good to have you with us. Boy, do we got a lot to break down. And Rico and I have worked hard at something. You know, when you're doing afternoon, you get the last bite at the apple. And everything has already been said. But not really. I want to do this differently, Rico. And I gave you the advanced preview, so it's not like I have to be like, hey, how's your day? What'd you do last night? I already know. I spoke to you. So let's just get into this. I want to talk to Lions fans about something because we have a great divide. I'm pragmatic. I'm cynical. And I've watched enough NFL to understand what we are watching right now is outer space with the Detroit Lions. The NFL is just not a league that you garbage can teams. And they went out and did it again yesterday. And I do think in the short term, winning outdoors in bad weather, that is a huge box to check. But if you think it's going to be this easy, here's the context. And I want to just know if you're willing to go there with your team, okay? Work with me. So here's what the Lions' last 6 games are, okay? They haven't won 6 straight in 30 years. You can start there. They just did it. You have Jahmyr Gibbs averaging an obscene 6.4 yards a carry. Tops in the league. The last 30 passes you've thrown to Amon-Ra St. Brown, just targets, 30 catches. It's never been done before in the history of the league. If a guy catches 75 or 80% of his targets, that's elite. 30 for 30, that should just be a documentary. That's your existence with a guy who is your best player. Jared Goff, his last 6 games, 80.4% completion rate and a 140 QBR. Never before has that been done in the history of the NFL in a 6-game run. The Lions, 486 yards of offense the last 2 weeks. 76 points? Your opponents, 827 and 26. So here's what I did. I go, okay, we're blowing out teams left and right. Yesterday, you really won by 17. You didn't win by 10. But whatever, garbage time. The only team in the last 25 years of football that has a scoring margin better than you is the 07 Patriots. The next best one is 25 years ago. At about 16.3 points a game, it was the greatest show on turf, Rams, in 99. So I wanted to ask you guys a question. I want to ask Rico the question, certainly the guys behind the glass, and you in your workday. Like, it's no secret. I picked him to win I picked him to win the Super Bowl when we were doing our shows live from Vegas. I do believe we need to make a trade before tomorrow to see that through. I don't believe they will keep this up because this is redefining greatness. And I'm just not the type of human being that's going to do that midstream. You've got to accomplish it, and then I'll say, okay, we just watched history. But I want to know if you believe this is going to keep up, that you are the Indiana Hoosiers of the NFL. You just roll up to people's houses, knock the door down, you take a duty in their living room, steal their furniture, then light the house on fire on your way out the door. Because that's what Cignetti's doing at Indiana, and that's what you're doing to people. And look, Rico, Goff outside, bad weather. I don't care if he had the hamburger helper gloves on, started the game 11 for 11.
Again.
And didn't make any bad decisions like Jordan Love did. Oh, my God. Here's the other thing. Lions make no mistakes. They're the best coach team in the league. They don't make any real mistakes. They're great in all 3 phases. They're special teams. Jack Fox could punt the ball from the tunnel and flip the field. Offensively, we agree. Top 5 offense, maybe the best. Defensively, you have no pass rush, but it doesn't matter. Things and stuff.
How about this? Even when you make a mistake, Mike, it doesn't matter. No Branch, no worries. You're still going to go out there with no pass rush and make sure you hold Green Bay down.
Look, I want to know if you think this is going to continue because this is a gap we have. And it's a battle I'll fight with listeners. I will never, I don't care how good the Lions are. I don't care if it's Rico's Niners or the Niners of my childhood with Joe Montana. I will never view the NFL as easy. I will never take for granted wins. I will never expect blowouts unless you are playing fleabag teams like the Titans, where Rico and I offered a BOGO, I will not get myself to a space where in week 10 of the NFL, I'm comping the Lions to the 07 Patriots. But that's what you're watching.
Mm-hmm.
Contextually, that matters. A, it's the highest compliment we can pay Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, and this entire staff and these players. But I don't believe it'll be this easy all the way.
No, I mean, but it seems that way. And if you buy into that, yes, you are putting this Lions team up on the Mount Rushmore of greatest teams of all time, where you're talking about them like you're revering the 85 Bears, how you revere the 2000 Ravens, the 99, I just say the greatest show on turf, the Patriots when they were just running the table with Moss.
You'd be on the Mount Rushmore of the last 25 years.
Yeah.
If you continue doing what you're doing, which is a scoring margin of around 16.5 a game. The only team in of this century is the Patriots.
Yeah, think about that. That people, not just in Detroit, will be talking about, oh, you remember the 24 Lions, right? Because you were that good.
Right.
And you beat people that badly that you would be that team that everybody talks about for not just next year, but years from now, saying how great that 24 Lions team was. You're on pace for that.
The Lions are the semi-truck in Mad Max Fury Road. They just drive through it, man. I mean, Campbell, there's no coach in the league that's got a grip on his locker room like this guy. Not even Andy Reid in Kansas City. Because the Chiefs don't look impressive. Look, now the two luckiest teams in the league, it's you and the Chiefs, but you're the best team. There's a difference. I think you make your own luck in a lot of ways. But you're the best team. Comprehensively, you don't have a hole like the Ravens. The Ravens have a problem stopping the pass. Your one hole, we're going to fix. You're going to make a trade for a pass rusher because I can't live in a world where you don't. But incredibly impressive yesterday. In the elements, the weather was even worse than the forecast indicated, and it didn't matter. You tailored your game. You changed the way you played, clearly. But you're built for it. Dan Campbell says it. But guys, I guess for me, it wasn't, I don't ever want to do the kind of radio where it's the Chris Farley bit on SNL. Man, that was great. That's boring. I think understanding the context of what we've watched the last 6 weeks or primarily over the course of a season, guys, if you are going to be this, Rico's right. You're going to be a team people remember and talk about. Not just like the 16 Cubs because they won it, but because if you are doing this statistically, you are the 07 Pats or the 99 Rams.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me where you're at with it. And look, there's not going to be yelling and screaming. You are welcome to go there on November 4th. I won't because I think the stats I read you are unsustainable.
True.
But they're still a great team, but I can't go there.
If you do this, you will be considered the gold standard that for years from now, people will talk about, man, I want the offense to look like the 24 Lions did.
That's a great point. You know what? Be curious. That's a great point to start the show by you. David, where are you at with this? I mean, you heard the numbers I gave and the context we've established. Where are you at as you watched yesterday at Lambeau?
I don't see this being sustainable. I don't see this continuing.
You see winning is continuing.
Oh, yes.
But you're not going to blow out everybody by 17
Not at this
again.
dominant rate. No, not at this dominant rate.
This is a wild 6 games.
You will win. Games will come down to you winning by 3 or 7 or 1 possession, but it won't be like this.
You want something fun?
Yeah, sure.
Last 55 games against the spread, the Lions are 40-15.
See, that has to change. That has to change.
Only time I've ever seen something like that were the cheaters in Ann Arbor.
So are you saying?
No.
They are.
No. David, they are good. That's what I'm saying.
They are.
They are about to become historically good. Where they're going to become an adjective.
Like it's getting to a point, David, they've already put the spread out for this week. Lions are 3.5-point favorites at Houston. I mean, nobody can stay close with this team. So again, the more this goes on, and do I think Green Bay was great yesterday? No. I mean, if you really think about it, the Lions are the masters of controlling what they can control. And here, you know, Rico, this is what kills me. You know, it's election week when I have to like slow walk things up so people don't explode. This is a compliment Don't take it as anything otherwise. The best coach teams and the most talented teams control what we can control and do it to the fullest. The Lions make next to no mistakes, right? Yesterday, 2 teams. You're great. You were solid. Here's the Packers. 9 penalties. At one point, they had more bad snaps than you had penalties. 9 penalties, 6 drops, 3 bad snaps, the worst interception I've ever seen in my life, and a missed field goal.
Yeah.
You don't control those things. You just handle your business and capitalize when the other team messes up too. Dude, it's a deadly combination.
It looks so good that you were wondering, wait, which one of these teams plays at Lambeau Field and which one plays inside?
I also would like to do something I never do. You know me as I generally hate NFL dress-up guy, fan, thing. I feel like they're creatures, not humans. But I do want to say, I want to salute whoever the man was. It was 23-3. I would like to salute the gentleman who wore a cheese grater to Lambeau Field as a hat. You, sir, okay, now that's good.
Real American hero?
Yeah, I don't like when people dress up as Darth Vader, the Bengal fan. Or, hey, look, I have spikes and shoulder pads. You're just kind of a loser. The fact that this guy he made a cheese grater for his head, and you're in Lambeau where people are wearing blocks of cheese. Brilliance. I will tip my cap to that fan.
Sometimes
that
it's
was
about
awesome.
the simplicity, less being more.
Yeah, I laughed. So I don't know who that man is, but if you do, buy that man a beer. That was awesome.
The only thing about yesterday's game, I still don't understand the Amon-Ra touchdown celebration.
Okay, I do. It happened on Saturday. Incarnate Word. It was like a Sports Center best thing we saw. The player for Incarnate Word catches the ball and he does that pogo stick thing and then falls over. So then naturally, right, we saw it Saturday. Both Amon-Ra and Drake London did the same thing on Sunday. But what is it? It's a headstand, like a handstand with no hands.
Okay.
What was wrong with it?
Nothing was wrong. I asked my sons this morning, what is it?
First of all, again, by the way, control what you can control. Every 4th down. Perfect. That route,
no.
That route by Amon-Ra?
Even when they're not perfect, you'll get a holding penalty and you'll get 4 new sets of downs.
Yep.
I was like, wait, they didn't get it. Well, flag. There we go.
But they have the answer for the way that anybody wants to play them. They just need to add a pass rusher between now and tomorrow at 4. But I
okay, and I'm to the point.
No.
Okay.
Don't turn heel on me. You're going to turn heel?
You've heard in a world where you've heard of 15-2. Nah, I'm kidding.
No, you're going to do what Cookies did this morning?
16-1, baby.
I mean, at this point, nothing they're doing fits into anything we've ever watched outside of 07 Patriots.
No, what I'm saying is, Mike, even if they should make a move, I want them to make a move. But if they don't, the way they're going right now, it'll probably come up aces because then you'll find out that, tomorrow Za'Darius blows out both knees. No. And you're like, yeah, you know what? Good thing we didn't make the trade for him.
Dodged a bullet.
Right.
248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls next. Here's Rico.
Hey, guys, listen up. Are you ready to add a beautiful deck to your home? You're sick of power washing and staining and sealing your current deck every year. You need to do what I do. You need to hire Koi Construction to design and build one for you. Could not be happier. As a matter of fact, I had the fire going on the deck for Halloween. Great evening. Koi Construction, a Trex Pro Platinum dealer, is a family-owned and operated deck building company and enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus is on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. So you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go into the spring? No problem. Unlike many deck building companies, Koi Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited slots available, so you need to call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi Construction's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
Thanks, Snoop. You've heard us talk about David Feminino for a long time. Look, I don't know how many times I got to say it. If you're injured, you call David, and him and his team are going to deliver. $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. Look, obviously, if you're injured, you need an attorney that's going to fight for you, present the best case. You need one you can get on the phone, too. Call David, he'll answer, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, to the people. See what everybody's got to say. We've given you some context for just how good the Lions have been over the last 6 weeks. It is historical. So if you believe that's going to continue, here's your comp, the 07 Patriots. You want another one, the 99 Rams. You want another one, the 2000 Ravens. You want another one, the 85 Bears. Those are your comps. That's what winning by 14, 15, 16 a game looks like. Those are the only teams. So if you believe that this is the new norm, then as Rico put it, we are watching a team they will talk about 20 years from now. I'm not ready to go there on November 4th. I'm plenty happy just winning games. But the data behind this, come on, not sustainable. You're not having a quarterback complete 80% of his passes. You're not going to go 30 for 30 on targets to Amon-Ra. You're not going to get outgained by 400 yards by your opponent, but outscore them by damn near 60. I could tell you you're the best coach team in the league. You're good in all phases. There's only one area I get scared of, the pass rush. Everything else, no problem saying it. And I picked you to win the Super Bowl before the years, so you can bring the mess to somebody else. But I don't have to say this is one of the 4 best teams of my adult life. Not on November 4th. Hottest 6 weeks I've ever seen? Yeah, it might be. It's unbelievable. And I love the fact they won a game in bad weather outside. Credibility for the playoffs. But who are we kidding? 16-1, you'll have home field. All right, let's go to Adam, 97-1. Adam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Adam. What's on your mind?
The Lions right now, I mean, I'm not going to say they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm not ready to say that yet. I just think because they haven't really played good quarterback play so far, like elite. There's a benchmark game where the Lions need to look at in the schedule and be like, this is where we're actually going to test ourselves to see how true we are. And I think that game is the Bills, because in terms of how Mahomes plays, Josh Allen, I think, plays the same way. If you go in, you beat down the Bills, I think for sure I'm going to say they're going to win the Super Bowl. They're damn well going to run through the North. I'm going to tell you that right now. I see them losing maybe one game in the North this year. They're going to clinch by 2 or 3 weeks before.
Oh my!
I think, but
no, listen, Adam. I guess my thing is everything you're saying should lead you to saying, I believe in my heart we're winning the Super Bowl. I don't know why you're holding back on it.
The Lions' biggest thing in the playoffs last year, I mean, I'm not saying Purdy's no elite quarterback, but, he can move with his feet. And that's honestly what hurt the Lions last year in that playoff game was, he made a couple third down conversions with his feet that, really put them over the edge that game. And obviously, a couple fumbles.
If 2 hours from now, we cut into the show with breaking news that the Lions have acquired Zadarius Smith from the Browns, you good to say Super Bowl then?
No, because we had Hutch last year. And,
all right.
I mean, look, I'm a huge Lions fan. Die-hard every Detroit sports fan that you can, think of. But, I'm just trying to be real. I want them to win the Super Bowl so bad. That's one team I want to win a championship is the Lions. But, that's what hurt them last year is, the mobile quarterbacks. I need to see them play good against these mobile quarterbacks. That's all I need to see.
Respect. Adam, I'm pot committed. I said it before the season started. I can't go back now. And as long as they address the pass rush, I got no hesitation. But there's a difference in what we're talking about. Me believing they can win the Super Bowl or will win the Super Bowl is different than saying this is the new norm of not only going out and winning, but destroying teams. I'm not ready. I'll say it's the best 6 weeks of football I've seen. But no. I'm too old and gray, and I can't. I've watched the NFL for too long. The 07 Pats is the only comp. I'm not going to call you that on November 4th. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, brother. How you guys doing this afternoon?
Good. What's on your mind, Mike?
So I love the show, first off. Love hearing you guys. I listen to you guys while I'm at my construction site. But I just wanted to jump in and talk about Jared Goff.
Yeah.
When he first got to Detroit, I wasn't the biggest fan, but I really am. And like you said, comparing to the comps, I like to compare him to San Antonio Spurs. He's textbook. A lot of people have their ideas about what their quarterback should be. I love the Lamar Jacksons of the world and Patrick Mahomes, but I think we need to give credit where credit is due, that he's so systematic. It's not the sexiest thing out there when he's throwing the ball or he's not running, but as a Detroiter, as you're a fan, as listeners are all fans, we've seen so many quarterbacks, and I love Stafford. It's just great to see textbook football. It's not the flashiest. He's not Aaron Rodgers dropping 70-yard bombs. It's textbook. I think we need to hold our hat on that. I know we got a lot of trade rumors going around. I would love an edge rusher. I would love a linebacker. I'm just very comfortable with where we're at right now with Jared Goff. I think he's just doing phenomenal work. And the whole 18 for 18 passing game, name another quarterback who's done that in the past 4 years.
No. Look, you can't name any quarterback in the history of the sport, Mike, over what he's done the last 6 weeks with almost an 81% completion rate and a QBR of 140. Look, no show on this station has stood up for Goff more than me and Rico. And even I could tell you, that is wholly unsustainable.
Yeah, right now.
And a microphone again.
And there we go. Right now, he's trying to compete with Drew Brees to finish the year off at about 75%.
Okay. Let's go to Luke, 97. It's insane when you hear those words. That's crazy. Go to Luke, 97.1.
Hey, Mike, Rico, everybody in the studio. How you guys doing
buddy?
today?
Hey. Great. What's on your mind?
I just want to say, man, I'm doing great too. And I'm a long-time listener, long-time caller. I want to say, man, I'm all excited about the future and what the rest of the season and postseason and all that has to bring. But I turned into a fan now watching the games. Like, I'm watching single players as they play throughout the game. And James Houston is dead. Like, that is dead man walking. Some of the worst defensive end play I think I've ever seen. The guy would stand up, hit the lineman, and then stand there. There was zero effort the entire game, and they really need to get him off the roster. I don't know if it's a post-injury thing or what it is, but, man, he's got nothing in the tank. Literally nothing in the tank. And it's sad, but hopefully they can make a move here and get some pass rush going, and we can hopefully keep winning games.
Here's where I'm at with it. And, Luke, maybe I'm oversimplifying. Yesterday, if there were doubts about this team's, seriousness about winning a Super Bowl, to go on the road and to dominate that game and to play clean football in that environment, you're all in. You will never have a team this good again. You got to stop trying to win your third Super Bowl before you win your first. And I tried to discuss this with Tiger fans. I'm doing it with you guys now. I don't want to hear about how we could be even better next year. I don't care about next year. We could get hit by a meteor. You're all in. Go all in. Whoever the best pass rusher is that fits the profile of this team, pay the price, go get them. And let's go win this thing. And whatever happens afterwards does not matter. This team has one weakness. One. Mm-hmm. And it is fixable. It's addressable. You cannot have Aaron Glenn blitzing like this over a playoff run plus 18-week season. Can't do it. Got to help Aaron Glenn out. And somebody wipe that man's glasses. Somebody help that guy. Aaron Glenn is busting his ass in the elements. Can someone? There are 400 people on the sideline. Can someone be his Farnsworth Bentley and just rub his glasses? The poor man couldn't see.
He's probably like, why do we have 18 players out there? Coach, it's only 11. It drops on your glasses.
David, there's got to be an intern somewhere. Help Aaron Glenn out. Can't they hold an umbrella for the man?
I was wondering that. There was no umbrella, no raincoat, no
He's
nothing.
got a lanyard. He's got electronics on.
You know what? He probably looks like the type of person you want. No, I'm fine. Leave me alone. Okay, coach.
They should just swap out. They should have brought 30 pairs of glasses like a horse jockey, and they swap them out. Aaron, here's a fresh pair.
Yeah, you know what? Treat them like the footballs. Okay, you know what? There you go.
Swap them.
If Sean McVay can have a get-back coach, Aaron Glenn should be able to have a glasses wiper, all right?
That's the point. Somebody help that man. He was coordinating elite defense.
Like Coming to America.
But different. All right.
Wipers?
There's a one-liner in here, but I'm not doing it. Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups, as we've called them for about 15 years. Well, they're all grown up now because they are your technology partner. And we're talking Lions Super Bowl run. Upgrade that man cave. Do it at Paulson's. And whether it is home theater, audio, video, lighting design, fixtures, they have it all. Get in their showroom. It's the best in the state. Visit Paulson's website today. You can register for the upcoming event on the 20th. The video matters too. Special presentations, demos from all the leaders in video, and great pricing. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Let's check in with David on the ticket text as we have put some context to just how good the Lions have been the last 6 weeks. And the comp would be the 07 Pats or the 99 Rams or the 2000 Ravens or the 85 Bears. Are you ready to put them in that class yet? I'm not. I still believe they're winning the Super Bowl, but I don't have to go there. But let's see what the ticket texters have. David, also, by the way, great Caztech football sweatshirt.
Well, thank you. They won over the weekend.
Beats the other team.
On our way to another
usually
state championship. Oh,
green looks good on you.
Thank you. Hold on. No. I'm hedging my emotions right now. They will lose to the Texans. They cannot continue playing this way, and I'm perfectly fine with it. Jared in Waterford.
Yeah.
The Lions' efficiency is unreal, but our lack of pass rush is an obvious issue. I told you Love was going to turn it over. I do not believe we stay this way, though.
That was the second worst interception I've seen all season. The other was Will Levis about a month ago. That was, bar none, the dumbest thing I saw all day yesterday. He couldn't move. He's on one leg. It's a screen pass that got blown up. Dude, you just turf it. What are you doing? It was theater. And, of course, Kirby Joseph was there because he is a ball hawk.
And it's
there
Green
could be
Bay.
a fumble in Singapore. There's Kirby Joseph to recover it. How? You were just in Detroit. That's who he is. That's why he's going to get paid. He's got a knack.
It might just be time to admit the Lions are a really good team. Yes, I do think they can continue this stretch.
Are you stupid? No, I'm serious. Are you stupid, ticket texter? It's time to admit they're a really good team. Cutscene. I picked them to win the effing Super Bowl. You dummy. I don't understand some people. Who said they're not good? Who said they're not great? Who? Who? That's like when the Warriors said nobody believed in us, or Georgia 2 years ago. Everyone doubted us. Just stop with the dumb stuff. Can we do that? Maybe.
I don't think they keep it up at this pace, but still at a very high level. I think they're taking advantage of the quality of football being down this year in the NFL.
Oh, people will come for your throat if that's your take, even though he's right. There are 7 teams with 2 wins in this league. The quality of the NFL is toilet. So go win it. There doesn't look to be another team in this league that I even put on your level. It'd be you and the Ravens. And guess what? You can't stop the pass, and the Super Bowl's played indoors? Good luck, Ravens. Goff will throw for 700 yards.
To quote David, I'm exploding right now. In all seriousness, I don't think they'll totally keep the level of performers up, but I don't think there'll be a huge drop-off if people get healthy.
Well, who's got to get healthy again?
They're talking about other teams. Green Bay.
Yeah, but it's really about you. Honestly. Look at the data we presented, and it's okay to say, all right, they're not going to win games by 17 a game. Or you believe that's going to happen, and that means you got to go all in and tell me you believe they're going to be on that Mount Rushmore of teams the last 25 years. And it's not a sin if you believe it. I'm just not going to do it on November 4th.
Right.
Celebrate this season, guys. It's finally come. Yes, it will continue like this. Oh, my.
What? David, you know there are going to be people who are going to say it. Live with it. But what I'm not going to tolerate are people who act like anybody doesn't think they're a good team.
Right.
That's
right.
You're just a moron.
You guys are killing my heart. Probably many others. I do believe it continues, though.
Why are we killing their heart?
Because you're saying it won't continue. They believe it will.
Because I've provided data and stats?
No, but you know what the funny thing is that those same people will say, but I'm not ready to say they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Right, which is chicken bleep. I mean,
they have it both ways.
Right. Dude, that's just like, come on, man.
You will be classified as one of the greatest of all time. And but I don't want to go that far yet.
You know what, man, you're pulling a Falwell. Cut it out.
What does that mean?
You know what it means. Please, Liberty Football. Go look it up. Type in Jerry Falwell pool boy. Man, get out of here with that behavior. Oh, it's going to continue, but I can't say we're going to win the Super Bowl. So wait, I'm saying you're going to win the Super Bowl, but I'm just not going to say you're going to beat everyone by 17. I'm the bad guy. Hey, do me a favor. Go hold the boom mic. I mean, honestly, come on. You can't say they're going to keep drilling teams by 17 a pop but you won't say they're going to win the Super Bowl. You got to go all in at that point. What are you afraid of believing in? They don't have to beat everyone by 17 to win the Super Bowl. Appreciate the hottest 6 weeks we've ever seen for maybe any team in the league, much less the Lions. But you can win by 1 or 100. It doesn't matter to me. The NFL has always been and will always be survive in advance. So just savor it. Enjoy it.
Paul in Nashville says the Lions team is exciting, but watching opposing QBs having all day to pass the ball is still a concern for me. 2 trades are needed for pass rushers, not just 1.
Here's the update you're going to get on Zadarius Smith. It's from Adam Schefter. You do what you want with it. Quote, I believe the Browns and Lions will find a way to figure this out, and Zadarius Smith will be in Detroit. Close quote. That's from about an hour ago. Okay. Make it so.
And we are still monitoring. Nothing
Look.
as of yet.
No. And again, none of his money's guaranteed next year. You could keep him. And the cap hit's not terrible. It's about $10 million. You got to bring him in. But would I like to see 2 moves? Would I like to see another D lineman? Yeah, of course I would. Because you're down 5 guys in your playing group. And 4 of them are out for the season. And Pascal, I have no idea how to ascertain when he will return. So, yeah, I'd love to see 2. Hell, call my Giants. I'll help you get Azeez Ojulari. Take him. The hell do I need him for? My team's awful. Seriously. Whatever you want. Price to sell. 248-539-9797. What?
What about Cam Jordan?
Sure.
Saints blowing up.
Great. There's no name you could say that I'd say no to. Make 3 deals. I don't care.
You'd even take Jadeveon Clowney.
I don't want him. Okay. No, send him to the pet center.
Hold on, guys. Before it's like Super Bowls. You got to make 1 trade before you get to 3. Hold on now.
Yes, David. Yes. How about him being the voice of reason? That's how you know we're screwed. We'll get to the phones. We'll do an NFL today as well. We talk a lot on this show, but we got to talk about pizza. All right. Classic pepperoni. You can't beat it. Hungry Howie's just dropped something that goes to the next level. This is another Kenny special. This is Kenny blown out after about 17 beers. A chicken and waffle pizza? How is that even plausible? Whatever.
What?
Crispy chicken, waffle bits, maple syrup instead of sauce. You could try it. That ain't for me. But go ahead. If you're Kenny, you're 19 beers deep, and that sounds good, or maybe you've done a 3-foot bong rip, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. So treat yourself. Get a large chicken and waffle pizza tonight, $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. Bold flavor awaits.
All right, we'll take a little break, talk some NFL total. David, hit the music. Oh, college. My bad.
What sport is this you speak of?
College football,
Died years
Mike.
ago for me. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to start with you, Mike. I'm going to give you your moment because I took your moment away from you Saturday night in a text message. South Carolina took down Texas A&M. Let me just start here. Watching that, the atmosphere was amazing on TV. That place was rocking.
And they brought the cockaboose out. They brought a caboose onto the field. What the hell? What is it? Cocky? Is that the name of their guy? Whatever it is. It was a cartoon chicken. Dude, South Carolina, that place was live. That was awesome. The boost is loose.
44-20. I mean, that was never a chance for Texas A&M in
That's
that
my
game.
new team. You know what? F my alma mater. Cockaboose. I told you Arrested Cockaboose was a dangerous cockaboose.
I never wanted the Aggies to win more than ever.
Why do you hate South Carolina?
I was rooting for them, too.
They have never hurt us as Michigan State fans.
No, they haven't. I like Texas A&M, man. They won me over last week with the Aggie black matted helmets. The
boost.
Yeah, and then they blew it this week after having their destiny in front of them to win the SEC.
The rest
But whatever. I want to give Kenny a chance here to talk.
To what? Cry and moan. I didn't win by 50. Wah.
Carson Beck, in his first 17 games as Georgia's starting quarterback, had 6 interceptions. In his last 4.5 games, he has 11 interceptions, including 3 in the game on Saturday. What's wrong with your quarterback, Kenny?
He plays like he stinks right now. I don't know what to tell you. Better not be doing that against Ole Miss next week or Tennessee in 2 weeks. 3 interceptions, 25 for 40. It's not good enough.
Not this weekend. Not at the Grove.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
We're
and
home against Tennessee. You can't play that way.
Tennessee sucks. You'll be fine against them.
No, but trying to throw into triple coverage, like, Carson, you're better than this. Like, I can the tip pass or a Hail Mary interception. I'm fine with that. You're being aggressive, bud.
He did that multiple times that game. I was pulling
Fellas,
my hair.
I'll be honest. I said it to Kenny before the show. I think both Carson Beck and Jalen Milroe, if they don't have a big few weeks here, they should seriously consider coming back because they're costing themselves millions.
I'm with you on that. I think both have an opportunity. If you win the SEC title game, whichever one, if they do, then that one probably is going to go ahead and lead. But
these turnovers, man, the NFL will pick you apart.
Even if Milroe wins it, go ahead and come on.
He should come back.
Yeah.
And I think he's hurt.
Before we get to some other things, I do want to have a quick discussion about Florida, though, because Florida is 4-4, and we know before the season, Billy Napier was being talked about being on the hot seat, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as people thought.
They're
Your thoughts
fighting
on Florida?
They're fighting really hard. Like if the school is smart, which they're not, you'd let them come back because they're probably going to be awesome next year. Seriously. They fight, man. Barely lost to Tennessee. Look, with Georgia, they were down 7 starters and a third-string QB. I'd give Napier a shot. It's gone better than I imagined.
Yeah.
But they'll fire him, probably do something stupid and hire Lane Kiffin.
See, I don't know. I mean, because I think they thought it was really going to go off the rails, and it didn't. So it's just enough that they'll call him in the office and say, congratulations, 1 more year. Let's see what you can do with it.
Yes.
Let's talk Ohio State.
Not like it's Florida State or anything like that.
Well, they got their own problems. Ohio State and Penn State. Not really impressed with either in that game.
No.
Somebody had to win, so Ohio State ends up winning the game. But what are your thoughts on each team there?
It's very simple for me. Fire James Franklin. Full stop. Any mealy-mouthed defense of this man, I don't want to hear it. You're at Penn State. Your job was to win a national championship. Nope, couldn't do that. Your job was to make a 4-team playoff. Nope, couldn't do that. Your job is to beat Michigan and Ohio State. Nope, can't do that. You don't beat top 10 teams. You're at home. Will Howard lost his effing mind and handed you a 10-0 lead. At home. Let me check my notes. 3 points the last 45 minutes, and you put more energy into getting into it with a drunk idiot fan than you did coaching your team. Fire this loser. And I don't want to hear about the money. It's not even real. None of this is real. Christ, go into the endowment. Penn State's got like $7 billion. Figure it out. This guy's a loser. Get him out. And yes, I had Penn State plus 3.5. Get him out.
David, I think that James Franklin just simply needs more talent there, and this man could turn it around.
How hard is it to find a competent offense?
Like, I'm kidding.
I'm not.
He is the Penn State version of John Cooper. He is the guy that just can't beat a certain team. Death, taxes, and James Franklin losing to Ohio State. You saw this coming. I mean, it's what he does. He is what we thought he was. I wasn't shocked.
And no,
I
don't
wasn't
think
surprised. You didn't score an offensive touchdown. But now Ohio State, you're not that good either.
Okay, so that's all I need to hear you say. Kudos to you. You got the game right. Thank you for at least admitting this is...
Oh, no, Ohio State, you're not that good either. You should not feel confident about yourself. And really, I told you, we'll talk more about it in a couple weeks.
What?
I don't think you beat Indiana, Ohio State. I think it's going to be Indiana and Oregon and Indianapolis.
You're inviting him to go a certain direction now. Great.
Well,
go ahead, smartass. What do you want to say?
You talking about a?
Is that a hot take? No,
No,
it's not.
I don't think so.
Ohio State's
Hot
not
take.
good.
Hot take.
No.
We just had Signetti's baby. He just blew our back out. What are you kidding me? Up 10-0. You give up 47 straight.
But Michael, it was
Signetti's got no cartilage left in his knees.
no.
It's been more than 6 hours.
But the positive side, it was the first time that they had ever been not winning the entire season.
Well, I'll just move on to Oklahoma State, I guess.
What do you want me to say?
I think there needs to be wholesale changes on the offensive side. They've regressed at the quarterback position. The offensive philosophy is bad. Ollie Gordon, non-factor this year.
It's been a
offensive
problem.
line is overmatched.
It's been a problem on the O-line all year, and it's weird because they're all veterans. They're all mature. A couple of the guys starters last year from day one this season. The O-line hasn't gelled for Ollie Gordon. Then Gordon has been banged up. The quarterback play is what you just hit on. Bowman is garbage. He should have been on LinkedIn finding a job. Then the backup comes into play and shows a little life. He dies. Why? Because BYU apparently with their magic underpants has a pipeline to God, and they stole that game 38-35. Yeah, change everything. Cutscene. Somebody get Signetti some ice for his balls. He's a little sore the day after. 47-10. I thought you got busy with some of your visits.
Oh, whoa. Okay, then.
The guy packed a week in hedonism into one afternoon at Spartan Stadium.
Well, work has something to do with that, throwing for 4 touchdowns.
Ask Kurt. He'd know.
That's a good place to end it right there. That is yours.
47-10.
College football blitz.
Sports sucks. Oh, yeah. Hey, look, it's me for FanDuel. Here's what you do. Roll out of bed, drunk, high, and stupid, and bet Indiana. They'll cover every effing week. Factual. It's FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. Rico, I am in my feelings right now. Look, FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue now. Withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Lions, obviously the story. And we've tried to put into context what we've watched the last 6 weeks. And it's a fun conversation. I think, first of all, like you've just got to arrive at a place. If you don't believe they're capable of winning the Super Bowl, I can't help you. Now, you know my one misgiving is only because Aiden died. I picked them to win the damn thing preseason. I'm pretty sure they're going to make a move between now and tomorrow at this time. But how well are they playing? Here's how well. Gibbs is averaging an obscene 6.4 yards a carry. Leads the NFL. Jared Goff, his last 30 targets to Amon-Ra St. Brown, 30 completions. Unheard of. Never has that been done. Goff in his last 6, 80.4 completion rate, 140 QBR. The best 6-game stretch in the history of the league. I mean, even the last 2 weeks, you're outgained 827 yards to 486, but you've outscored your opponents by essentially 50 points, 48 points. Look, you're winning games by just a shade under 16 a game. If you think that's going to continue, then here contextually is who you're with. The 07 Patriots, who were beating people by almost 20 a game. The 99 Rams, the 2000 Ravens, and the 85 Bears. There you go. If you think this is going to keep up, where you're not just beating teams, you are destroying them. Oh, and by the way, we haven't seen an against the spread run like this since cheating Michigan. 40-15 their last 55 games. Dan Campbell cares about the fans. 40-15 against the number. So I had asked the question, and Rico, you said it best. If this keeps up, you're going to be a team that people talk about 20 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
That it'll be 85 Bears, it would be 99 Rams, 2000 Ravens, 07 Pats, the 24 Lions.
Yeah, I mean, but think about that, Mike. What, you're looking at almost 40 years. We still can say 85 Bears, and anybody who knows football knows the context of that. That will be you that 30 years from now, remember the 24 Lions and how they just destroy people. I mean, you're on pace for greatest show on turf.
Right.
Think about that.
99 Rams, 07 Pats. Those are the teams in the modern era of football who are the only two in the last 25 years. Only two in the last 30-some-odd years that even rated in the top 12 of all-time scoring margins over the course of a season. So I want to know if you think that's going to keep up. We can get to the people. We'll do ticket text later in the hour. And we'll talk about the Brian Branch thing in the 4 o'clock. I have so many questions.
Yeah.
Rico has also figured out who Cheese Grater Guy was.
Yeah.
He's an American hero. Tremendous.
I mean, but
I don't even like dress-up NFL guy, but that guy gets a pass. That was funny and creative.
No, he does. But going back to your Lions and being historically good, Michael, we could do in the prop bet casino over under Goff incomplete passes at 6.5, and he goes under.
Friday on the picks, you will not list Lions minus 3.5 at Houston. It'll be alt line, Lions minus 9.5. We're only doing alt lines moving forward. It's ridiculous. What they're doing is ridiculous in all the best ways. And I think the biggest thing I take out of yesterday, outside, bad weather, win. Kind of needed to check that box. It may not come into play. You may have home field, but I'll tell you, that weather was way worse than what the forecast even indicated. Way worse.
Yeah.
And you won. And you didn't have 6 drops. The Pack did. You didn't have 9 penalties. The Pack did. You didn't miss a field goal. The Pack did. You didn't have 3 bad snaps. The Pack did. You didn't throw a brain-dead interception. They did. You are the tightest run operation in the sport. It's a credit to Campbell and certainly Brad Holmes for providing players who have functioning brain matter. Because I watch more NFL than I care to admit. The amount of stupid stuff I see. You know where I don't see it? Your games. It matters, guys. So, no, I'm not crowning them on November 4th. But if you wanted to put context to what we're watching, there it is. You do what you want with it. You ready to go to the people?
Let's go.
I almost dropped my water bottle. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. Randy, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
I was calling again to go way back to when I first called and was on hold about this pass rush situation that we found ourselves in. I just want to know from you guys, is it feasible to go more or less with the low-hanging fruit, pick up Zadarius Smith and possibly Chase Young from New Orleans? That way we bolster our depth in the and then we wait,
Yeah,
I think
if
the
you
Lions are
made
gonna win
those
the
two
Super-
moves, I would stand and applaud. And again, Chase Young, I don't even know if they like the player, and it's irrelevant. I mean, if you got him, I wouldn't be mad. I'm not pining for him.
Right.
But Zadarius Smith fits what you're trying to do here. Yes, I would have full confidence and go, "Yep, we're winning the Super Bowl. Let's go."
That way you're not selling your future, and you're looking. I know you don't. You wanted to just say the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Done. You bring those guys in, I
100%.
believe it's done. And then next year you pair Chase Young with Hutchinson.
Well, he's not signed.
And
Chase is on a
and you got
one-year
that.
prove-it deal. Just FYI.
And you're not mortgaging the future.
Yeah, Randy, I'm with you. That would be the move. And again, Adam Schefter says, I think the Lions and Browns will come to an agreement. They'll figure it out. They better. I mean, what excuse could you offer right now? This team is, it's the first time they won 6 games in a row since 1995?
Yeah.
Like, you're all in whether you want to be or not. So let's go. You must acquire a pass rusher because, guys, you have no pass rusher. Yeah, Jordan Love was Lieutenant Dan has more mobility, and you couldn't get to him. You have new legs.
These are facts. Yeah, they did that stat during the show of, historically speaking, the Lions and the amount of wins that they've had. And you just, when you see the years, you're just like, wow. So, you know what? Maybe they will become historically good. But right now, they're on pace for that.
They are.
They can do no wrong. And even when you lose a player like Branch, didn't matter.
No, it's, again, they are the most tightly run operation in all 3 phases. I can't come up with another team like them. I can't. Even yesterday, you could have lined up Jack Fox in Lake Michigan, and he'd flip the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have every piece. And for all the consternation about kicker this summer, all Jake Bates has done is be perfect.
You're right.
Right?
Yeah. Jack Fox on a unicycle.
Now, flip the field. Done. Jack Fox, Battleship. Done. No problem. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Hey, I feel like kind of start something. You got to get cheese grater guy in the air. That was cracking me up.
Dude, that guy.
I'm normally not a dress up like in football, but I legitimately laughed when I saw that.
Yeah,
that was
like
amazing.
if you know that guy, buy him a drink. That was actually creative and relevant and funny. That was really well
somebody
done.
out there that's listening's got to know him, right? Like all the listeners, somebody's got to know that guy. Can we just get him to call in? Can we start a campaign?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I won't put his whole name out there, but it's David. So there you go.
There we go. Come on, let's get him in there. Come on, we got to do something. Like we got to recognize greatness when we see it.
He's an American hero. So what do you got about the team and what we've watched and kind of the context we've provided?
Look, first of all, sit back and enjoy. It's been awesome. But when you just look at history and statistics and how water typically finds its level, no, I don't think that it's sustainable that they keep just dropping bombs like this. Because, like you said, if that happens, this is what if I told you? That's 30 for 30 stuff. But the other reason too is you got to remember that a couple of the teams that they've played look like they might be 2 of the worst teams in the NFL.
Correct.
I mean, the Titans are awful, beyond awful. And the Cowboys look really awful, and that was a we're out for blood game as well. So, you got to factor that in. Now, do I think that they're going to keep winning? Yeah, I do. But like you've said repeatedly, you typically don't drop bombs on teams in the NFL unless they're awful. It just doesn't happen. Games are so tightly matched. But I will say, yesterday might have been the best game I've seen them play.
Mm-hmm.
Period. In my short time on this planet, it's just all phases of the game. They played great. They weren't phased. They didn't let the weather get to them. That was just an unbelievably well played game. Branch goes out. They said, "Okay, we don't care. Kirby will take one to the house." It's just that was the most impressed I've been probably watching this team in my life.
Brian, this team looks.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you said, am I going to say they're going to win the Super Bowl? Mike, I know you said, yeah, you're picking them. I don't like to do the Super Bowl pick thing simply because when you're in a single elimination tournament in the NFL, everyone is so good. Something crazy can happen. I like to say, do I think that they're poised to make a deep playoff run? Yes. That's where I go with that.
Now,
which
do
is
you
what I say
believe
about
by
every game.
tomorrow? Do you believe by this time tomorrow we've acquired a pass rusher?
I think that he's here getting a physical.
Yes.
Like that's.
Yeah.
I was talking to my guy that I know who's a big Browns fan that I was talking to, and I mean, look, you want to put stock into the whole like. Go show yourself on Instagram the picture of him wearing blue and everything like that. I think he's here. I think the deal is done. Schefter doesn't really put stuff out there unless there's something to it.
That's right.
Generally speaking,
You want
he
something
just
else?
Doesn't.
I'll give you one more thing. He played a season low snaps yesterday, 28 snaps.
And he mysteriously missed practice the other day. There's
That's
too many
right.
coincidences. I think the deal's done. I think they're just look. I don't know how trades get executed and the X's and O's and all the nuts and bolts and the paperwork and everything behind the. I don't know how all that quite works. None of us really do unless you work in an NFL front office. But I think that whatever gears need to be turned and levers need to be pulled and I's need to be dotted and T's need to be crossed, I believe that's what's going on right now.
Yep.
I think he's physically in Michigan probably right now. If I had to just throw a wild,
I love it,
prediction.
man. I hope so, Brian. But I don't want the Browns to be out there trying to drive up the price and saying, "Hey, he's headed to the Lions." Wait, what? How much?
I think the Browns are still trying to figure out if their safeties were on the take yesterday. The first two. Did you see those two Herbert touchdown passes in the first? Like Jim Schwartz was standing there like, why are we even here? No one covering anyone. One of them was on a 3rd and 21. And Josh Palmer's standing in the end zone, shining his chandelier. I'm like, okay, then. It's going to be a long day for the Browns.
Facts.
248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix. Lions, the historical context of what you're watching. Do you believe it's sustainable? And obviously, if you don't want to say Super Bowl, it's your prerogative. I'm not mad at you. I said it preseason. What the hell am I going to do now? Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. 111 years, making the world's best mattresses. They're made right here in Michigan. So get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress after you drop 47 in Spartan Stadium, Kurt Signetti. Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Okay, David, ticket text. Get back to the people in a second. Asking what I think is something no one has asked, doing it a different way, because what I didn't want to do to you guys today was just get on the air like Chris Farley and SNL and, hey, you remember that? You remember that time? That was great. We can do better than that. And I think we have. Contextually, the last 6 weeks, you go down as one of the all-time great teams if you think this is actually how it's going to go the rest of the season. It doesn't shake. Look, as long as I get a pass rusher, I stick with it. You're winning the Super Bowl. I said it preseason. I'm not changing now. But if you don't get a pass rusher, yeah, I'm gonna be pissed. There's no excuse. You're all in. You're the best team in football. Address the need, and let's go win this damn thing. David, go ahead.
This team is special. Everyone is locked in, and this team is loaded. Yes, it will continue. Team is consistent on all three phases: kicker, reliable wide receivers, and a quarterback that is playing out of his mind right now.
David, should I throw in, will this continue is not winning? None of us doubt the winning. It's winning by 17 a game on average. I'm not going to say that's going to continue.
Lions are due for a clunker of a game, but I'm all in. They'll overcome the weaknesses and go for the gold. They'll make it to the Super Bowl, then all bets are off.
Oh, you chicken bleep. Oh, they'll make it? No. Say they'll win it.
Well, yeah.
You spineless jellyfish.
Because there was the previous caller was like, I think they'll make a deep run. If they make a deep run and lose.
Yeah, here's the response from the city.
This season will be a waste. I hate to put it that way. You will go into a deep depression because you didn't achieve your ultimate
As
goal.
the groundskeeper said in Major League, you have no marbles. What is wrong with you people? You say, oh, it'll continue. They'll keep winning by 17 per. Then just believe. Open your heart to love. Like, you just have to be willing to get hurt in this. You got the best team in football. Say you're winning the Super Bowl and let's go do the damn thing.
I never thought in my life I would see the Lions be this amazing. Don't think they keep this up, but I do believe they will play great. Someone says the Lions didn't look that good yesterday to me because I looked at the defense and they could not sack the quarterback. That's a problem.
Gotta get a pass rusher or two. It is why it's relevant, because you're watching the actual game. You're not going to get this done getting no pressure on quarterback, especially one who had one leg. Oh, but we pressured about the interception. It was a screenplay, dummy.
That means they're allowing the pressure in, right?
Correct.
I just wanted to
I know
sure.
MSU fans get confused.
That's how
every
that
play looks like a screenplay.
Things happen, Mike.
No.
Let it go.
Tell you one thing. You know what Signetti's up to.
He moved on. He's got a new team to face this week.
He re-rolled into East Lansing and beat the brakes off.
It's headed my way is what you're saying.
Looking at you, yes.
Whoa. Let's go to the people.
And you have to go to Bloomington. He's got candles lit.
Let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I
What's
am
on your
a
mind?
cheese grater guy.
No. Oh, this is David. I have to tell you. First of all, are you from the local area?
I grew up in Canton, but I live in the UP now.
Okay. All right, David. I just have to tell you, I normally hate adults who play dress up at NFL games, but I said this. I go, that was legitimately laugh out loud funny. And the most creative thing I've ever seen is the cheese grater on your head in front of all these miserable, soaking wet Packer fans. That was fabulous.
Yeah, David, did you just wake up and say,
awesome.
you know what? I need a cheese grater to complete my ensemble.
I've actually had it for 10 years. It's a Bears fan, I think, started it. It's a company called Graterhead, but I don't think they're around anymore. So I've been wearing it to Packer Lions games for the last 10 years.
Oh, it's fantastic. Now, how did you know we were talking about you?
My mentions are blowing up.
Oh, I'd like to apologize to you. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's not just you. They've been blowing up all day.
Oh, that's great. Now, David, honestly, now let me ask you the question, okay? So what we've talked about is the Lions over the last 6 weeks, 6 wins. They haven't done that in 30 years. They're destroying teams by almost 20 a game. For context, David, the only other teams that have displayed that dominance over a season, the 07 Patriots, the 99 greatest show on turf Rams. Do you believe this will continue?
I mean, not to this extent, I don't think, but, they're going to keep winning.
And do you believe by tomorrow at this time, David, while wearing your cheese grater, we have traded for a pass rusher? Yes or no?
I hope so.
Me too. Well, David, you brought joy to my day, and I hope you've thought. I hope you've thought out after that awful weather. But thank you for the laugh. It was tremendous.
Yeah, you bet.
It was fantastic. I love it. Poor guy. I feel terrible now. We mentioned it, and the poor guy's phone is blowing up. I didn't mean for that to happen. I thought it'd be like a buddy. But I always forget the social media thing. You're connected to the world.
Really? You just realize this?
Hey,
welcome to 2020.
Well, I lose sight of it because I'm not on it. And then it's like I say something. I'll tell you what,
Kenny. Hey, what's your favorite holiday? Is it Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving.
I could post about a cheese sandwich, and the 3 replies: Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving, hashtag Thanksgiving, retweet Thanksgiving.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
It's become like a cult phenomenon.
But you guys know what it is we do the show together every day. The show doesn't extend in my brain beyond these walls. This is just us doing what we do, and you invite the callers in and you go. You lose sight of the reach.
Brother, I am waiting for the class action lawsuit that the people are going to have for me for ruining college sports.
That's not going to happen.
You want to bet? Do you realize how many times? And this is all your fault. You ruined this.
It kind of is.
They sue for NIL and then put Rico in the suit.
Right, wait, what?
R.L. Beard.
Yeah, you're in. You got to be in 36 district court.
I will say that we're going to get to it tomorrow because today's Alliance Day. Your homework assignment is going to be who's any good. I don't know who's any good in college football. The product's pretty bad.
Funny you said that.
Yeah, I know who's not good.
No, it's funny you said that. We may be tackling that issue shortly.
Oh, tremendous. All right, let's go back to the people. I'm just pumped. Cheese grater guy called in. Let's go to Parker, 97.1. Parker, what's going on?
Hey, Parker, what's going on? How you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, I think that there's a lot of negativity going on. We did just get this win. It's Victory Monday. And I've been hearing people talking about, I don't know. What I know is this. We're running it. We're going all the way to the Super Bowl. I'm confident. We're winning. Let's go. And Rico, by the way, not coming for your throat like Mike said, but the NFC being trash, that's on them. That's not our problem. We're going to win that too.
It's not your problem.
No, it's not.
We're just identifying reality. Like, you have by far and away the best team. Let's get a pass rusher and go win the damn thing.
Let's get one then. Or if not, let's run with what we have. We have the best players in the league. We got Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'll take him over anybody. We got Jahmyr Gibbs. We got Jared Goff. We got David Montgomery. I'll take these guys at their position over anybody in the league. Let's go.
So, Parker, they don't make a trade. You're okay with that?
Hey, if we get one, that's cool. If not, staying with Dan Campbell and staying with Brad Holmes. I respect their decisions. I respect the choices that they make. Let's go.
Okay. The takeaway from that call is let's go. I'm not going to argue. Parker's
loser.
David, stop that. David, not on a Victory Monday. You stop it right now.
Sorry,
and you're supposed to be, hey, look at me. I'm a Christian. You can't treat people that way.
I could treat him that way.
Just like what you did to me Saturday night. And I go, oh, really? What Bible verse is that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that was terrible.
I was miserable, man. We lost, okay?
I decided to just go ahead and opt out of that text.
Michigan lost. I was miserable.
All I texted was cockaboose. This place is great. And you're like,
it's early.
F you. I hate them all. Like, oh, real nice, David. And then he attributed it to Corinthians.
Right.
What a disgrace. We'll get back with the people in a moment. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Really? It's just us giving you some data from the last 6 weeks. And do you believe this team will just continue, not just winning, hitting teams with garbage cans? Some form of Kenny wrestling montage. There's only a couple teams in modern football that have managed to win football games on an average of more than 14 a game. Okay, it's the Pats in 07. It's the Rams in 99. You got, Ravens 2000.
Yeah.
But they won a different way. They just beat you 14-0.
Right.
It looked a little different. Moran Buick GMC, elevate your tailgating. You could lease the 24 Sierra LT Elevation Crew Cab, $239 a month, 24 months, $999 down. Moran also has employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GXs. You could lease one for $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months, sign and drive. No employee discount required. New stock daily, and they'll have what you're looking for. Guys, Yukon Denali's, they're in stock too. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price, period. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, to the people. Are the Lions this good, where you are just going to win every game by double figures? Your comps, the 07 Patriots, the 99 greatest show on turf Rams. Do what you want with it. I think they're good. Clearly, I pick them to win the Super Bowl. And yes, we're keeping our ear to the ground on the Zadarius Smith stuff. The latest we have from Adam Schefter is he believes the Lions and Browns will find a way to get this done. You add Zadarius Smith to this team, Super Bowl or bust. Game on. It's the best team in football. They're good in all three phases. This offense is operating at a level that I'll give you the numbers again at 4. I don't want to pound people over the head with the data every segment, but it's truly historical. Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking the call, guys. Thinking about all this, I try to put it into perspective. And when I put it all into perspective, and you just asked, are the Lions that good? And I look back at NFL history and I go, no one's that good. I mean, think about it. You can look at it, and I hate to be Debbie Downer here, but for me, the only thing that will satisfy me is winning the whole thing. And nothing less will satisfy me. So you look back in history, the 85 Bears. Well, the 85 Bears did get a little lucky in that the Patriots upset the Dolphins because the Dolphins were built to beat them and smoke them during the regular season. Mm-hmm. So if the Dolphins did, the 85 Bears don't happen. And the two teams we've referenced today, the 99 Rams and 07 Patriots, the 07 Patriots did not win the Super Bowl. The 99 Rams were a yard away from not winning the Super Bowl. That thing is so damn hard to win. Now, do I think they'll keep winning at this clip? No, no one does. Everyone comes back down to earth. It's the NFL. But what concerns me is if you're sizing up this team, if I'm another coach, if I'm a scout, especially if I'm in the Kansas City organization, and I'm sizing up the Lions, they don't have a slight weakness or a weakness where you go, if I had to find a weakness and pick one, it'd be this. They have a glaring weakness. And a team that seems to win the Super Bowl every year, that the league seems hell-bent on making sure that happens, is built to expose that weakness from the head coach on down.
Well, and again, I look at it that if I have to face Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Patrick Mahomes, and I give them all the time they want in the pocket, I'm dead. I have to win a shootout in the high 30s.
Correct. And the thing is, and again, I can't stress it enough, it's not a slight weakness. It is a glaring weakness. And do you want to be sitting here in early February on Monday morning as an organization going, we didn't do the one thing that was so obvious and we just didn't do it, and it cost us on Super Bowl Sunday? I can't live with that. They have to address that. And another thing, too, everyone's losing their mind. Look, we might play the Packers 2 more times. Things change when you play people over and over. If people think we're just going to keep body bagging teams, you don't know the NFL. I love what I'm seeing, but for me, it's like, I don't care. I want to win the Super Bowl. Same thing with Michigan last year. Nothing but winning that natty would have satisfied me. I sat there with my arms folded and went, finish the deal. And it's the same thing here. They have to address that pass rush. It is eventually going to hurt them when they play the right team with the right coach and the right quarterback that can expose it.
I'm with you. Listen, Chad, we're simpatico on this. And in this league, I mean, look at how the Rams won the Super Bowl. Aaron Donald blew up 2 straight huge plays late to seal it for the Rams. Look how the Chiefs won it last year. Chris Jones blowing up Feliciano on that last play. Like, if the Lions don't improve this defensive line room, I'm telling you, it may not pop up now or against the Jags or Colts. It will bite you in the ass in the playoffs in a single elimination game where the other guy's got all the time in the world. I'm confident they'll pull a move because if they don't, I just can't. I can't exist like that.
No, because as you stated, you had problems getting to Jordan Love, who was on one leg, and you still. I mean, you got the sack on a screenplay. So yeah, that's problematic. If those guys are allowed to run around and extend the play and sit back in the pocket for 4 to 5 to 6 seconds, they're going to find an open receiver. Plain and simple.
Big time. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I have, as far as sustainability, I have one comment for offense and defense.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, they have to have a pass rush. That seems to be a consensus. No one's saying they don't. But can I give a little credit to those safeties? I believe we have the best 2, maybe 3 safety combination in this league for versatility and playmaking. I think Branch, Iffy, and Joseph, and even the secondary, the defensive backs are, I think, coming along a little better than I thought. Just give them a little bit of a pass rush to make, the other quarterback not have so much time, and I think defense will be good. But offense, here's how I liken it. And you can tell me if it's a parallel or not, but the Detroit Tiger bullpen and Carrick Screwball, they were perfect. I mean, they were almost perfect for a month, 6 weeks, but, you can only go so far with it. At some point in time, Carrick's going to make a bad pitch or Bo Brisky's going to blow a lead, and then you lose a series. But as far as sustainability, I think they can sustain a very high level of real good, if not great play. But to get defensively, they have to get at least a functional pass rusher to help, because I think Glenn is doing the absolute best he can with what he's got in front of him right now.
He is. But, and again, look, it's the way it ended for the Tigers. And let me be very clear. The Lions are much better than the Detroit Tigers. They are much better built. They have stars. They have real talent. I don't want to comp that out.
Yeah, you won't hear the word fluke
But
at any point.
It'll end the same way if you don't address this. Because your fatal flaw, unlike baseball, you don't get a 5-game or 7-game set. You get one. You'll get exposed. And I don't think it's fair to anybody in that locker room. I don't think it's fair to Dan Campbell, the coaches, Aaron Glenn, and I sure as hell don't think it's fair for Brad Holmes to undermine himself by not addressing this need. And guys, look, it's not just Aiden. I have said this for weeks now. You have lost 4 guys in your D-line room. Pecco, Kaminsky, Davenport, Aiden, and now it's a 5th. And I have no idea when Josh Paschal will be back. He is it's not hurt. He is dealing with something that is related to his cancer battle from a few years ago, and the only quote I have seen is, "It's not back, but I had to get it taken care of real quick." Well, he's missed multiple games, and it'll take a little bit for him to ramp back up. The point is, that's 5 defensive linemen in what should be on a Super Bowl team, what, an 8-man rotation? Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay.
At least.
So the only 3 regulars you got left are Reeder, Onzarike, and McNeil, right? Not good enough. And even TJ knows it. When he comes in, he's talking about Bobby Woo Woo and Mo Muhammad and some of these other guys. Dude, it's not good enough.
No. Yeah, Mike, exactly. I mean, you have to be able to roll guys in there, especially because late in the season, when you hit the playoffs, I would say you want to probably have at least a 10-man rotation where you just kind of have 2 guys that are just there to go in there, because in the fourth quarter, that's money time. You want your guys to be fresh, plain and simple.
248-539-9797. I'm going to get more of the people in the mix. David, I got to be timely because I know we got to touch table on some football. We'll get back to you guys shortly. I promise. 97.1. You're looking for roofing companies. You're going to see a ton of negative comments and bad reviews. Why? It's a tough industry. People usually are left pretty unsatisfied. But Victor's, they don't play in that pond because they assign you a program manager. That project manager is going to handle your installation start to finish and be your point of contact. So you're never left in the dark. You're never sitting around waiting for somebody to call you back. You ask a question, they got an answer. They just do business the right way. So with Victor's, you'll get the best experience in the industry. That is how they offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee when the competition can barely cobble together 5. Call today, set up that 21-point roof inspection and estimate 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's go rapid fire, handle non-Lions related issues. Hit the music. Yes, Rico. What can we say?
Well, Michael.
Kurt
David?
Signetti dropped our nuts and we wore them as a hat Saturday. Yes, we can say that.
Are we on?
Yeah, we're good. I'm projecting.
All right.
It's okay.
Can we say that James Franklin days are numbered at Penn State?
Yes. If that school has any spine, you cobble together the money. I don't care how ridiculous it is. If Jimbo can be bought out, James Franklin can be bought out. Guy's a loser. Oh, but he wins all the games, except the important ones. He's a buster. Yes.
No, they're keeping him. They're going to keep him, and they shouldn't, but they will.
Then they get what they deserve.
Correct.
And they'll be Ohio State and Michigan's pleasure pillow. Good. Okay. These commercials are ruining my life.
I beg you, never set me up with him again.
I'm sorry, Rico.
How many times is that commercial going to play during Monday Night Football tonight? 38.
If I didn't know you better, I would say you were drunk right about now.
Oh, my God, help me. God, get to tomorrow. No more ads.
Can we say that there is no clear-cut favorite for the Big 12 champion?
Yes, because the conference blows. I mean, Iowa State, you're dead now. Kansas State, you're dead now. Utah's been dead for a month. Okie State blows. UCF has primarily quit. You're left with, is Colorado who's going to go? They're no good. Awful conference this year.
Right, Colorado doesn't play, and they get a benefit from everyone else losing this week.
The whole conference is fugazi. It's awful. But they better be careful. They got to go out to West Texas, guns up, 2.5-point favorites in Lubbock.
All right, well, can we say, don't do it, that Indiana will be playing Oregon in Indianapolis for the Big Ten championship?
Sure, Rico. I don't care anymore. Sure. No, I'm not going to do it. I think Ohio State beats them. I think this has to stop. It's not that Indiana's that good. It's just their strength of schedule is outside the top 100. Yes, they're burying people. I'll tell you what. I'll change my mind. They drop a bomb on Michigan, then you got my attention. I will be shocked if they bomb Michigan. They may beat them, but embarrass them in a game with condensed possessions? Show me.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be playing Oregon in the Big Ten championship game. I truly believe they'll beat Ohio
What's the
State.
over-under in that game? 86.5?
I would say probably 69, 70 and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon doesn't like to score as many points as Indiana. Can we? I guess I just have no say-so on this show.
What happened? What's wrong? Oh, you were being serious.
Yes.
Oh,
I was being
okay.
serious.
Dave.
I'm not a Charlemagne the God fan at
Neither
all.
am I. It's about the commercial. It's not an endorsement. It's just
I-
how many times. Do you know how many times in the World Series I had to hear from him?
I had to hear from him.
Do you know what I mean? Right. All the things that I don't really care about. Fortunately, it all goes away tomorrow.
Does it?
It does.
I hope you're right.
Campaign's over. That's it.
Tomorrow night, it's going to be a gala event, popcorn election where everyone's losing their mind, and Bowling Green CMU on ESPN 8, the Ocho.
I guess, what do you got? That's 8 p.m. Commercials in because voting's closed here.
Okay.
Can we say that someone other than Oregon, Georgia, Ohio State, or Miami will win the national title?
You said Oregon, Georgia, Miami,
and Ohio State.
I'm going to say no. I hate saying that, but I'm going to say no. I don't think Miami will do it. Their defense is horrible. But the other three, I'll go with it. I hate it, but I'll go with it. David, go
You
ahead.
did not include Texas, so I'm going to go with someone else will win it.
Okay.
Yes.
Little NFL action. Guys, the way it's looking, at first I put this in there being facetious, but now I'm starting to believe it. Can we say that the Bills will clinch their division by Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving. Yes. Yes. The Dolphins, yikes. The Patriots, yikes. And the Jets, I know that was a cute little win, but yikes.
Right,
I could see them losing in the desert this week.
I think they got like a 4 or 5 game lead already.
Thanksgiving.
They're going to clinch by next week. This division is really bad.
Wait, I'm joking. Like, oh, they're going to wait.
But that was the secret to the sauce for the Patriots for so long.
It was.
They would go 6-0 in that division because the division was largely butt.
Can we finally say that maybe the Commanders are no longer that cute team? Maybe we should start putting a little respect on their name.
I've been waiting for you guys. You know where I stand on that. Yes. Jaden Daniels, he's the unicorn. It ain't stopping.
I'm going to say no. As long as Saquon continues to jump backwards over defenders, then the Eagles still have a shot.
But hold on.
No, yes, seriously, yes.
Okay, I was going to say.
Due to Dak being out for a few weeks, can we say that the Cowboys will now tank for the rest of the season for a draft pick?
I have no idea. While Jerry Jones says things look bleak, he still says he likes what he has in Mike McCarthy. Rico, I have no idea what is going on. Sure, they'll tank. They can't draft a QB. What are you tanking for? Travis Hunter? Is that what you're doing?
No, or just like a skill position player like Travis Hunter, or the best defensive player that's out there.
Ashton Genty.
Yeah, I don't quite know what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do.
They would actually go for Genty. That's a Jerry Jones move.
Well, just a few hours ago, he was saying they're going to make a deal at the deadline to
For what?
improve. And then the news comes out about his quarterback even being worse than he thought. So I don't know what Dallas is going to do.
They're going to go get Bryce Young?
Can we say MSU's got to get serious about NIL or we should close the stadium? David?
It's a great place to be on a Saturday if you want to just hang out somewhere. Wow.
Go ahead. What else?
Yeah,
in the
right.
NFL?
Do they want to be a have or just an also ran?
So you agree with that thought process? I hate the whole sport at this point, but I'm saying you do have to choose.
You do, and we to simplify it.
Thanks.
Yes, they do need to upgrade, but just spending money doesn't mean you're going to win.
No, you got to spend it smartly.
I do think that whoever comes up with the college football version of Moneyball equation will be a rich man.
So we need Bo Brisky, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Bob Salmon.
Yeah.
Pete Gunther.
Yeah, we need that guy that says, you know what, go get that third string tackle from, the Citadel, and he's going to come in there and be the man.
So you mean be competent?
Yes.
Got it.
Can we say that the Chargers are sneaky good?
No. When I look at some of the teams they've beaten, I can't get there. Look, Harbaugh's going to do a good job there because it's what he does. But no, sneaky good? No, I don't see them beating anyone of relevance in the AFC. No, for me.
No, the Chargers are like what the Broncos were. They were gaining wins on bad teams, and then they play someone good, and now you know who they really are. The Chargers are not a good team.
Can we say that the return of Christian McCaffrey could turn the table in the NFC West?
No, he's going to blow his Achilles out Sunday.
Not even close.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
No.
Dude, coming back from this injury is silly. I'm telling you, there's a real risk he has a catastrophic Achilles event. I don't like this for you at all. I'd hold him out. But they've opened his practice window.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. He's practicing this week. I would have brought him back in December.
If he is run CMC, all systems go, you could be right. But, Rico, I just have such doubts with that type of injury.
I would have brought him back probably the week before you play the Lions. But that's just me.
Or the week after Thanksgiving.
Can we say that the NFL needs to find some type of unity when it comes to the targeting rule? Because I saw so many hits that were targeting nothing.
When Keon Coleman got hit, that was worse than what Branch
But
did.
yet Max Crosby gets hit with a flag for hitting Joe Burrow. And I'm like, dude, no one heard the whistle. Chill out. It's not that personal. Rico, yes. College football, pro football, we need like a symposium. What is a tackle?
No.
Presentation by Kenny Cott.
But at least for college, even if you don't agree with it, it's like, okay, it was helmet contact. It's universally, it's bad, but at least I know immediately. For the NFL, because the whole time for Brian Branch, I'm thinking to myself, wait, he's going to stay in the game. There it is. He just got kicked out.
Well, it also doesn't help when you MF the refs and double bird the crowd.
I've heard that.
Those are not, those are frowned upon in this establishment.
But what does Charlemagne the God have to say?
No, see, we were just poking fun at a political ad and you got all angry. So I'm not going to have David do that no more.
So
look what you did. He's all scared over there now.
Go ahead, David.
No.
Go ahead, David. No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm good.
That's it's your, can we say that, Blitz 97.1?
All right, 4 o'clock. I promised you we'd reset some of the numbers on a Lions victory Monday. Let's do that because this is what gives context to, man, this team's playing great, but what does it mean? Okay. Well, first of all, it's the first time Lions have won 6 games in a row since 1995. Second of all, the numbers they're putting up offensively. If this is the new norm for them, it will be you and the greatest show on turf, Rams, is the 2 greatest offenses, along with the 07 Patriots. That's it. And only the 07 Patriots this century have had a winning margin as large as what you're beating teams by. Jahmyr Gibbs averaging 6.4 yards per carry. Is that going to continue?
Leading the league.
Yeah. How about every time Goff targets Amon-Ra St. Brown? 30 straight completions. That's insane. I've never seen that in the history of the league.
And not always easy catches.
Goff, his last 6 games, 80.4% completion rate and a 140 QB rating. All-time bests over a 6-game span. And here's how you know you're good in all 3 phases. That you were so good on defense and special teams, and primarily special teams against the Titans. You had 486 yards the last 2 weeks. You've scored 76 points. Your opponents have 827 yards. They've scored 26.
Say that again for the people in the back.
486 and 76, 827 and 28. The point is, will this, if this is the new norm for you, that you're not just going to win, you're going to win by 14, 15, 17 a game. Guys, the only comp for it is the 07 Patriots in the last 25 years. So if you believe this will continue, then you're going to be 85 Bears, 2000 Ravens, 07 Pats, and you. And again, I understand. You know, the 07 Pats didn't win the Super Bowl, but it is widely considered the greatest regular season in the history of the sport. Mm-hmm. Okay, is that what you believe the Lions are? Is that the company you're going to hold? I'm not doing that on November 4th. Now, I've picked them to win the Super Bowl since August. I'm not changing. We are all holding our breath for a trade here. They need to make a deal for an edge rusher. But do you believe this is your new norm? I'm not. No, I think you're going through an incredible hot streak, but this will cool down. And geez, God forbid, maybe you just win a game by 6. Please.
The thing is, Mike, I'm looking at this team. Unless there's some catastrophic injury, this will continue at least for the next 4 games.
They dropping a bomb on Houston?
I think so.
I want the alt line right now.
Okay.
Go to the alt line, lay 9.5 points. That should be plus 250.
Yes.
Okay, then go ahead and lay 13.5. And then 16.5. Go ahead. Hey, David, Friday for the picks. Alt line only on the Lions. Do not hand the real point spread out.
Because after them, then it's, Jacksonville, it's Indianapolis, teams that I expect them to go out there and their line will be, it won't be an alt line for those games. It will be double digits.
Then you need to bump it to 21.5.
Then you got the Bears at home for
Thanksgiving.
So if it doesn't happen at Houston, I don't see where it ends until you get to maybe Buffalo.
All right. So you believe this is the new norm?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah.
Okay, then this team is going to be historically good. And that's fine. I'm not mad if you believe it. I've watched too much NFL. It's been my whole life. The NFL, I'll never take it for granted. I'll never call it easy. I'll never take for granted winning a game. It's really hard. And doing this.
It is, Mike, but in the NFL, in some sports, a team is just charmed. They're living the life. They can do no wrong. The Lions have hit that streak where your quarterback doesn't throw incomplete passes. Like your safety gets kicked out of a game. Doesn't matter because the other one gets a pick 6.
On the worst throw of the year.
You go to Green Bay and you forget, which team plays in Green Bay every week and which team plays in a dome?
Is it wrong? I'm more impressed that they won a game in awful weather and kind of help Goff's narrative. I value that more than the margin of victory or any of these wild stats. It's crossing off another box that we can go on the road.
Yeah.
We can be in bad weather. and we can win a game.
Oh, no, I totally agree with you. As a matter of fact, I told Cookies that on the pregame show that this is going to cross this line off. We crossed everything off. Jared Goff's not mobile. Well, you saw him being mobile. Jared Goff can't win the big games. Well, he's going to do that. He's going to fall. He's going to throw picks. He's going to check, cross it off. And yesterday, yes, you crossed off. Not only can he go into bad weather and put gloves on his hands, but he can make accurate passes and win. And he didn't have to go out there and put up this ridiculous amount of yards. He was a game manager. He controlled what, as you said earlier in the show, he controlled what he could control.
That's it.
Didn't make mistakes, and they walked out of there. Really, it wasn't a 10-point game. Green Bay scored a garbage touchdown late,
right,
and made it a 10-point game.
That's what's so incredible with this team is like, all right, forget about like if people take this as an insult, they have tiny brains. It's not. It's a compliment. You are the masters of controlling what you can control. All three phases: offense, defense, special teams. The Lions don't do stupid stuff. They don't make mistakes. Look at yesterday's game. You handled your business, and then here's what the Packers offered. 9 penalties, 6 drops, 3 bad snaps, the worst interception I've seen since Will Levis week 2, and a missed field goal. You do none of those things. You handle your business. And in this league, what I'm watching week in and week out, there is no better operation in all three phases than you. That's the best compliment I can pay you.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, he is running. They are razor sharp right now. They have the look of a team's going to do this.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's a rookie, but your field goal kicker is just making field goals.
Jake Bates is perfect.
Left and right. So much so that Dan Campbell just says, hey, go on and kick the field goal. We're going for it, coach? Nah, you're going to kick that field goal. Really? Because you went for it all the time last year. Yeah, I didn't like my kicker. I like you. Go kick the field goal.
I like you. David, some ticket text, and we'll get to the callers, okay?
The Lions will not lose another game this season, including the playoffs. We are hoisting the Lombardi Trophy.
Okay, just to be clear, you're calling your shot right now 19-1 on November 4th. Okay.
The 98-99 Vikings were a better offense than this Lions team, and they did not make the Super Bowl.
But that's not what we're talking about. Winning margin is what we're talking about. Stick to the program, Bueller.
I think the Lions can maintain this heater that we are on right now only, and I mean only, if we make a trade for Smith and something else.
And the latest we have on the Zadarius Smith front is this. Adam Schefter this afternoon on the Pat McAfee show saying, I still believe the Lions and Browns will get on the same page and get this thing across the finish line. So that's all we can offer.
Nobody is saying it's going to be easy but doable by these Lions. Absolutely, yes. See you on Woodward in February. The heater will continue. Nick in Rose.
Yeah, but hold on. You're not answering the question. See, once again, this is my problem, is people conflating conversations. I've asked you a simple question. Are you going to roll out and beat teams by 17 points a game the rest of the year like you have the last 6 weeks? And people can't bring themselves to just answer the question. No, if it's just a heater, then you got to answer for, is it going to continue for 12 more weeks, 10 more weeks? And if not, that's okay. That has nothing to do. Look, I can say it's not going to continue, but I still believe they're winning the Super Bowl. Don't get that twisted. Don't mix the conversations. I'm saying you're, like Rico put it, you're Robin Leach. Champagne and caviar. You're beating teams by 17 a game. I'm asking if you believe this is the new normal, that you are going to put forth one of the most dominant seasons in the last quarter of a century of the NFL.
That you will be historically good, that 25 years from now, people will be referring back to the 24 Lions. Oh, yeah, it's 2040. Hey, remember that 24 Lions team when they just went out there and just killed people, and they beat them by so many points, and no one ever stood a chance in all of their games. That's what we're saying. Not can they win the Super Bowl. That's totally different.
What kills me is this team over the last 55 games is 40-15 against the spread, going to the midway point of 22, right? So when you look at this now, look at the line for this weekend's game. How the hell is Vegas only trotting the Lions out as a 3.5-point favorite? Because if you believe this continues, well, I'm not telling you what to do. But if you believe it, then that 3.5 sounds like a gift, doesn't it?
It does.
That's my problem. Everything I know about the NFL, you don't just roll out and beat teams and lay points and do it.
Correct.
And they're killing people.
Correct, but it's almost like the guy playing craps and he just keeps rolling sevens.
And you know what happens at the end?
You lose. But until you do, you just roll 20 straight sevens.
So you're Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Yes, you're Nick Papa Giorgio from Yuma.
Guy won like 6 cars.
Right.
I don't know what it is. I hate Chevy Chase. Am I weird?
Really? I like him in a vacation movie.
I don't think he's funny at all. And he's a mean person, I've heard. He's terrible.
Yeah, from what I heard. But in the vacation movies, yeah. Yeah. So
248-539-97. Don't, David.
What's that?
Don't. He was about to do something to stoke your fire, and I'm stopping it. This is personal growth.
David and I had a conversation about this.
Okay.
Read something.
Rico's next.
Wow. Okay. Is your family obsessed with Wicked like David's family? You're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle with your kids' next Wicked theme sleepover.
What?
Well, Xfinity Internet has enough power to handle hundreds of devices so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazifying power, Mike, even when I did not. Even when everyone is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, get a thrillifying fast 150 megabit internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included with Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $66 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nope. BOGO is nonsense because you're getting charged more on the front end anyways. You want a real deal, go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They'll shoot you straight. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000 with great installation. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. We have given some context for what the Lions have been doing the last 6 weeks. You tell me what you want to do with it. We go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Excellent, pal. Thank you.
Good, Mike.
So, the sort of question behind your question, I feel like a little bit is, are the Lions going to earn that title of the 2024 Lions by going on this crazy statistical run? And I was going to take a different stance originally when I first called in, but the more I've been listening and the more I think about it, I actually think if ever there was a team to kind of pull off this impossible statistical run, this is the team to do it. They're just playing so angry, and they're playing with such sort of a vindictive, I'm coming to get you style. They just never take the brakes off, and they're almost reveling in it at this point. Like 30 pass connections between Amon-Ra and Goff is ridiculous at this stage, right? The number of spreads, ridiculous at this stage. And the fact that they've done it as one of the most inept organizations in sports history in a very short period of time. I mean, I think you'd have to go back to the 79 49ers to find a better franchise turnaround.
But here's the thing. This is the amount of time it takes in the NFL, right? We talked about this at the start. Rebuilds work or they don't. There is no long-term linear progression. Year 1, year 2, you should see cusp of playoffs improvement, and then year 3, you are who you are. We saw that. By year 3 last year, they were the dudes. Like, Mike, the foundation has been built in the first and second round of these drafts. And they made the bold move. They got Stafford out. They got the extra picks. They nailed them. That's the beginning, middle, and end. So whatever they were.
And they did it the right way, which is why I think we're all on the same page that they must make a move for an edge. And I'm kind of with you. I'd like multiple bodies at this point because we just keep seeming to lose guys left and right. So we just need to keep applying pressure. And that's the name of their game. Like,
and it's also, if your offense can allow, if you can allow your defense a lead, you can do what Minnesota did the first month of the season. It's easier to call defenses when you're ahead. And this offense can be a pace setter. And look, clearly at their best, they can redefine what greatness is. They can redefine what being elite in the NFL is. But there's no scenario. Like, Mike, I mean, we all sit here, me, you, Rico, David, Kenny. They have, 8 more games or whatever it is. The idea that you won't incur another injury up front, I think that's fantasy. And you're at a point you can't afford a single injury. Bodies, plural. Yes, I want Za'Darius Smith. I love a couple depth moves.
I will concede it is highly improbable. This run has been, by definition, highly improbable. So my next step is to say, if ever there was a time, if ever there was a team to think it's legitimately possible to go on a run like that, this is the team to do it. And I'll grant you it's improbable, and I wouldn't blame you for saying I'm not ready to go there. But the more I think about it, I think I am ready to go there. Like the way these guys play different. They just play different in this version of the NFL, in this modern type of game. It's a much more old school, punch you in the face, knock you out, and today's NFL is not built for that.
You're right. No, and it's exemplified too by Penei Sewell, Mike. Yesterday, this is nerd stuff, and I'm sorry if this bores you guys. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, there's one play. He not only sets the edge, he caves in his man. And it was on the Gibbs delayed, that little draw play, 25-yard touchdown that really just iced the game. Go watch Sewell on that play and watch him wall off the entire side. You could have driven a car through the hole. And then on the other side, There's a play, and I apologize, I forget the receiver that catches the ball. But he goes, chips his first guy, knocks him to Planet Nebular, and immediately gets out in time that by the time Goff throws the ball, he's on the guy going to tackle the receiver. He blocks him too. You're talking about an offense, like you know this with Trent Williams because you watch him every week. There are offensive tackles, good tackles, and then dudes that already have their yellow jacket. Penei Sewell's a Hall of Fame player. Trent Williams, Hall of Fame. You see these guys do things and you're like, that's cartoon.
Yeah, it's a unicorn. Like, everybody cannot do that, and you're thankful he plays for your team. And you pay him whatever he wants to stay with your team.
It's just they're built different. And look, Mike, I believe they're winning the Super Bowl. Me saying I don't believe they're going to end up beating everybody by 17 points a game, I don't think that's negativity. I'm just too much of a pragmatic crab ass who's watched the NFL for 30 years. 35 years. I can't go there. If they do it, more than happy to acknowledge it. I don't want to go there. I want to win, and I want to make sure we're on the pathway to getting that parade. Between now and tomorrow, right now, there better be a deal. You cannot justify, if you guys are calling this radio show talking about how amazing they are, how good they are, then how could you be satisfied with not curing or putting a Band-Aid on the one weakness you have? You know what I mean, Rico? Like, how could you say that?
It is. And I think the Lions see that. They know that. And there's no way in the world, they're smart people, that they know we can continue going and playing this way without help for that defensive line. Because, yes, eventually, whether it's just the health of the existing players that you have start to wear down and break down and nicks and injuries start happening, or you start facing better caliber of quarterbacks that are have more mobility to them that can extend plays. If you want to win, really nothing about next season should matter to you. You'll pay whatever price it takes to continue what's going on right here, right now.
You know what's amazing? Watch Zadarius Smith get traded here at 6:01, right after we're off the air. God, it's going to happen.
Well, Rieger will be happy.
By the way, the Schefter quote, if you want it, I think the Browns and Lions will figure out how to get a deal done for Zadarius Smith. Done.
Yeah.
Get it done.
And see, for me, I think probably the Lions have already put in their bid, and I think this is just the Browns. One last call. Anybody else? Anybody else? So I think it won't happen at 6. I think it'll happen tomorrow.
You know what I still can't figure out? And I'm not trying to stoke the fire here. Did you see Max Crosby after the game yesterday? Mm-hmm. This bleep sucks. This is terrible. Max, you can fix all of it. I want out. Period. Come home, Scott. Come home. I just don't get how a guy could sit there. I don't get how a guy could sit there and go, oh, I want to be a Raider. Really? You enjoying yourself? Team just fired the OC, the O-line coach. Antonio Pierce fired everyone but himself. Then he's going to get fired at the end of the year. Then you're going to have a rookie quarterback next year. You know what you're going to do? You're going to be terrible. I'll never understand it. I'm starting to blame Max Crosby.
Unless you get that next rookie phenom QB. Good luck with that.
That's going to be Shador. You know it, right?
Oh, no.
That's going to be Shador and Coach Prime in Vegas. Watch. Oh, and by the way, you know who Shador Sanders NIL? You know who Shador Sanders NIL is through? TB12.
Yeah, sure is.
Who's the co-owner of the Raiders? Tom Brady.
Unless there's a team in New York with the first overall selection.
I would take Shador.
That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, unless.
Won't happen. No, it won't happen. You know what we're going to do? Because this man won't pray for me this weekend. We're going to beat the Panthers, F ourselves into oblivion, and have no shot at a quarterback.
Maybe you want to find somebody else. Mike, I'll pray for you. Last time he prayed for somebody.
Be curious.
You got Cade.
All right. Cap off week 8. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers, $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, you build an SGP for the Monday night game. It's all there for you. Again, Bucks, Chiefs, good luck figuring out who's catching pass. Maybe a Cade Otton game tonight because all the receivers are dead. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Original official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's have a little fun. Well, breaking news. The Detroit Lions have waived two guys I ain't ever heard of. Abraham Beauplain and Chris Smith. One's a linebacker, one's a D lineman. You go, Mike, why the hell are you bringing this up? Let me help you. So that clears two spots on the 53-man roster. Now, one of those is for Mr. Jamison Williams. The other would be for Zadarius Smith. Am I wrong? Am I using hopium on a cloudy Monday? What are we doing here?
They got an open spot, so.
David, ticket text. Talk to me.
I think you're using hopium, by the way.
What did you just say?
You're using hopium.
Come on. You really don't believe they're making a deal?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Come on.
I don't think that this has anything to do with it.
Well, what's the extra spot on the roster for? Mickey Mouse?
I don't know. We'll see. They got a whole week, and I don't think it has anything to do with the trade. I think they can make the trade. They don't. No, I don't think that's for that.
Well, they can't go cutting TJ's buddy Bobby Woo Woo.
That's not the same guy, is it?
I think he's safe. No, a different guy.
Oh, Abraham Beauplain.
Right.
The guy they released. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, got you.
Not a woo-woo.
Yes, this team should continue to be historically good and hammer teams from historically bad 50 years to great this year. It is science. If we get some respectable edge rushers, then yes, we will blow everyone out like we are right now. Teams won't be able to score with pressure and a great secondary. Offense will keep rolling.
A great example is look how well Aleem McNeil played yesterday. Had probably 5 or 6 pressures. But you got nothing from the edges. Nothing. If you can get anything from the edge, this is the best interior you guys have had since the Sue Fairley days. It's there. There's no scenario I will accept not making a trade. I don't want to hear it. Oh, well, the other team has to dance too. I don't care. Then take the other team to dinner. Figure it out. If John Lynch always figures it out, and Howie Roseman always figures it out, and Eric DaCosta always figures it out, then damn it, we need to figure it out.
You know what? Hold on real quick, David. We talked about this briefly during the break. I'm watching this Kirby Joseph replay again of his pick six. He does remind me of Merton Hanks. He's a tinier version, but the long neck. If he would just hit out the chicken dance when he scores, I got to see if TJ can get him to do that, man. But like Hanks, he got interceptions, and Kirby Joseph just gets interceptions.
That's right.
People are believing what you're putting out there, Mike, with the Lions news because Wikipedia has now called Zadarius Smith a Detroit Lion.
Yes. Hey, he played a season-low snap count yesterday, 29. He had the blue T-shirt thing that you guys explained to me. You got Schefter saying they're going to get a deal done. Now we just said goodbye to Bobby Beauplain and some guy named Smith. J-Mo's only one spot. The other, come on. Come on. Zadarius Smith, right? Gotta be.
Yeah, we'll see. Someone else does want to tell you, Mike, you have to remember you are outside the 4 walls because all the Lions fans took your note and took it to Max Crosby, and he got pissed about all the messages he
I understand that.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
I understand it. I'm just saying on a day-to-day, I don't think that way. I just do the show. But yes, I failed to realize that when I mentioned cheese grater guy, that all of a sudden that poor man's phone would explode. Well, we were happy to talk to him today. It was hilarious. But man, the UP, good gravy.
Someone's saying the 2 spots. One could be, of course, you're right, J-Mo.
Right.
The other could be Broderick Martin. Maybe he's coming back from injury.
Why do you have to use common sense? Can't you just let us dream a little? Who the hell needs Broderick Martin?
I didn't even know he played football still. Like, where's he been?
Rather have cheese grater guy than Broderick Martin. Come on.
With this offense, I can definitely see them beat everyone by 14 to 17 points on every game until the playoffs.
Nah, you may as well do it in the playoffs too, right? I mean, who are we kidding?
See, the funniest thing is the defense makes like you can get yardage throughout the 20s, but for some reason they stop the other teams from scoring, and it's not with pressure. You just don't get it done. I can't describe it. And like I said, I was like, oh, okay, it's Brian Branch. Wait, he's gone. You're still limiting teams from scoring.
I hated him getting thrown out of that game. I know we haven't spent a lot of time on it because they won, but that is not a transparent process.
No.
Look, the hit was a personal foul. I'm good with it. 15 yards, don't do that again. For him to be thrown out by some magic, it sounds like your live read. Have a fantastical evening.
Amazifying
replay. You can't do that. That's like the nonsense that happened in Michigan State, Ohio State. Oh, hey, while the commercial break was going on, do-over. Wait, what? No.
The fact that it took people in New York to say, well, we felt the intent was different. Like, you had referees right there. If they should be able to feel what the intent is, they can hear what's actually being said on the field. But some people hundreds of miles away said, well, yeah, he had intent. He could have stopped. The second it happened, I was more shocked he wasn't thrown out the game. Because when I saw the hit, I was like, wow, interesting. I expect him to be tossed out. And looked like play was going to go on there. Then they had to buzz down, like, and there it is.
And then he MF'd the refs, and then he flipped the crowd off. He really got his money's worth. He pulled a Billy Martin.
Yeah, I've heard that's frowned upon
in this establishment. Let's go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Hey. Woo. Thanks for letting me come on.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, I don't think, like you were saying, that I don't think that they're going to keep that up as far as like 17 points a game. I'm really hoping that they continue to have the things to go their way. For me right now, the cherry is ripe for the picking. I mean, look how far they got last year, and then the fight that they have in them right now. I'm just thankful that I get a chance to watch them play football, 65 years old, and I've watched them go through everything. And right now I still put my channel when I'm watching them on another channel just in case I have to flip to go back and forth because I can't handle the anxiety sometimes watching them.
But there's not much anxiety when you're winning every game by 17 points.
Right. But listen, I mean, but winning by 1 point, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it has to go their way. Everything has to go, I mean, you guys are analysts, you guys are picking everything on what did the defense look like, what the offense is doing, you're giving, I mean, I'm listening to these announcers on like Stephen A. and I'm talking about the Lions and this and this, and I just want to tell them to shut up, just shut up. And then I want to say I'm hoping that the players don't be listening to the hype because I just want them to continue to play football.
James, let me help you.
Yep.
I think they've moved past listening to the hype. Probably the only anxiety you have is the coin toss. Other than that, you should be okay. So flip away, don't watch the coin toss, and then just watch your team bury somebody.
All right, John Jansen Weight Loss Club. You want to lose 40 pounds in 40 days. Ideal U Health Center, they help John. And John has lost over 60 pounds in total. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. And they're different than other weight loss companies. It'll be collaborative. They'll give you coaching, and they'll put you on the very same plan that they got John on. So you could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and look a whole lot different by the time the holidays hit. So if you want to weigh less, book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. All right. For the 5 o'clock audience, welcome. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. I am going to provide you with, if this is who the Lions really are, that they're just going to win every damn game seemingly by, 1 million points. Well, what's the historical context of what the 6-game winning streak is? And if this is who you are, you're going to be historically great, and I'll give that to you. But David has just said he has a Dan Campbell quote that he wants to share with everybody. So let's do that first, shall we?
Yeah, Dan Campbell has a quote here. Dave Burkett wrote an article regarding the deadline, and here he is quoted. "I don't think it's entirely up to us," Campbell said at the team facility. "I can tell you we're trying. Brad Holmes is trying, and we've looked at everything. We really have. Made a ton of calls, and he's been rolling on it, so we'll see. We still got a little bit of time here. We got till tomorrow evening, so we'll see what happens."
He's not wrong in saying that. It isn't entirely up to you. It does take two to tango, but there is no scenario I don't blame Brad Holmes if they don't make a deal. I don't care if you have to overpay. I don't care.
No.
It's the best Lions team of our lives. It's a magic season right now. You have a fatal flaw. You have no exterior pass rush. None. Got to get someone. Now, I'm not mad at what Dan Campbell said at all. He is right. But man, if we're here tomorrow and they haven't made a move, it's crazy to me.
No, this tells me what I thought earlier in the show. This is Cleveland trying to see one last. Does anybody else want to offer anything more for Za'Darius before we package him up to the Lions? I think the Lions have said this is our final deal, and it's a great deal, so we don't need to sweeten this. And you're going to end up calling us back when no one else can match this offer. So I think they're pulling a power move. Yeah, they're out there trying to get it done. It tells me they see what we see, that this is not sustainable. You have to add to this defensive line.
And here's what's not sustainable. Jahmyr Gibbs averaging 6.4 yards a carry. Not sustainable. Goff, the last 30 targets to Amon-Ra St. Brown. 30 straight catches. That is insane. Goff's last 6 games, NFL best historically, 80.4 completion rate, 140 QB rating. And think about this. This is how good this team is in all 3 phases. This is a real credit to Dan Campbell and his staff and these players. You've got in the last 2 weeks 486 yards, but you've scored 76 points. Your opponents have gained 827, but only scored 28. Special teams, turnovers, splash plays. It's all there. So the question is just simple. You've been winning games by an average of about 16 points a game. If you were to keep that up, you would, along with the 07 Patriots, be the only 2 teams in the last 25 years to have that level of dominance. Do you believe that's who you are? I'm not going there on November 4th. I can say I do believe you're winning the Super Bowl, but I'm not putting you in that class. Not now, I'm not. But would it shock me at this point? You just go to Houston and burn their stadium down? Raid their fridge? No, nothing will shock me at this point.
No, I fully expect to hear Jared Goff chants as the game ends because all the Lions fans took over Houston.
You got to put Cheese Grater Guy on a plane and get him to Houston. It doesn't even make sense. I don't care. The Cheese Grater makes me laugh. 248-539-9797.
What does that have to do with a Texan?
Nothing. It's just funny. David, what do you got on Ticket Text? And we'll go to the callers. But, yeah, do you believe this is who the Lions are, that they are just going to dump truck all their opponents? I don't, because I've watched the NFL for too long. I just can't. I don't take it for granted. Winning is really hard. Winning by a lot is rare. This is just a really insane 6 weeks. But keeping this up with those numbers I was giving you, come on, man. That's asking a lot.
Hey, guys, this is Mike B. from Detroit. Yes, I do believe that the Lions can continue beating people by 17 points. Every week that they win, that just builds their confidence. If you add a pass rush to this team, why wouldn't the margin of victory increase? If they bring in 2 starters, it can get even better.
Okay. If you think you're beating teams by 20 a game, I had to go back to the 1940s to find teams with winning margins like that. But feel free. The 1940s, I don't even know if black people were allowed to play. The 1940s, did they have helmets? It may have been leather. I'm just saying, like, guys, I did the work for you.
I honestly think if they stay healthy, yes, they can continue this domination. Mike is going to break another chair in the office tomorrow if the Lions don't make a trade. I'm going to break a chair in my office if they don't make a trade.
I would be more, I don't know if it would be disappointment or anger. I'll just have to wait until the moment. But there's just no excuse for it. And it's not one player. I've never fallen in love with a singular player. I mean, Zadarius Smith, it seems like it is trending towards being him. I'm fine with it. I'm fine if they trade for a couple of guys that aren't him. But you just can't. Not with the team being as good as they are. You got to load the wagon. It's time to go. Go ahead. Quick.
One more. James Houston should have been holding AG's umbrella. That would have been of better use for him yesterday.
He was useless. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Mike. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I was calling in to get my opinion on the Lions, but I was also calling in because I called into your guys' show when you guys were in Vegas and told you about my Dodgers parlay as the Lions is the last leg.
That's right.
And I'm calling back.
You did not cash in, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now we're on to the last phase, right?
Yep. The cash out currently, again, it's a $100 bet on a $108,000 payout if the Lions win the Super Bowl. Cash out currently is at $13,000.
Don't touch it. I wouldn't touch it yet. No. Mark, where's your head at with it? Now that you've gotten the Dodger leg down, I can't imagine what you were doing during that 5-0 inning. Oh, I could not imagine the scene at your place.
But I think we can't imagine what happened when they tied the game up.
Yes. So, Mark, how are you going to handle this?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I just did, in terms of that 5 inning, I was sitting there watching my dad, who in fact is a huge Yankees fan himself, so he was sitting there a little conflicted. But I think I need to let this ride out until the Lions make the playoffs. I do believe they'll be the 1 seed. I'll then chill during the bye. If they're not, then they'll be the 2 seed playing the 7 seed. Yep. And I think at that point it's either cash out and take 10% of it and put it on the Lions to win it all, or I bet on the other team. But, Mike, I'd love to hear your advice. I've never had a ticket this big, and I'm too young. This is too important. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, Mark, listen, I mean, for me, look, you've got to have the conversation about, okay, if I walked now, what does this money do? Versus, all right, I'm going to wait. They're going to live calculate what they're going to pay you week by week. But I think absolutely, like, for me, I'm not doing a thing until I get to the playoffs, and you pray to God that Jared Goff stays upright. Now, once you get to the playoff, you're going to be able to set this up where I wouldn't cash the ticket out. I mean, Mark, you're going to have to get some uncomfortable sums of money and start taking the team the Lions are favored over plus the points, because why? You'll be able to maybe double bubble. Where the Lions win the game but don't cover, you hit both bets and keep moving. But you're going to have to put an amount of money on that's going to justify what you're going to subtract off of your win, but you're going to have to start betting against yourself.
Either that or you wait until the playoffs start, and then that's when you cash in. But don't you dare think about cashing in right now.
No, Mike, by the way, everybody listening, go listen to Cash the Ticket. Mike does a phenomenal job there.
Oh,
I was able to take some money that, listening to a couple of Mike's bets and having belief in them myself, I was able to make a pretty nice parlay, and I was able to put another $250 on the Lions future. So I have money on them regardless of what happens here.
Mark, you're loaded for bear. Let's go get it. What you need to do is just be present with it. Stay with it now. And you this is going to be the hardest part, is waiting. And just keep Goff upright. That's it. And then
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. What's up?
Can I ask you a question about the Lions?
Yeah.
Zadarius Smith. I don't believe if Hutch gets hurt, they're making a move today. But with Hutch hurt, I'm a little worried that Zadarius Smith is going to be the guy, and I'm going to get my social media filled with the Lions have made the move of the century. Come on. This can't be it. This can't be it. That's not where my bar was. It's not where it is now. I want to win this year and next year and the year after that, and you do that one step at a time, but you do it by making more impactful moves than a 32-year-old pass rusher. I mean, am I wrong here?
No, you're not wrong Look, there's idealistic and realistic, right? Like idealistic, I would have tried to push chips to the middle of the table and make the Raiders laugh in my face for Crosby. But realistically, that's not who Brad Holmes is. And I'm with you, Mark. I'm not worried about my third Super Bowl. I want to win my first. But here's the thing. Does Za'Darius from a physical profile fit what they want? Yes. Because, again, part of this is about setting an edge. So, like, when people are throwing out names, like, Mark, a lot of people have thrown out Harold Landry from Tennessee. He's more of a Sam than he is a defensive end. So that's not really what they want. Za'Darius will fit because he is of a bigger physical power rusher.
I was that guy calling in about Harold Landry, Calais Campbell, by the way. I still would love to hear his name come through.
Yeah, but look, I'm with you is that I would do it all, Mark. I'd call the Giants on Azeez Ojulari. Oh, but he's just a stand-up speed rusher. Right, I'll figure that one out. I would get multiple people, and I would go all eggs, one basket, and let's go do this. Because why? Because Mark in Rochester needs his parlay. And that's... honestly, I have loved tracking this story with you, Mark, because this is now months of this now. I love this. I want this for you badly. So let's just get the move, and you stay patient, and we're going to figure this out. But the Dodgers getting home, I told them, that's the whole point. That's the whole deal right there. Now you're at a point they're going to offer you some real money. I wouldn't do a thing yet.
Yeah, come playoffs, I think, especially if they're the 1 seed.
You think by the playoffs they're offering them 25?
At least.
You think, oh, really?
If they're the 1 seed, and they've let's bring this all together. Let's bring it home. They're dominating the way they're dominating. The 24 Lions are now a way to talk about an awesome NFL team. They're going to start feeling like, yeah, you know what?
What I said to him
40% is better than 100%.
Well, what I said to him at the beginning was, if you can get this thing to over half of the payout, you got to start having a realistic conversation with yourself about, okay, as much as you want the $100,000, what's 50 do in actuality? And again, I don't know Mark from a hole in the wall other than he's a caller and he's a very nice guy. It's the idea of, okay, if I start hedging a bit, you are subtracting off of that total. Now, you can obviously, the presumption is the Lions will be favored in these playoff games. Mm-hmm. Being favored allows you room. Now, there's some creative things you can do, but you're going to have to take uncomfortable sums of money. And that money has to come from somewhere. Look, you put $100 on a parlay that now is generating potential of 108. That, Mark still has to go find a cash reserve of about $25,000 to do this right. So I also can't just be like, oh, yeah, see? And I'm just going to, Mark's calling his dad and he's taking a HELOC out of the house. Right. That's not what we're advocating.
Well, see, that's what by the time the playoffs start, then, yeah, you're probably looking at about 25. If they win their first game, that's when I think you're looking at about half. Okay, we're in the NFC title game.
The best part?
Hey, buddy.
If they earn the 1 seed, you're not even playing in the wild card round.
Right.
You just sit.
So then you get that first game, and then that's where it's like, and they win that one, and they're in the title game. That's when I think you're going to see, look, how about we give you half?
Mark has stuck with us every step of the way. I know we'll hear from him again, and probably before Thanksgiving, and we'll have the conversation. All right. I'm happy for him. I just hate that it came at the expense of my Yankees, but I'm happy for Mark.
Well, you said that in Vegas, though. You would be willing to lose if it meant that he won.
Yes. Yeah. Because Mark's a young dude. Like, I think he called in and said he was only like 21 or 22 years old.
You know what I never want to hear you say?
What's that?
The sports is not fun. It's fun.
Well, it's not in my world currently.
It's fun, but you know what? You sacrifice your joy for that young man.
You're right.
I'm proud of you,
Sports is great.
man.
We just had Kurt Signetti blow our back out.
Okay.
47 points.
Can we stick to the subject at hand? Talk about Mark. Indiana wasn't a part of the parlay. Could you imagine if Indiana was part of that parlay?
It would pay him $1 million.
Right.
Read something.
You know what? You can read. I'll take it at the bottom.
Okay, then. Hey, everybody. It's me. Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years. They're making the world's most comfortable mattress, and they are made right here in Michigan. Get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Just go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you.
Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Heck, I was just on the campus of Lawrence Tech today where the classes are being held. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals and get you started with those first steps. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught like people like myself, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills that you need to succeed in today's media industry. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one. So you want to get started in your new career, specs at LTU can help you get that dream started. So what are you waiting for? Mike, what do you got to do?
Be curious.
Visit the website. A little more enthusiasm next time. LTU.edu/specs. That's LTU.edu/specs. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, straight to the people. We've offered you some historical context to what the Lions are doing. Can they keep it up? We're also on Trade Watch. I'm saving primarily the trade talk for tomorrow. And the one interesting note, they let go of, I don't know, Bobby Boot Plane or whatever his name is, and some guy named Pete Smith. Well, that's 2 spots on the 53. One goes to J-Mo and one goes to, hopefully, Zadarius Smith.
Could
we'll
be.
see. Let's go to Dylan. He's up next, 97.1. Hi, Dylan. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. How you doing, Mike?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
So, just listening to you guys talk and some of the fans calling in, I feel like sometimes there's like a little sentiment of SOL still in there. Like, I feel like the only way people are ever going to really get off the Lions back and change their minds about them is if they really win it. Because even when I sit down and watch games with my dad, so he's just like, oh, they suck.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
And I'm not saying you guys, but my dad, even my dad, like, oh, like, it's just like, I see it, I feel like with some of the older generations.
Yeah, they're scarred.
And, it's just like, I'm like, just chill out. It's like, the game just started, you know, or like it's halftime, or like, just chill out. But it just feels like so many people are not going to give them a break or a chance.
No, and Dylan, look, admittedly, it's easier for me. Like when I said they're winning the Super Bowl this year, the week the season started, it's easier for me because I don't have all of that scar tissue. Yes, I have worked here for 20 years, but it is different for guys like your pops. 50, 60 years is different than 20. And also is like, I don't come from here. So I try to just keep it on the even Steven with them. I don't believe in the SOL stuff. So you're right.
Well,
I think there's a lot of that, Dylan, for a lot of the old heads out there. It's hard.
And the other thing is, too, is I'm not saying they shouldn't do anything. I mean they should, obviously. But even if they don't, it's like they're still – everyone's saying they can't keep doing this. And that's my reason why I bring up SOLs. But it's like they can. Like,
what if I said, Dylan, they can keep winning, but they're just not going to keep tossing people off the top rope into the crowd? I mean, they're killing people, Dylan.
Yeah, how about this? They start winning by six points.
Right.
I don't disagree. But if they keep doing it, then they keep doing it. I don't think they are going to keep doing it. But if they keep doing it, then we can't argue with. So the proof's in the pudding. So right now we can't say they're not going to do it because they're still doing it.
Yeah, and I still believe they're going to win the Super Bowl. But I'll tell you, if they don't make a deal between now and tomorrow at 4:00, it hurts my confidence because Dylan, I don't want to play the role of like negative dad, but like I see Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson in the Super Bowl having all day to throw. Oh, that's a nightmare.
And Dylan, I think that what you're seeing for a lot of Lions fans, think of it as if a no-hitter is being thrown in baseball, and Lions fans are like everybody in the dugout. You don't want to say it. You don't want to mention it. You don't want to do anything for fear that you're the jinx, not realizing you really have nothing to do with this unless you're on the field.
Correct.
But that's why Lions fans are at this whole, well, I don't want to say Super Bowl because you may get your feelings hurt. Well, that's sports. That happens.
Like, look at this week. I mean, the Lions are last 55 games are 40-15 against the spread, and Vegas still puts out Lions -3.5 at Houston.
That's one of those that somebody who hosts Cash or Ticket would say, yeah,
No.
You know what to do.
Yeah, stay away. Because honestly, everything in my body would tell me you bet Houston. But I can't be recommending that the way this team's playing. I can't do that.
For you, because I want good things for you, contrary to what you think.
Okay.
Shedeur Sanders
says
he's done after this year. So he will be going to the NFL.
I'd hope so.
Well, he's not taking courses. He's not taking any classes. He's done.
Right.
He's declared. That's it.
When he had a video saying, I want to go to class one time to see what it's like, that pretty much told me he wasn't exactly studious.
He's going to be a New Yorker. Feel it.
We won't be. Dude, you know what's going to happen. The Giants are going to beat the Panthers for no good reason, and we will watch all the good quarterbacks go ahead of us.
No, he's going to be a Giant, not a Jet.
Yeah. We'll take Jackson Dart in the 3rd round. Then I'm going to hit you with a chair. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
What up, though, boys? How you guys doing?
Good. Hey. What do you got?
Good, man. Man, before we get started, man, did anybody hear that weird Tom Brady comment about Matt LaFleur's mustache yesterday during the game?
Oh, he's like it's regal. It's beautiful. Do you know perfect. He spends $100 on it? I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that guy's unlistenable, too. Man, you know what? I think this team, to quote you, Mike, is a wagon. I think this team came into the year with an edge. They came into the year with something to prove, and they're playing that way week in and week out. Are they going to win a game by 5 or 6 points? Yes. Are they going to lose a game by maybe a field goal? Yes. I'm not saying the team's going to be perfect, but I think they're still going to roll. Those other teams that you brought up, whether it be the Rams in 99 or the Bears in 85, they still lost 1 or 2 games.
Of course.
I just feel like this team looks like a team that is on a mission, locked in, whether it be the offensive coordinator refusing to leave, whether it be the way our coach coaches, whether it be teams walking into Green Bay with Green Bay suck shirt. Everything about this season is saying this team came in on a mission. And I just feel like if we short play it, we're not giving ourselves a chance to enjoy it. You can't only enjoy it when we finally finish. I think we're in the middle of something that's pretty special.
But it's every reason why. Everything you just said is true, but it's every reason why I need them to make that trade before tomorrow.
Oh, no, and I'm right on board with you. But I just feel like, and you know what, Mike, you said you're not a Detroiter, so you're a little different than regular Lions fans. I disagree, man. I think you're almost one of us because what was it before the Minnesota game? Man, they just can't keep this going. Before the Green Bay game last week, you're like, man, if you guys handle them this week, you can say whatever you want. Like, you have that little bit of pessimism in you, too, because it's just like.
Oh, yeah, Jay, that's just called being cynical Richard from New York. That's in my DNA. I don't have a choice. I was born with this defect. But yes, Jay, all I'm saying is it's not an SOL thing. I never put that evil on them. That's not the game I play. It's just, Jay, you watch football for so long and you're like, okay, on the road in your division are the toughest assignments. The idea, winning the Minnesota game the way they did after the way it started, incredible resilience. To go on the road in awful weather and blow out the Packers, that's something entirely different. That's unbelievable.
But you know what? Last thing on the way out the door, I think every once in a while there's an anomaly. Look what the Rams were before the greatest show on turf. They were one of the worst franchises in history. Mm-hmm. Look at the Bears before and after the 85 team. They weren't really anything to write home about. Look at the 15-1 Minnesota Vikings. Like, every once in a while, there's just an anomaly of a team that, for whatever reason, things go right. And I think that is us this year. Everything is lined up. And like I said, Branch getting taken out or Hush being hurt. It seems like no matter what happens, J-Mo not being there. Everybody was like, oh, J-Mo's not there, so Green Bay's defense will be able to do this, that, and it's just like nothing affects this team. And I think it starts from the coach down. And
they might be the outlier.
We're on a magical run.
Jay, they might be the outlier.
Take it easy, boys.
Yeah, you too, Jay. Appreciate the call. And he's not wrong. I mean, they might just be that outlier. But yeah, I'm a show me fan. I'm not the person who does the irrational euphoria crap. Like, I just take each game as what it is. You look at the matchups. I think it's equally disingenuous for someone like us to be on the air and just being like, well, they're going to win because they're going to win so big. It's like that's not what we do.
No, I think we're still a few weeks away before we hit the voodoo and the pitching chaos that the Tigers have.
No, if they just acquire a pass rusher or two before tomorrow, just
but I'm
let's
saying
book New Orleans.
At that
what
point,
are we talking about?
At that point, though, that's when you just say, you know what, they're going to win because they 53 players on the
David,
field.
I'll take you to Parkway for the best po' boy in New Orleans. Maybe Domalisi's. Listen, I got you covered. I got all the spots down there.
Where's the best beignets?
There's only one place. I think those things are massively overrated. You just go to Cafe Du Monde and just get the damn things. It's touristy, but they're good. But they're just overrated.
They're just like something that I like.
I do. I just listen. You hear me now. There are a zillion amazing places. You know Louisiana. Why are we arguing? There's a million great places down there.
But
you think I care about a fried donut?
You got a guy for everything.
I just told you we'll go to Parkway.
No. You know, that's not a beignet. That's just a fried donut.
View it.
This is a beignet.
No, it's all the same.
That's
it's an
beignet.
elephant ear. It's pizza fried. It's just what it is. It's a fried donut.
That's a baguette. Okay, it's not a beignet.
Right.
It's a baguette.
I'll have a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon. You just do the damn read. Winter's closing in. Yeah, no bleep. It's 5:30. It's pitch blackout. Thanks a lot. All right,
I'm sure that's my fault.
Go buy some beer, Old Nation. They got their new fall beer out, Solace. Perfect winter fireside companion for your Lions Super Bowl run. Dark, heavy, but surprisingly delicate. It reminds you of another dark beer that people are scared of, but it's actually pretty light. Not going to say the name because it's a competitor. Buy from Old Nation. Respectfully brewed in Williamston. Support local, support independent. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you, as always, to please drink responsibly. All right, Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. They move enough product, cover 26 football fields. They can do it because it's all in the warehouse. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They will have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Take advantage of it, guys. And they build all throughout the winter. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Oh, let's see. This week's drive of the week. Signetti got out of bed. Oh, Indiana's first drive. Second drive. Nope. I don't care anymore. David, what's the drive of the week?
That is not the drive of the week. I'm going to go with an old staple here. Everyone knows his name. Matthew Stafford took the LA Rams on a 4-play drive after Seattle decided not to kick the field goal in overtime. Stafford went down 4 plays with a touchdown pass to win the game. That was his 46th game-winning drive of his career. Touchdown pass to DeMarcus Robinson. That is your drive of the week.
Tremendous. And Indiana. Every drive. We'll get to the college stuff tomorrow. I know today was Lions heavy. We got trade deadline tomorrow. I still believe they're making a move. They got to make a move. There's no way with this team being this good, they can roll forward with this D-line. Come on.
No, I think they're going to make a move. I don't want to get sold on one guy. It's kind of like draft day, man.
I want all my picks back.
No, not that draft day. I'm talking about when the Lions draft, and it's never the selection we want Brad Holmes to go and get.
Throw in David Putney.
So, yeah. And a side order of pancakes.
That movie is so bad. David, a few tickets. Coach. Yeah. And Coach always walks around in a branded
Dan
Browns
Campbell
polo that says Coach.
Yeah, Dan Campbell needs to walk around the facilities. Coach.
Someone's telling you, Rico, that the best big nets are in Frankenmuth.
The best big nets are in Frankenmuth.
All I'm saying is there's better stuff to eat in New Orleans than those stupid donuts.
I can't wait for Thursday Night Football to finally be able to watch football without campaign ads. That is from Nolan.
Hello.
Or Wednesday, Maction.
We'll
hey,
see.
Tuesday night, Bowling Green CMU.
Can't wait for that. Yay.
That ranks right up there with Purdue Northwestern. Actually, it was a good game.
Do you want that, or do you want to watch the magic wall and people losing their mind about the election?
Oh, man. Let's go. I need to know about more things I don't care about. Yeah.
More useless panels.
If the 49ers make a splash move and the Lions don't do anything, I'll blame you, Rico. That is from Jason.
Why not?
Yeah, honestly. Sure.
At this point, why not?
Watch the Niners get Zadarius Smith, and then I just walk out.
I'm just a pinata. Go for it.
Someone is asking a real question, though. Troy is asking a question. If the Smith trade does happen, what are you comfortable with giving up?
I don't care. And I'm not being smarmy. I do not care. I want the player. If I got to overpay, I overpay.
Not a one. Not a one for him.
Well, clearly that would be malpractice.
No, but he said what? Like, I don't care means if they said for a 1, you're saying you don't care.
If they did a pick swap of your second for their third plus Zadarius.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I have to get this player because I can't roll forward with Bobby Woo Woo and Pete Muhammad.
So, yes, the only thing off the table to me is your first pick, your first round selection.
Can we say Thanksgiving? They absolutely love that drop every time.
We all do. It's remarkable.
Can't believe it didn't win last year.
I don't want to hear Cleveland held up the deal. What's the backup plan? Somebody make a deal by noon.
Hey,
make it happen.
I got Azeez Ojulari price to sell. Just call me. Here, give me a fifth. What do you want from me? I don't control what the Giants do. Here, I'll throw in Steve Slayton for no reason.
Just throw in a punter.
Bogo. Yeah, what else you guys need? Here, it'll be like Europe in soccer where I can leash you a player. You want Dexter Lawrence for the next 8 weeks? He ain't doing me any good. What do you want?
That would be nice.
Whatever you want. Price to move.
Says, I was listening on the rewind. Nice rant on Franklin, Mike. Now do Sharon Moore.
Nope. I hope Sharon is happy. I don't know. Look, I don't think you played that poorly against Oregon. I don't. Dan Lanning deciding to go Tom Osborne 1996. I didn't understand not taking a knee. Michigan conceded. Now you're rubbing it in over here. I'm going, whoa. Dan Lanning, you're the king of laying down and not rubbing it in.
Mike, Dan listened to Cash the Ticket.
I didn't touch that game. I wouldn't touch that game with a 10
thought Cookies told me, hey.
Wow. He wanted to. He chickened out.
14.5, take the Ducks.
He chickened out.
And in order to do that, you needed them to score in that final 30 seconds.
Can someone explain the camera crane?
Can somebody check to make sure Orgy still remembers his name?
Hell.
He hit that thing, and I was just like, literally saw.
I thought it was an optical illusion.
You saw cartoon ducks going around in a circle.
Well, I thought at first he fell. Like, there's no way he just careened off a crane. I couldn't believe it.
And he hit the part with the weights on the end.
Couldn't believe it. What was that thing doing there? Couldn't believe it.
Well, yeah, it's in
Blame Rico, the TV people.
Whoa, no, they didn't have that when Rico was doing TV.
No, but that's part of the networks is what he's saying.
Oh.
To get the overhead shot. And, yeah, it's in that dead spot of Michigan Stadium. That's the part I don't like standing there because, yeah, anything that happens, dead. And you saw Orgy went through for the pass. And he woke up saying, wait.
What was with that play call in such an important play? And your quarterback was all right. What the hell you doing having wide receivers throw the ball to a backup quarterback guy?
Because in order to move the offense, they have to resort to the trick
It was
play.
dumb.
No.
Jerome Moore needs to do better.
That wasn't the dumb part about the game. The dumb part about the game was Davis Warren was actually playing well.
Hello.
And you decided, no. I got this. I'm going to take you out the game, son. But, Coach, I just hit 3 consecutive passes. Yeah, but they're expecting you to go back. And that's where we're going to get them.
How about Indiana, 14-point favorite? Oof. Okay.
Times have changed.
You really think Indiana's going to run them out of the building?
Yep.
Okay, then. Yeah, I
if it went to 20.5, I would still say
you
yes.
would
Whoa.
not.
I would.
That is the Spartan in you talking.
No, it's not, Mike. It's like betting the Lions. Like Indiana is on a path. They are just destroying people in front of them. And as you taught me a long time ago, you know what? Just bet it. Don't ask questions. Just make the money off of it. And yes, because I know this. Indiana's not going to take a knee. They're not going to slow down. They're going to leave the starters in the game no matter where they are.
Oh, no. Signetti. Oh,
so
Signetti will rub your face in it.
Like the Oregon game, 14.5, and I thought they were going to take a knee and be like Georgia and only win by 14 and not 14.5. Nah.
Okay. Look.
And that's not me being a Spartan.
Respect. You gave backup.
You taught me the beginning of the year, I'll give you full credit. You said, watch out for Indiana. I thought you were on that.
We're insane. Ooh-wee, right?
Yeah,
no. Signetti, he's different, man.
I'm like, come on, man. No, Indiana. I'm like.
But even I didn't think.
Mike, it's Indiana.
I thought they'd win 7 or 8 games. Not this.
Indiana's going to playoffs.
Oh, stop it. Okay. Trade deadline tomorrow.
The Lions won again.
I'm done. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2. Lions Fiesta is next.